The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Hello, this is Matt from the past, welcoming you to Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows. It is July the 26th, 2024. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 657 AD, Battle of Siffin, during the First Muslim Civil War between Ali ibn Abi Talib. Good night, imagine trying to fit that name onto your tax form. And Muwahi I beside Euphrates River. In 1519, Francisco Pizarro receives royal charter for the west coast of South America. In 1533, Francisco Pizarro orders the death of the last Sapa Inca emperor Atahualpa. Good night. I guess this was Francisco Pizarro's day for getting things done. Yeah. Seems like it. In 1803, the Surrey Iron Railway, arguably the world's first public railway, opens in South London. In 1908, United States Attorney General Charles Joseph Bonaparte issues an order to immediately staff the office of the Chief Examiner, later renamed Federal Bureau of Investigation. In 1945, Declaration of Potsdam, U.S., Britain, and China demand the unconditional surrender of Japan during World War II. In 1953, Fidel Castro leads a failed attack on the Moncada barracks intended to spark a revolution in Cuba. In 1896, Vitascope Hall, first permanent for-profit movie theater, opens in New Orleans. In 1882, Richard Wagner's opera Parsifal premieres in Bayreuth, Germany. In 1984, Expo's Pete Ross ties Ty Cobbs with his 3,502nd single. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Time for the Abbot and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show. Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure, with Susan Miller and the music of Matt and Allen. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. All all right, Costello. What are you doing with that suitcase? Hey, I've been invited to Washington. You've been invited to Washington? Well, President Truman wants me to advise a plan for peace. I'm going to move all the people in France to Germany, all the people in Germany to Italy, all the people in Italy to France, and all the people in England to Italy.
Well, how will that make peace?
Everybody will be so busy learning a new language, they won't have time to fight. Excuse me, I'm going to walk right in the White House and say, hiya, Harry.
Well, you call the president, Harry.
Oh, sure, I got something on him, Abbott. One time he sold me a necktie that wasn't washable. Costello, you haven't got the brains you were born with. It ain't my fault, Abbott. Stork was a dirty crook.
Oh, be quiet. Before the boys get rolling into high gear, here's a fellow with a special message for you.
Exactly a year ago today, the eyes of America were focused on an airplane landing in Tokyo. It was the bombshell en route to shattering all-time records for around-the-world flights. This year, the ears of millions the nation over are drawn to ABC each Wednesday night. Week after week, ABC sparks the airwaves with a full evening, star-studded entertainment, an outstanding lineup of top-flight Wednesday night shows. And tonight, immediately following Abbot and Costello, comes 90 minutes of glistening listening that's especially recommended. First, the Groucho Marx Show. Then there's the great Bing Crosby Show, guest starring Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Bing's followed with the Star Theater, featuring singers Gordon McRae and Evelyn Knight, plus Victor Young's orchestra. Don't miss these three fine programs later tonight. And remember, Wednesday night from early to late, the listening's great on ABC. Now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
Come over here, Costello. Where have you been? I stopped in a department store to buy a shirt. They were having a big sale in the corset department. I could only slip in that crowd of women, and before I knew it, a sales girl was raising the corset on me. Then some guy took my picture.
What for?
Congratulations. I am now page 342 in Hopper's Bazaar.
You're not very bright, are you, Costello?
Oh, I don't know. I'm going to night school, and I've been doing pretty good, too, at it. I got 80 in spelling, 90 in arithmetic, and 105 in geography.
Wait a minute. How did you get 105 in geography?
I had a fever.
So you're going to night school, Lou, eh?
Oh, yes.
I didn't know you were so studious.
Oh, indeed I am. I study lots of stuff. 6 months ago, I started a course in dancing from Martha Murray and a course of muscle building with Charles Atlas.
How are you doing?
Not so good. After 6 lessons, I've got muscles like Arthur Murray, and I dance like Charles Atlas.
Costello, you are the world's champion. You are the world's champion idiot.
Thanks, Coach.
Something like you could never hold office, especially a public office. Your family has no background, as I
Oh,
told you.
no. Well, the Costello family is famous. My great-grandfather, Daniel Boone Costello, started out with standing bull.
You mean sitting bull?
Not after Grandpa shot him. Only one day, Grandpa came home unexpectedly, and there was Grandma smooching with a famous general.
Custer?
Yes, sir. He called her every name he could think of.
Costello, this is ridiculous. You can never be elected to public office. They only want prominent people. Take Benjamin Franklin.
Oh, what did he do?
What did he do?
What did he do? A natural question.
Wait a minute.
What did he do?
Please.
I could have said, so what?
Well, all right. So what?
No, so what did he do?
All right.
Now, give me the answer.
All right. He did something spectacular. He discovered electricity.
He was just lucky.
What do you mean, lucky?
He's out there one night flying his kite. He gets struck by lightning. Every week he gets his picture in the Saturday Evening Post.
Nah.
Are you sure we're reading this right?
Listen, take my uncle, Jack Abbott. How do you think he got elected as council?
You say Jack Rabbit?
No,
Jack Abbott.
Jack Abbott.
Oh, Jack Abbott.
That's my Uncle Jack.
You could have been Jack something else, too.
No. Look, Lou, how do you think he got elected as council?
I don't know. How
He
did
did something spectacular. He invented a midget automobile. It's cheap to operate. On 1 quart of gasoline, you can leave here at midnight, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, you're in Glendale.
Well, there's only one thing wrong with that.
What?
Who wants to be in Glendale at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Aspirin tablet. Get your aspirin tablet. Do have an aspirin tablet.
Just a minute. There's nobody around here that's got a headache.
Your program isn't over yet, Tubby.
That's Abbott's nephew, folks. He used to be a window trimmer in a grocery store, but he quit.
Why'd you quit?
They wanted him to lay eggs in the window. Now he comes over here and lays them on the program every Wednesday night.
But what have you got against Norm?
Every morning since I've been living with him, he tries to shove me in a bathtub to give me a bath.
Oh, well, what's wrong with that? Lots of people put boys in bathtubs.
Face down.
Hello, boys.
Well,
Hello,
look,
girl.
Costello, look who's here. Susan Miller.
Hiya, Susan, old taco kid, old king.
Costello, that's no way to address Susan. You see words. Remember, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. You've got to use more honey on Susan.
That's right, Costello. You should use more honey on me.
Susan, you can't have no fun with a sticky girl.
Are you and Susan going out tonight, Lou?
Oh, yes. I've got an evening all figured out. Susan, we'll go for a drive in the country. Then we'll park the car and do a little smooching.
Yes?
Then I'll drive you home. We'll sit in front of your house and do some more smooching. Then we'll go inside in the parlor, sit on the sofa, really do some smooching.
Did you figure this all out by yourself?
Sure, I did it to show up that General Marshal. He thinks she's got a plan.
Costello, that's no way to treat a girl like Susan. Why don't you cut that out and propose to her?
Yes, and remember, Costello, successful proposals are made in heaven.
Yes, and running out of gas in Griffith Park don't hurt either. I'm a devil tonight, ain't I?
You certainly look cute tonight, Costello.
Thank you, Mother.
He looks cute. Why?
You know, Costello, I've always wanted to ask you where you got that nice curly hair.
Oh, my hair wasn't always curly. You see, up to the time I was 11 years old, my hair was perfectly straight.
What happened?
One night, my father took me to a burlesque show.
Well, how could that make your hair curly?
Well, there was a girl there that wore a lot of live pigeons as a costume.
The pigeons were all she wore?
Yes.
What does that have to do with making your hair curly?
In the middle of her act, I threw a handful of birdseed on the stage.
Well, Costello, I'll be expecting you at my house tonight for dinner. We'll have rabbit surprise.
What, again? Could we have something else?
Well, what's wrong with rabbit surprise?
Last time, the part you gave me wasn't a surprise. It was bewildered.
Oh, so long, Fatso.
You know, I don't like to eat at Susan's house anymore, Rabbit. Last Sunday, she fed me a mess of little neck clams, and brother, was I sick.
Well, maybe the clams weren't good. How do they look when you open them?
You're supposed to open them?
Oh, there you are, buddy.
Well, it's my dear little wife. My Betty, don't you look sharp?
Take it easy, Abbott. You know looks are deceiving.
I just bought a new hat. How do I look?
Well, if you were 10 years younger,
Yes?
you'd look like Tom Brenneman.
Well, I'll admit I'm not as young as I used to be. But a pretty face and a lovely figure are sometimes a stumbling block to a girl.
Don't worry, kid. You've got nothing to stumble over.
Costello, how dare you insult my wife? Maybe a little plump, but I like him that way.
Oh, thanks, Bud, dear, but I'm not too fat.
Oh, no. When you were passing Howard Hughes' plane factory the other day, I heard one of the flying boats say to the other, "There's the one that can't get off the ground that I was telling you about."
Never mind him, Betty. Look, darling, did you find the diamond ring you lost on the corner of Sunset and Vine?
No, buddy, I looked all over the street, but I couldn't find it.
Did you look good in the gutter?
Even in the gutter, she wouldn't look good.
Costello, you won't talk to me like that after I star in my next show.
You're going on the stage?
Certainly. Betty is rehearsing her dance now.
It's quite a novelty. Oh, I don't use bubbles and I don't use pans. I use nothing but the wings of a bee.
Must be the wings of a B-29.
Quiet, Costello. Tell me, dear, how are you coming with the rehearsals of the show?
Oh, just fine. You know, there's one scene in that show that takes place in 1775.
Oh, tell us
I'm sitting by the window
Yes?
with my hair up in curlers and cold cream on my face. Paul Revere rides up to warn me that the British are coming. Then I pull up the stage and he sees me.
Then he turns around and rides back to warn the British.
Costello, I don't want you to miss the show, because near the end I do my famous imitation of an Australian ox.
Oh, how do you do that?
Why, I'll be glad to teach you, Costello. Now, here's the way you do the Australian ox. Just put your neck between my two hands.
Like this?
That's it.
Honey, you certainly took him for a rump that time.
Oh, buddy dear, you always take him for a romp.
Oh, but this time you took him for a rump.
Oh, you're always taking him for a romp.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard from an old pair of rompers.
Well, so long, grubworm.
Why do you call me grubworm?
Well, it's the first time I ever saw live bait so far inland.
Costello, you got to be more careful what you say to my wife. She's a very influential woman. She knows all the big people in the town. So what? I know the biggest people in the country. I know President Truman. I know Tom Dewey. I know Henry Wallace.
Costello, it's a long-distance call for you. It's Henry Wallace on the phone.
I'll take it. Hello, Hank. What's that? Well, the best thing to do is just sneak up on them. Yeah, but you got to be very, very careful. Make sure they don't see you. And when the time is right, you strike. Good day.
What does Wallace want? Political information?
No, he just wanted to know how to give calf to Hotfoot. Cablegram for Lou Costello. Cablegram for Lou Costello. I'm Lou Costello, Pop. Oh, so you're Lou Costello, eh? Yes. Do you listen to me on the air? Yep. I was telling my wife the other night. I said, honey, take Lou Costello with another Miss Hush. Just a minute. Miss Hush is off the air and will never be heard again. Well, you catch on fast, don't you, Bob?
Take the cablegram, Costello, and give the old man a tip.
Nope, can't take no tip. But if you don't mind, just turn me around. Give me a little push so I can run up and jump on my bicycle. Okay, here you go. Well, now, how do you like that? I miss it every time.
Well, don't stand there, Costello. Open the telegram and see what it says.
Okay.
Who it's from?
Okay. Well, what do you know? It's from Paris, France, from my Uncle Pierre Varello.
Varello. You never told me that you had an uncle in France.
Oh, sure. He's there since the war ended. He married one of them French chateaus.
Now, never mind that. But read the cablegram. Come on.
Okay. Dear Louis, as you probably heard, we're having trouble in France with the French. The situation is getting worse, and I would like you to come to Paris immediately. Both I and the French people would like very much, and we would be very grateful to you if you could help us with the problem we are having with the French. Your loving uncle, Pierre Varello.
Hey, this is wonderful, Costello. It's your chance. It's your chance to become a great diplomat.
Just think of it, Abbott. You and me in Paris. We've got to get to Paris, France, right away. See, I haven't been to Paris since the war. How well I remember it. All through the war, I was in the French underground.
How did you ever get in the French underground?
Somebody pushed me into a sewer. Come on, Abbott. We're off to France. Madame Matilda, Mama Pills have fallen.
Well, they deserve a breather after that one, so let's take a minute right about now to listen to this.
With Major League Baseball only 5 days away, the air is filled with all sorts of predictions. Last year, Abbott and Costello went out on a limb, and all they got out of it was a worm from a passing sparrow. So I'll profit from their experience and make no forecasts except one. I prophesy great success for a certain member of the Pittsburgh Pirates. A fellow who catches flies bare-handed and then feeds them to his favorite spider. Yes, sir, it's Bing Crosby. Don't miss Bing on his wonderful show tonight when he bats out a bevy of beautiful ballads and pitches banter with his guests, Fibber, Magee, and Molly. After Bing, hear the Star Theater featuring singers Gordon McRae and Evelyn Knight and Victor Young's orchestra. These are two of the hit programs in ABC's star-studded Wednesday night lineup, a lineup including our old friends, Abbott and Costello. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello show.
Susan Miller, singing star of the Abbot and Costello show with Matty Malnick and his orchestra. He offers Mañana tonight.
The porch is dripping and the fence is falling down. My pocket needs some money, so I can't go into town. My brother is working and my sister doesn't care. The party needs some motor, so I can't go anywhere. Mañana, mañana, mañana is soon enough for me. My mother's always working very hard. But every time she calls me, I am sitting in the yard. My mother says I'm lazy, and maybe she is right. I'll go to work mañana, but I gotta sleep tonight. Mañana, mañana, mañana is soon enough for me. The window sill is broken and the rain is coming in. If someone doesn't fix it, I'll be soaking through my skin. But if we wait a day or two, the rain may go away. And we don't need a window on such a sunny day. Mañana, mañana, mañana is soon enough for me. Mañana, mañana, mañana is soon enough for me. Hey, wait a minute. What's your hurry? Mañana is soon enough for me. Mañana is soon enough for me.
Gee, Abbott, I can hardly wait to get to France and help my Uncle Pierre Varello. He must be a big man to be in charge of all the French money.
What did your Uncle Pierre do before he went to France?
Well, he had a very important job in Patterson. He was official municipal representative in charge of emptying refuse receptacles and conveying decadent debris from the domiciles of the municipality to the city incinerator.
You mean he was a garbage man?
Isn't it funny I can never think of that word?
Well, never mind that, Costello. We're going to France just at the right time. What is more romantic than Paris in the spring?
Griffith Park, and you can pick your own season. Gee, I can't wait. I really can't wait to meet some of those beautiful French girls.
Ah, yes. I'd like to meet the French beauties, too. I'd like to meet them because they're intellectual. They're refined. They're cultured. Why do you want to meet them?
Same as you, but I won't lie about it.
Have you ever been out with a French girl?
Oh, sure. Once I took one driving in my car. It was raining, and she was kissing me. First she kissed me on one cheek, then she kissed me on the other cheek. Then she kissed me on one cheek, then she kissed me on the other cheek.
She must have liked you.
No, her nose was caught in the windshield wiper.
You know, the French girls like a lot of attention. Did you buy her a present?
Yes, I bought her a pair of nylon stockings, and she let me put them on.
She did?
But I don't look good in nylon stockings.
What was this French girl's name?
Her name was Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower?
Yes.
The Eiffel Tower is a tall, skinny thing that's 75 years old and is practically falling apart.
That's her.
Yeah, but no. Just talk sense. While we're in France, we should buy some French perfume.
Yes, Susan Miller had some French perfume on last night, Abbott. It's called Giraffe. And that's stuff powerful. One sniff and you want a long neck.
I can't understand why Pierre wants you to go to France to help with finance. You know nothing about money or business.
Oh, is that so? Well, for your information, I saved Universal International Studios $50,000 on their last picture.
How?
Well, in one scene, they had 500 girls dressed in long skirts. I made them get into bathing suits.
Did the picture show a profit?
Among other things, yes.
Just how do you propose to help the French people with their money problem?
Oh.
You can't stop inflation.
I think I know how to do it, Abbott.
How?
I'll take all the money out of the banks and put it in the horse barns.
Why?
To stabilize it.
To an idiot.
Excuse me, Abbott. I didn't mean to crowd you.
You know nothing about finance. Now take me. I have the head of a financial wizard.
And when that wizard finds out what you've done with it, he'll sue you for every cent you've got.
Costello, you tax my intelligence.
If there's a tax on intelligence, you're entitled to a refund. Hey, Abbott, we gotta help Uncle Pierre.
All right, come on. We'll go to the airport right now and take a plane to Paris. Well, Costello, here we are in Paris. Think of it. You and I are probably the only two people in France that came from Los Angeles.
Hey, why don't you look where you're going? Abbott, that's 3 of us from Los Angeles.
Costello, before we look up your Uncle Pierre, let's get a bite to eat. Oh, wait a minute. There's a little cafe that says English spoken. Let's go in.
Abbott, I don't like the looks of this place. Look at that chef in the kitchen mashing potatoes.
What's wrong with that? Lots of chefs mash potatoes.
With their heads?
With their heads.
Ah, bonjour, monsieur. You must be a stranger in Paris, huh?
How did you know?
I have never seen anything stranger in Paris. Pardon, monsieur, I am the head waiter. What would you like, huh?
I'd like to have a date with that beautiful little red-headed waitress.
Ah, but monsieur, she's a silly girl. She is not all there.
There's enough of her there to have a date with. Enough of this nonsense. Waiter, we're hungry. Did you suggest a good French dish?
A French dish, but certainement. How about some poisson avec pomme de terre et bouillabaisse marseillais, garnished with sauté mounière à la Lafayette? Well, what is that in English? Gefilte fish.
How did you ever get to be a waiter?
Oh, my father always thought I would be a waiter. My mother, she thought I would be a bum. Well, you please them both. You're a bum waiter.
The waiter here speaks both French and English. Maybe he could teach you to speak French.
Well, I don't need nobody to teach me any French. I'll bet I speak more French than he does. Oh, you can, huh? Vous parlez français, monsieur?
Oui, oui.
Oh, mon amour, voulez-vous promener sur les toits de Paris? Oui, oui. Oh, pardonnez-moi, s'il vous plaît. Là, comprenez-vous, je ne sais?
Oui, oui.
Oh, ça, c'est la femme. Suivez-moi pas toujours le mot toujours. Oui, oui. Go ahead, keep it up. I'll bet you run out of words before I do. Go ahead. Oui, oui.
Wait a minute, you faker. You don't even know what the man said.
Pardon. Allow me to explain some simple French. You do not know what I'm saying, so you say I do not know. In French, je ne sais pas. Je ne sais pas? What does that mean? I don't know. How do you like that? He's going to teach me French, and he don't know the meaning of je ne sais pas.
He knows the meaning.
All right. What does it mean? I don't know. He don't know.
You dummy, it's not he don't know, I don't know.
This is worse than I suspected. Neither one of them knows, and they're both trying to teach me French.
Be quiet, Costello, and listen. The waiter knows what he's talking about.
Well, okay. I'll prove to you that he don't know what he's talking about. Waiter, what is the meaning of je ne sais pas? I don't know. I rest my case.
Dog sense. Waiter, we'll order now. We'll start with a salad.
Voila. The salad? Beauty. Well, if you don't mind, I'll make my own dressing. Now, first a pinch of salt, then a pinch of pepper, then a pinch of cheese, then a... Oh! Wrong pinch.
Mademoiselle, may I apologize to my friend? I take it that you are an entertainer here in this cafe?
Oui, oui. I am Nini. I do the can-can.
Goody, goody.
I am also the hostess. I welcome you to Paris. And you, mon petit chouchou, I'm going to take you in my arms.
Oui, oui.
And now I squeeze you.
Oui, oui.
And now I kiss you. Wow, wow! And now you, monsieur, voulez-vous danser avec moi?
Oh, I really don't know how.
Oh, il est très facile.
But I don't know how.
Oh, je suis tellement heureuse de vous voir, de rencontrer quelqu'un d'aussi charmant que vous. Will you, chérie?
I don't know how.
What's she saying, Abbott? Maybe I know how.
Oh, ce fleur est discardé.
Mademoiselle et monsieur, the Café Arc de Triomphe presents the famous French stars of Paris, Gaston and Marcel, in the original comedy Routine. Ah, Gaston,
Avez-vous un baseball team? Mais sincèrement, qui est sur la first base? Non. Quoi est sur la first base? Qui est sur la second base? Je ne sais pas! Je ne sais pas, he's on third base! How do you like that, Abbott? Those Frenchmen are hopping in our routine.
Washington is learning everything to France.
Come on, Costello. With the third one we hit tonight, we're going to find your Uncle Pierre.
Ah, my loving nephew Louis. So good of you to come. We've been having so much trouble here in France with the francs.
Oh, Uncle, your worries are over. Abbott and I will save France. We have brought you a case full of books on finance.
Books? Didn't you bring any mustard?
Mustard? What has mustard got to do with the French money?
What French money? I am having trouble with the francs, the franc Fibbers. I'm running a hot dog stand.
A hot dog stand, eh?
Am I humiliated?
Stick around. The boys aren't quite through with you yet. They'll be back after a final thought on this subject.
At the end of tonight's program, when Bud and Lou dash through the studio doors to see who will get to a radio first, why don't you just sit back and enjoy the last festival they're racing to hear? It's the Last Fest that's the laughingest quiz program on the air. The hilarious Groucho Marx Show, which follows next over many of these ABC stations. After Groucho, the great Bing Crosby Show, guest starring Fibber, Magee, and Molly, which is followed by the Star Theater featuring singers Gordon McRae and Evelyn Knight and Victor Young's orchestra. Next week, tune in early, listen late for all the outstanding programs broadcast every Wednesday night over most ABC stations. The Lone Ranger, Lionel Barrymore and Mayor of the Town, Fox Pop, Abbot and Costello, Groucho Marx, Bing Crosby, and the Star Theater. Remember, the outlook is bright for great listening tonight and every night on ABC. And now back for a final word from ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
And now here are Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Folks, the contest we are running on our Saturday morning Abbott and Costello Kids Show now has a jackpot of over $29,000.
Get in on this contest, folks. We believe it is the biggest contest ever, and for the greatest cause.
The purpose is to combat juvenile delinquency.
And by entering, you can win a $5,000 mink coat, a $5,000 airplane, a $3,000 trailer, a live baby elephant, thousands of dollars worth of diamonds, and loads of other big prizes, totaling over $29,000.
Listen Saturday morning over most of these stations. Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Listen each Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until this same time next Wednesday. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
8:30 at KECA, AM and FM, Los Angeles.
Great educators throughout the world have been forced to streamline our dictionaries and encyclopedias because of the demands of modern slang. Selected to perform this Herculean task of rewriting these ponderous volumes of knowledge is Professor Bertram Potts, who knows nothing about the subject of slang.
This is research, isn't it?
Yes.
Certainly. Who was that guy learn so much from watching an apple drop?
Isaac Newton, the law of gravity.
Yeah, that's him. And I want you to look at me as another apple, Professor Potts. Just another apple. Yeah, that's perfect.
What are you doing?
I want to show you what Yum Yum is. Here's Yum. Here's the other Yum. And here's Yum Yum.
Lipstick.
Grease for totem, me hand.
And Bing Crosby is up next.
Now, Durwood, as you go, here we go again.
Howdy, Bing.
Howdy, partner. You got a song for us?
Sure have, partner.
Let's have her.
I'm not the girl who cared about love. I'm not the girl who cared about fortunes and such. Never cared much, but look at me now. I never knew the technique of kissing. I never knew the thrill I could get from your touch. Never knew much, oh, look at me now. I'm a new girl in a world. Never knew love was like this. With a new heart, brand new start. Gonna be a Mrs., not Miss. So I'm the girl who turned out a lover. Yes, I'm the girl who laughed at those blue diamond rings. One of those things, oh, look at me now. That song till she cried. Here comes the bride. Look at me now.
Bubbly.
What are you doing, Bing?
I've been thinking about new matey and how it gets the children bubbly clean. Sounds nice, bubbly clean, doesn't it?
It doesn't just sound nice, Bing. It looks even better.
How do you mean?
Well, when the kids get out of the tub after a matey bath, bubbly clean, they really sparkle. It's a delight to a mother's eye.
The sprouts shine, huh?
Oh, Bing, matey gets kids kissing clean.
Kissing clean?
Yeah. And imagine it does all this with practically no rub or scrub. Matey actually soaks children clean while they play in a tub full of pure, mild bubbles.
Yes, sir. No more rub-a-dub in the tub when you use matey.
Matey is so very gentle it can't sting eyes. Children play with no fear of irritation from the bath water.
Mother, matey leaves no bathtub ring.
Right, Bing. And matey has been awarded the Parents Magazine's commendation seal.
If I could be with you, I'd love you strong. If I could be with you, I'd love you long. I want you to know I wouldn't go. Oh, baby, how I love you so. If I could be with you 1 hour tonight, if I was free to do the things I might, I'm telling you true, I'd be anything but blue if I could be with you, yeah. If I could be with you I'd love you strong. If I could be with you, I'd love you long. Want you to know I wouldn't go till I told you, honey, how I love you so. If I could be with you 1 hour tonight, if I was free to do the things I might, I'm telling you true, I'd be anything but blue if I could be with you permanently. If I could be with you.
One of the unwritten laws of show business is...
The show must go on.
But when you're suffering with nasty cold distress...
Obeying the law can be mighty hard unless...
You get relief from those cold's miseries fast.
Like this. Listen.
Here's Giselle McKenzie, one of America's most popular TV and movie stars.
If a nasty cold bothers you, think what it does to me. I don't feel like singing with my nose stopped up, head feeling like a balloon from sinus congestion. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine, new improved 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus passages while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
4-way's marvelous. Makes me feel fine in no time.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
Coming up now, Buddy Cole on the piano with Love Me or Leave Me, accompanied by his very fine group.
You know, Bink, I thought I might help out the mothers listening today. The ones with tiny tots around the house, you know. I thought I'd sing a little lullaby to put the kids to sleep for a little while. Induce a little nap, give the mothers a little rest.
Oh, you're very helpful, Rosie. You go right ahead.
Close your eyes, close your eyes. Go to sleep now, my darling, while the night wind through the trees sings a lullaby for you. Go to sleep, my dearest one. Sleep and dream now, my darling, for you're safe in my arms all night through. La-da-dee, la-da-dee. Go to sleep, my dearest one. Sleep and dream now, my darling, for you're safe in my arms, all night through.
I got a new Sarah Lee limerick for you, Rosie.
Shoot, Ben.
A man named John Ebenezer, who once was a nasty old geezer, is now sweet as spice. Treats everyone nice.
Thanks to Sarah Lee cakes in his freezer.
How'd you guess?
How could I miss? Friday's the day everyone makes sure they have enough Sarah Lee cakes on hand for special weekend breakfast.
Sarah Lee all butter pecan coffee cake?
Of course.
And cinnamon nut coffee cake, too?
Wouldn't be without it.
Makes breakfast worth getting up for.
Makes breakfast so easy, too, because all Sarah Lee cakes are completely baked and iced. All you do is serve them and enjoy them.
Oh, it sounds good enough to sing.
Merrily, merrily, only Sarah Lee tastes so good.
Here's a ballad of the mid-40s or late 30s, I don't know which. Very popular. Oh, how am I to know if it's really love that found its way here? Oh, how am I to know? Will it linger on and leave me then? I dare not guess at this strange happiness. For oh, how am I to know? Can it be that love has come to stay here? Oh, how am I to know if it's really love that found its way here? Oh, how am I to know? Will it linger on and leave me there? I dare not guess at this strange happiness. For oh, how am I to know? Can it be that love has come to stay here?
Say, Miss Clooney,
What's this I hear about you continuously pulling strings in our drapery hardware department?
It's those Easterner Traverse rods, sir. They work so smoothly, I just can't keep my hands off them.
Well, the department manager reports that because you're standing in front of the Eastern drapery hardware display all the time, people are, well, they're discouraged from stopping.
Yes, but they always come back. Sales aren't falling off, are they?
Oh, of course not. Because of the Easterner's smart, modern design and heavy-duty construction, because, well, it's guaranteed for 5 years. And because no other line offers such quality features at anywhere near its price, we're selling more Easterner drapery hardware than ever. But that's not the point, Miss Clooney. We must have some discipline around here, you know.
Mr. Crosby, all the people, they're listening.
If a customer wants to see how easily an Easterner rod can be installed or how smoothly it operates, it's all right to demonstrate. Or you could show them all its different types, such as window widening and one-way draw. But otherwise, oh, you should be straightening up stock, you know, or something like that.
Mr. Crosby, look at the crowd of people.
Good. Now, Miss Clooney, let's see you sell them some Easterner drapery hardware.
Oh, folks, we can't promise you'll be waited on by Rosemary Clooney, but for the store nearest you selling Easterner drapery hardware, call this station.
Rosemary, I was thinking right about here, our friends listening might just enjoy a romantic song about a very romantic place.
What romantic place, Bing?
I was thinking we might just row out to the Isle of Capri.
Good idea.
Grab the oars, Rosie.
Grab the oars?
Yes. I've got to play the mandolin.
Oh, just so you don't loaf.
Was on the Isle of Capri that I found you,
Beneath the shade of an old walnut tree.
oh, I can still see the flowers blooming round you,
Where we met on the Isle of
Capri. You were as sweet as a rosebud at dawning,
But somehow fate hadn't meant you for me.
and though we sailed with the tide in the morning,
We are still on the Isle of Capri. Summertime was nearly over, blue Italian skies above.
I said, lady, I'm a rover. Can you spare a sweet word of love?
That Capri Isle was a real ring-a-ding,
And we were both feeling romantically.
but then the boat whistle warned not to linger. 'Twas goodbye to the Isle of Capri. We hit the Isle of Capri.
We hit the Isle of Capri with the
Couldn't cut through that mob with the knife.
through that mob
It
with
seemed
the
that
knife.
all of the
It seemed
tourists
the
were
tourists were purists.
Every man hung around with his wife. We ordered pasta and all
We
kinds
ordered
of
pasta
vinos,
and all
while
kind of
seven stale
vinos,
mandolins
while
hacked
7
away.
stale mandolins.
I think the pasta is better at Dino's, which is back on the strip in L.A. Every time we think of Capri,
The mandolins that we heard then, we get quite a strong misapprehension we may hear them again. At evident sheets of memories we made there, and to that island where romance begins. I've often felt that we both might have stayed there if it weren't for those stale mandolins.
if it weren't for those stale mandolins.
See you next week, then, and friends, don't forget to attend the church or synagogue of your choice.
Completely following the laws of logic, when Carol Burnett and Richard Hayes get together each weeknight on the CBS radio network, the result is called the Carol Burnett-Richard Hayes Show. Another result is the most entertaining listening in evening radio, the Carol Burnett-Richard Hayes Show. Tonight would be a good time to hear it.
And now, Woody Allen, with a few words about his new film. What's the title of your movie, Woody?
Bananas?
Yes, Bananas.
The name of the movie is Bananas. Bananas.
What part do you play in the movie?
I play the part of Fielding Mellish, who is a tester of products at a small company in New York.
We can show you how to turn it out. We can show you how you can save money on a cost basis.
And you think we'll sell? How is it, Mellish? Can you hear the music clearly?
You should be a great seller in California. And who, through a circuitous turn of events...
So long, suckers!
...finds himself leader of a Latin American country.
I am Mr. Hernandez, the official interpreter.
Welcome to the United States.
Welcome to United States.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're here to see that your safety is ensured. We'll act as your shield in the event of trouble. We missed him.
There are a great many things we have to offer your country in return for aid. Few people realize that we lead the world in hernias.
It's the same person, all right.
This man is attempting the overthrow of the United States government from without and within.
All right. Let's pick him up.
Fielding Mellish goes on trial tomorrow for fraud, conspiracy to overthrow the government, and using the word thighs in mixed company.
Who else is in the film, Bananas?
Carlos Montalban, David Ortiz, and Miguel Suarez.
Yeah. Are there any unknowns?
Louise Lasser.
Hi.
Oh, yes, I've never heard of her.
I love you. I love you.
Oh, say it in French. Oh, please say it in French.
I don't know French.
Oh, please. Please.
What about Hebrew? Well, Howard Cosell is in the picture, who is, as you know...
Who's he?
Howard's one of the great dramatic actors who comes from the Elizabethan stage.
And I think I see the door beginning to open. El Presidente may be coming out.
What do you think of Bananas? Is it a good picture? Is it a fair picture? Is it an excellent picture? Well, where would you rate it? How many stars would you give it, for instance?
Well, there's no question. It's my bid for masterpiece. The picture's an epic. It's monumental proportions. It's moving. It's rich. It's tense. It's taut. Filigreed, gossamer. It's a cheap little exploitation film, basically.
We're going to show some pornographic movies.
You need an usher?
How do you think it's going to do at the box office?
Well, we have a very interesting plan. We're going to let people in all over the country for nothing and then charge them to get out.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show. And now, here is Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, sir. It's always a pleasure to be back in town and do a show for you folks. Hollywood audiences are so fast. No kidding. One almost caught me yesterday. You know, I do so few shows here, I had trouble getting into NBC tonight at the artist entrance. I said to the man on the door, "But don't you recognize me? Look at my nose." And he said, "If you can't fight, why do you get into arguments?" But an exciting news item right now, you can now buy almost anything with just a small down payment. It'll mean more TV sets. Of course, Hollywood already has a terrific number of television sets. In fact, we have so many antennas that the smog is coming in shredded. There's so many TV antennas in California that they're interfering with the birds. This year, the only way the swallows could get back to Capistrano was to join the Automobile Club. Television is now America's favorite indoor sport. But I think the very last word in television is in the kitchen. They have it, you know. It's a combination television set and garbage disposal. If you don't like the programs, you press a button and start grinding ham bones. My shills are back there. But you know, television programs also have an effect on the education of children. There's a whole generation of kids that'll grow up believing that Washington crossed the Delaware because he needed another box of Ajax, the foaming cleanser. Of course, when I was a kid, we didn't have television. The only wrestling we saw was when we hid behind the couch. They've already tried teaching on TV as an experiment, but it didn't work out. When one little boy came to school the next day, the teacher said, "What did you learn, Tommy?" And he bowed and kissed her hand and gave her a lit cigarette. And the latest medical sensation is surgery on television. Imagine having your appendix out, then seeing it a year later. And you know how people always say, "Let me show you my operation." Now they get a channel and bring it right into your living room. Just as the surgeon prepared to remove the liver, the patient sat up and said, "But doctor, it's my tonsils." And the doctor said, "I know, but I'm trying to get a sponsor." Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, these are busy days in Hollywood. Among other productions, a Crosby L'Amour Hope picture is in preparation. Right now, it's early morning on the lot, and Bob is in his dressing room waiting for his makeup man.
Oh, boy. Just getting up at 6 in the morning is murder. I was better off back in Cleveland. There I got to sleep until 7. Of course, I was working in a butcher shop. I had to get there before anybody else and change the lamb chops from their pajamas into their panties. Oh, well, it's a living. Come in.
Morning, Mr. Hope.
Oh, good morning, Fred.
If you'll sit in your chair, Mr. Hope, I'll start putting on your makeup.
Okay. My, you're certainly cheerful this morning.
Well, I like to work on your face.
Why?
It's such a challenge.
What do you mean?
Acres and acres of flab, and it's all mine.
You read that line so nice. All right, Fred, just do it, huh?
Well, you can't blame me for being excited. Working on you is one job where I feel like a witch doctor. Here I am with my little makeup kit struggling to undo something Mother Nature did in a nasty mood.
All right, Fred, let's not do a whole bit here. Just smear, huh?
Very well. First, let's get this cold cream on your neck. Whoops!
What's the matter?
I got my finger caught in a wrinkle. Now we'll just let that set for a minute, and while we're waiting, I'll just pluck your eyebrows.
Okay, take it easy, though.
Oh, this won't hurt a bit. Here we go. One. Here's another one. Ooh, here's a doozer. This is a stubborn little one. I got it.
Oh, swell. If I ever need an extra eye, now there's a hole for it.
Well, let's see now. I think we're ready for the makeup now.
Well, I want to talk to you about that, Fred. What was that stuff you put on my face yesterday?
Oh, that's something new. And I know it's going to be wonderful for your face.
Why?
It's the same stuff they're using to pave the Hollywood freeway.
Look, Fred, let's get this thing over with, huh?
All right. I'll just put some of this powder on you. Put this towel around your head, and we'll just put this chin strap under your face. There.
Anybody here? Oh, hello, Fred.
Oh, hello, Miss L'Amour.
Hey, Dottie, come on over here.
Who is it?
Who is it? Don't you recognize me? No, it's me, Dottie. Wait till I get this stuff off.
Oh, that's better.
You all set to go to work?
Uh-huh. Gee, Bob, it's just like old times doing a road picture with you and Bing.
Yeah, remember the first one? Boy, was I green. I kept messing up one scene, and I had to kiss you 500 times.
Yeah, then I turned green.
Go on, you loved every minute of it.
Well, I must admit that I've kissed a lot of leading men in pictures, but there's something about your lips that's different.
My tailor pads them for me. I've got the only tweed pucker in town.
You know, Bob, you've matured. You're really working hard on this picture.
Well, that's because of my new... I was working on my tweed pucker. Did you like it? I have a tweed pucker and a plaid head. Well, that's because of my new financial deal with Paramount. It's just wonderful.
Really?
Yes, rather than working on a straight salary, I'm paid on a cost-plus deferment basis, which is figured on a fiduciary arrangement over $1 million with the exhibitors cut east of the Rockies, which is included in the general corporation setup.
Oh, what does that come to?
About $25 a week.
Why don't you go to the unemployment office and cut out the middleman?
You know, Dottie, I'm glad you stopped by. There's something I want to talk to you about.
What's that?
Well, how shall I start? Well, let me put it this way. You, Bing, and I are making a picture. Now, let's evaluate the three of us.
All right.
Now, you're attractive, a good actress, and as for me, my looks and my acting ability, well, gee, I hate to say it.
But you will.
Well, I like to be honest.
Bob, what are you driving at?
Well, it's about Bing.
Well, what about him?
Well, Dottie, you know how it is in Hollywood. Some actors fade away, some disappear, some aren't as strong as they used to be. With Bing, it's different.
Different?
Yes, with him, rigor mortis is set in.
Oh, stop exaggerating.
Who's exaggerating? After we finish the scene, they put him back in the icebox so he won't fall apart.
Don't be silly. Bing's still wonderful.
Of course he is, but when you stack him up against us, I mean, why should he injure our brilliant careers?
I don't understand.
Well, after our last road picture, Paramount got a letter that said, Hope and Lamour were fine, but why did they need their grandmother in the picture?
Bob, are you sure that's what the letter said?
Well, I ought to be able to read my own writing. Now, here's what I had in mind. We got to protect this picture.
Oh, Bob.
Really, whenever we're shooting a scene, we got to hide Bing from the camera.
How can we do that?
Well, you could stand in front of him.
I will not.
All right, then I'll stand in front of him.
That'll hide everybody. Bob, I'm really surprised at you. After all, you and Bing have been friends for a long time.
Oh, please.
And he's done a lot for you.
Old hydromatic hips? What did he ever do for me?
Lots of things. Why, when you first came to Hollywood, you didn't know anybody. You couldn't get work. You were sick.
That's true. I almost froze to death posing for a calendar.
You were alone, friendless. You were like a little bird. And Crosby took you under his wing.
Well, that was nice, but he tried to sit on me and hatch me.
Bob, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, dreaming up a little plot like this.
Well, maybe you're right. It wasn't fair of me to think only of us. I take it all back. I wouldn't really do anything to hurt Bing anyway.
Well, that's better.
Hello? Yeah, this is Bob Hope. It's the production department, Dottie.
Oh?
What? He did? Why, he can't do that. Oh, he did, huh? Well, he hasn't heard the last of this.
Bob, what's the matter?
Crosby called to say he won't be in today. There'll be no shooting.
Why?
He's going to play golf instead. Why, the nerve of that monster. Did you ever see him play golf? It takes him all day just to play 9 holes. Every time he takes a step, he trips over his hearing aids.
Gee, he might have given us a little notice.
Well, that's the way he does things. He doesn't tell anybody. That's the way he foreclosed the mortgage on my house. Ooh, I'll fix him for this. I'll get somebody to replace him and have Paramount throw him out of the picture.
Who are you going to get to replace him?
Well, I'll get somebody. When I get through, he'd be sorry he did this. He'll be right back where he started from, on a milk truck.
You mean Bing drove a milk truck?
No, he pulled it. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet a gal we've had the pleasure of working with several times this season. And here she is with Be Anything, Miss Peggy Lee.
Be a beggar, be a thief, be my sunshine or my grief, be anything, but be tender or be cruel, be anything but darling, be mine. Climb to the top of the ladder, be master of all you survey. Fail, and it still doesn't matter. If you love me, everything is okay. Be the angel of my prayers. Be the devil who cares. Be anything but darling, be mine. Be mine. Be
Wonderful, Peggy.
And thank you, Bob, for that lovely introduction.
Yeah? Well, there's something I'd like to add.
What's that?
Les, may we have a big fanfare, please? Les, that was a fanfare? It was more like my paycheck after they take out the withholding tax. We were just going to do a few scenes from our earlier shows this year. For instance, down in Corpus Christi, Texas, we did a show for the boys at the Naval Air Station, and I played the part of a cruel, vicious sea captain.
Steady as she goes, helmsman, and look sharp. Captain Bligh is headed toward the bridge.
Mr. Christian?
Aye, aye, sir.
Mr. Christian, heave-ho your topside, mizzen up your spinnaker, jib your boom, and lay your forecastle.
What does that mean, sir?
I don't know. I'm mad with power.
Are you taking over, Captain?
Indeed, Mr. Christian. Bring me up to date. What progress have we made since this good ship left home?
Well, I have the log right here, sir. The first day we traveled 6 inches. The second day, 1.5 feet. The third day, 2 feet.
Not very good, is it?
No, sir.
Well, we'll go a lot faster once we get to the water. Mr. Christian, I run me ship as I please.
Sir, I'm duty-bound to tell you that I consider you the cruelest, most vicious, black-hearted, sadistic monster on the 7 seas.
Thank you. Mr. Christian, what's this? The men are approaching the bridge. They have weapons.
It's mutiny, sir. I warned you. Now your time has come.
No, no.
You may have your choice, Captain Bligh. Hang by a rope from a yard arm or be cast adrift in a dinghy.
No, no, not that. I don't know a thingy about a dinghy.
Very well, then. It's the rope, and here it is.
Just a moment. I'm not afraid to die, but grant me one request so that I may die as an Englishman and a gentleman.
What is your request?
When you put that rope around my neck...
Yes?
Please tie a Windsor knot. And some months ago, we were at Camp Pendleton for the Men of the Marines. We did a cute little sketch with a Scottish background.
Oh, Hector.
Aye.
Isn't it wonderful out here?
Oh, aye, 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 aye. Tis a brabrich moonlich nicht to nicht. It's fun to say, and the dew is good for the heather, you know. Look, dearie, I got a surprise for you. I brought you some candy.
Oh, Hector, you're too good to me.
Here it is.
Thank you. I've never seen candy exactly like this before.
I couldn't stop it.
You're winding it up.
What kind is it?
Oh, that are called lifesavers. I'll bring you another one from the package tomorrow night. It's nice to be with you. Someday, when I'm a famous musician, we'll get married.
Daughter, where are you?
Oh, his father. He'd better not find me here with you.
Where are you, daughter?
I'm over here in the rye field, Father, trying to track down one of our lost sheep.
Well, he shouldn't be hard to find. I see some footprints here. It's the only sheep in the field wearing army shoes. I thought so. Who is this bum?
No, Father.
I'm not a boom. I'm a boom. I'm a very accomplished musician, and someday I'll be very rich. Bah. I will. I just finished writing a wonderful song, and your daughter was the inspiration for it. I'll sing it to you. Listen. If a body meet a body coming through the rye, if a body miss a body, need a body.
Didn't miss that body, did I?
Say, I can remember another show we did. It was the Los Alamitas. And we did our version of the great motion picture, Death of a Salesman. My name is Willie Loman. I'm a salesman. Been a salesman for almost 40 years. I've sold everything in my time, but right now I'm selling garbage disposal units. And I'm good at it. The president of the company said I had the best head for garbage disposal he ever saw. But don't get the wrong idea. It ain't no fun being a salesman. All day long you stick your foot in the door and people slam it on you. Happened to me so many times I don't wear shoes, I wear door stops. Yeah, selling's my life, but I got a funny feeling something's going to happen. The boss of the company has called me into his office.
Sit down, Willie.
Yes, sir.
Willie, you've been with this company for 40 years.
That's right, sir.
Willie, it's a feeling up in the front office that you're slipping.
I'm not.
How about your last trip? You were in Wyoming, supposed to be selling swivel chairs.
Well, it's hard to sell swivel chairs out in the cow country. I got a cow to sit down on one, but her aim was bad and she missed the bucket. Are you trying to tell me I'm through?
Afraid so, Willie. I'm going to have to give you your notice.
Oh, but you can't do this to me. I got a wife and family. I need the money. I'll do anything. I don't have to be a salesman. I'll be your office boy. I'll scrub the floors.
We have an old woman for that.
Let me scrub the old woman.
I'm sorry, Willie. We can't carry you. You're fired.
That's gratitude. 40 years with the company. 40 years of being a traveling salesman. I should have got that other job when I had the chance.
What other job?
Being a farmer's daughter.
Well, how could you be a farmer's daughter? You're not a girl.
What do them farmers know? They only feed the whole world and elect presidents. A number called Wing Ding, and I've asked Miss Peggy Lee to join me here tonight. Do it, go.
Howdy, stranger. Anything I can do for you?
Yeah. Scratch my back.
Is that all?
No, one other little thing. Let's get a little life in this joint.
Okay, stranger. If that's the way you want it. Hold it, Jeff. Sam, bring out the dancing girl. I'm shouting, I'm singing. Tonight I'll do some flinging. Time to start the show.
I'm laughing, I'm humming, because I know what's coming. Things have been too slow, and now we'll make them go.
What a night for a wing ding. My baby's more than willing to make the evening thrilling.
Things are right for a wing ding, and I can
tell you you can count on me. I got the maid I'm dating, waiting patiently.
I figure I'll be on the spree.
I'm for her.
I figure he's for me.
Tonight'll be a beauty.
Hip-to-hooty, what a time to be tingling. I'll soon be flying higher than a kite. Because tonight's my night to have a wing. There'll be real fine doings tonight.
I got the maid I'm dating, waiting patiently.
I'm suiting up to loosen up and have a spree. I'm for him.
I figure she's for me.
Tonight'll be a beauty. Hip-to-hooty, what a time to be tingling. I'll soon be flying higher than a kite. Because tonight's my night to have a wing. There'll be real fine doings. We'll leave the town in ruins. You and I do it tonight. Show's over, stranger. How'd you like it?
Oh, fine. Now, is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah. Scratch my back.
The Bob Hope Show is brought to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Tell me who you really are.
Never mind what my name was. You talk about freedom. You think I've got freedom? I got a past I'd like to forget. But I can't get away from it. Any more than you can get away from what you are. Got it!
Let's move in on a close shot here.
Oh, Roll, could you hold it a few minutes? I see we have some visitors.
Yeah, go ahead, talk.
You are with us on stage 22 at Warner Brothers Studio in Burbank, California. Miss Yvonne DiCarlo and I have just played a scene from Band of Angels. Robert Penn Warren's bestseller. A story of colorful old New Orleans in the Deep South. Band of Angels is daringly unusual, boldly presented. Its emotions are violent, its passions primitive, its conflicts vigorous, fiery, explosive.
I'm getting out of here come hell and brimstone, and you'll never see hide nor hair of me again.
Pick it up. You can cock it while I count to 3.
You're a fool. I could outshoot you on any terms.
1, 2.
No, Hamish, no. Why did you have to tell me this?
Because you wondered why I wouldn't marry you. I would, Manny, if you could have taken the truth about me. You'd always hate me. There's no place for you here. Or anywhere with me.
So you joined that band of angels?
Excuse me, Raru, if I don't shy too easily.
White soldiers are on their way here to get you right now, but I wanted the satisfaction of taking you in. Put those on.
You've just seen a few of the many exciting moments from Band of Angels. You'll meet a lot of interesting characters in it. People as completely unusual as the story they live in. Band of Angels. I think you'll like it.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield. Low in nicotine, highest in quality, best for you. Chesterfield brings you Dragnet. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the burglary detail. In the past 5 weeks, 17 homes in your city have been stripped of all valuables. There's no lead to the thief. No description. Your job, get him. Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, June 3rd. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Wisdom. My name's Friday. We'd just been relieved from stakeout, and we were on our way to get something to eat. It was 12:27 a.m. when we got to the corner of Fedora and Ardmore Street. The cakes and griddle cafe.
Here's a couple back here, Joe.
Yeah, that's fine.
What'll it be, fellas? You got a menu?
Up there on the board.
Huh? Oh, yeah. How's the hash?
Doing pretty good. We're out of it.
I didn't think a restaurant was ever out of hash.
We are.
You want to give me a stack of wheat cakes, some bacon, and a cup of coffee, please?
Hey, that sounds good. I'll have the same. But make mine plain hot cakes and sausage on the side, will you?
Yeah. Oh, you want the coffee now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Come on.
Say, put an egg on my hot cakes, huh?
Yeah.
Over light?
Over light.
Yeah. Well, I'm hungry, Joe.
Well, I figured that.
That the morning paper you got there?
Yes, this? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Hand it over, will you?
Here you are.
Thanks.
What's on the front page?
I'm looking at the sports, Joe.
A lot of news there. You want to know what's going on in the world?
Joe, I like the sports. I get the news all the time. Well, my boys, the Hollywood Stars, won again. Puts them 9 up. Looks like they might win the pennant.
Yes.
Dale Long sure knocking them in.
Who?
Dale Long.
Oh.
Joe, you're not much of a baseball fan, are you?
Yeah, I like to watch the series on TV.
It's going to be pretty good. Looks like the Yanks and the Dodgers.
Here's your coffee.
Oh, thank you.
Rick will be right here.
Good.
You fellas new in the neighborhood, aren't you?
What's that?
You're new around here, aren't you?
Yeah.
Stevens got 3 hits.
Most of our traders, neighborhood people, come in for coffee and cakes on the way home from the show. I could tell you fellas are new here. Haven't seen you before.
Yeah.
I'll get the rest of the order.
Fine.
We got 1 RBI.
What?
Stevens got 1 RBI.
You got a what?
RBI, Joe. Run, batted.
Oh, yeah.
RBI.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I didn't understand what you said.
You got to know all that stuff to really watch a game.
Yeah, I know that.
Here you go, fellas. Wheat cakes and bacon, hot cakes and sausage.
Wait a minute. Where's the egg?
Inside.
Where?
Inside.
Oh, look, Joe, underneath there, see?
Yeah.
Egg underneath.
Here's the syrup.
Thank you.
Sure had some excitement around here.
All right.
Yeah. Don't you guys read the papers?
He does.
Yeah.
Sports page.
No, I mean the front page.
What's been going on? He won't tell me.
All the burglaries. Been 17 of them in the last 5 weeks. It's running the cops silly.
Is that so?
Sure. They don't know where they're going. Running them silly. Say, you like a little more coffee?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, please. Very good coffee, too. You make it yourself here?
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Put a head on this, too, will you?
Fine. There have been at least 5 detectives in here in the last couple of weeks asking questions. Trying to come up with a lead.
Mm-hmm.
Sure running them ragged. You guys haven't read about it, huh?
Yeah, I think I've seen something about it somewhere.
It's pretty funny. Just get this picture. Now get it. A guy. They figure it's one fella. He walks up to the back of a house. First off, he's sure there's nobody home. Then he walks up to one of the windows and punches a hole in the screen. Jimmies the window, walks right in and lifts the jewelry in the house and takes off. Just as cool as can be.
They figure he's hitting the places between 6 and 9. You get that? Between 6 and 9 p.m. They must have half the cops in the force looking for the guy. They're running rings around him. How's the cake?
Fine.
Good. We got kind of secret recipe here. Wife made it up. Anyway, I was talking to one of the people who had it. You know, one of the victims, guy over on Hobart. He said the cops came in and went all over his house, took fingerprints, pictures, all that. Worked on his house for about 5 hours. Went all over the backyard looking for footprints. And you know what they came up with?
No.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. All that time, all those men, and they didn't come up with nothing. He sure got the cops running in circles.
You got a check?
Check. Oh, yeah, here you go. Stack of wheat, bacon, hot sausage and egg, 2 coffees. I won't charge you for the refills.
That's very nice of you, thank you.
Oh, that's all right. Let's see, comes to $1.25. Taxes $1.29.
Okay. You got any pennies, Frank?
Yeah, I got 2.
Here, take a nickel, break it apart.
I'll get my wallet,
Maybe I've got a couple in there.
Hey. Hey, how come you guys are carrying guns? You ain't going to hold up the place, are you? There isn't any money here.
We're police officers.
Detectives?
Yeah.
Oh. Say, I hope you guys ain't sore about what I said. About you running in circles.
No, forget it. That's all right.
Oh, no, come on. Let this one be on the house. Take your money back. Sort of a way to say I'm sorry.
No, forget it.
I'd like to pop for the cake.
No, thanks. Thanks just the same.
Well, hope you come back again.
Sure.
Say, just a minute.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
About this fellow who's been pulling the jobs.
Yeah.
When do you figure you're going to get him?
When he runs out of circles. The papers had carried the story since the 5th burglary. As the thefts continued, the stories grew in importance. The thief had been operating in the same general area. On each report, the crime lab had been sent out, pictures were taken, fingerprints were lifted. When the sum total of evidence was weighed and sifted, we were able to establish the fact that we were looking for the same man or men. He was in possession of a 1/4-inch punch, which he used on the screens, and a 1/2-inch jimmy, which he used to pry open the windows. From traces of fabric that he left on the 4th job, we knew that he wore cotton gloves. We had no physical description of him to work with, nothing but the M.O. that he used. The stats office had made run after run looking for a lead. The possibles that they'd turned up were checked out, but they netted us nothing. Communications had been gotten off to the rest of the nation asking for information on known criminals who used the same M.O., but the replies were of no help. All recently released convicts from the state penitentiaries and work farms were checked. We found nothing. The pawn shops in the Southland were alerted to be on the lookout for the stolen goods. Again, nothing. Informants and other sources of information were questioned and re-questioned. And at the end of 5 weeks, we were right back where we started. The newspapers took up the stories in full force. They ran cartoons of the thief, picturing him as an invisible phantom who could almost announce the time of the next housebreaking to the police and then proceed according to plan without interference. Every known method of apprehending the burglar was tried. None of them worked. Captain Wisdom assigned 4 other teams of men to the case. Metro Division sent out another 2 cars to aid in the rolling stakeout. Apparently, we were stopped cold. 2 more days passed, and on Friday, June 5th, we got a report of another burglary. 9:36 a.m. Frank and I left the office to check it out.
Yes, something you want?
We'd like to see Miss Santos if we could.
Who are you?
Police officers, ma'am. Is Miss Santos in?
Oh, I'm her. Come on in.
Thank you.
Come on, hurry up. I don't want flies into the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Phew, never saw so many flies around as this summer. Sit down.
Thank you.
Can I get you anything? Cup of coffee?
No, thank you.
You don't mind if I have some?
No, you go right ahead.
Just having another cup before I get started on the house, sort of a lull before the storm.
Ma'am?
The kids are downstairs playing. They'll be up in a minute. They get to running around. It's impossible to get anything done.
Yes, ma'am.
All I can do is get a second cup of coffee in the morning. Excuse me, Linda. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Just make yourself comfortable.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Now then, this is about the burglary last night, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. We'd like to go over the list of stolen articles with you.
Uh-huh, that's it. Everything they took.
I'd like to check it if we can.
Wasn't anything else in the house for them to take?
Oh, let's see here. According to what we have on the report, you listed $47 in cash.
Yeah, that's from the jar.
Ma'am.
We got a little candy jar upstairs. Keep loose change in it. Whenever I have anything left over from my household money, I put in there. Anthony, he's my husband.
Yes, sir.
Well, whenever Anthony's got any loose change in his pocket, he drops it in there. Adds up in time. $47.
Yes, ma'am. You're pretty sure about the amount now?
Yeah, you see, we keep a little piece of paper in the jar. Got the amount written on it so as we can tell how much we've added to it.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever stole the money didn't take the paper, just the money. Had exactly $47.
Yes, ma'am. Now, you list a ruby and diamond woman's wristwatch, is that right?
Gonna use it for a trip to Las Vegas.
Big fine.
We were gonna use the money in the jar for a trip to Las Vegas. Only needed $150 more. Now we gotta start all over again.
Yes, ma'am. Now, about the watch?
Oh, yeah, well, they stole that, too. Had 2 rubies on one side, 3 diamonds on the other, little gold band. Took that, too. Anniversary present from Anthony. He's my husband.
Uh-huh.
Gave it to me on our 5th anniversary, February 2nd.
Now, you list a diamond ring. Wonder if you can give us a little better description of the ring.
My engagement ring. Solitaire, not very big. Had it on my dressing table on one of those little ring gadgets. You know, the little block of wood on the little stick?
Yes, ma'am.
You put your rings on it when you're doing the dishes? Not very big.
Yes, ma'am. Now, was there anything else of value taken?
No. A couple of cheap little costume pieces, bracelet, couple of pins, nothing really worth anything.
Like to have descriptions of the pieces, if we could.
I can give them to you.
Oh, that's fine.
You really think you're going to be able to catch the fellow that took the thing?
Well, we don't know. We're sure going to try. Have there been any strangers that you've noticed in the neighborhood lately?
No, none that I can think of right off.
Any strange cars, ma'am?
You married, officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Got any kids?
Yes, ma'am, too.
Mm-hmm. Will you just ask your wife how much time she's got to take notice of cars driving up and down the street? Noticing whether people are loitering in front of the house or not. You just ask her. She'll tell you. You men all the time talking about the modern conveniences. Help out the housework. Just zip and the house is clean with the vacuum. Swish the dishes around. They're all clean with the new soap.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, maybe it's better than our mothers had it, but they still haven't come up with nothing short of a straitjacket that'll keep you from having to run after the kids all day.
Yes,
you ask your wife. She'll tell you.
Yes, ma'am.
You ask yours, too. You'll see.
I'm not married, Miss Sanders.
Well, then you wouldn't know. Well, you can talk to his wife. Those fellas last night, they get any clues?
We haven't checked on them yet, ma'am.
Seems like they should be able to tell something about who did it. All that powder they was putting around, the pictures they was taking, all the excitement. Took me 2 hours after they left before I could get the kids to sleep. All that trouble, they should have something that's going to get the things back. Should know one thing.
What's that, ma'am?
Man that stole the watch. Wish they'd taken the book.
Beg pardon?
The record book. It was right in the drawer of the dressing table. Where those people at the store are. If you don't find them, they will.
I don't believe I understand, Miss Sanders.
The people where we bought the wristwatch. They'll find him, sure. They won't let him get away with it.
Ma'am?
The watch. It isn't paid for.
10:42 a.m. We started to canvass the neighborhood. For the next hour, we talked to the people in the houses on both sides of the street. None of them could add anything to the story given us by the latest victim. 12 noon, Frank and I called the office and told them we'd be out for 7. As we were leaving our car, a tall, elderly man approached us. He identified himself as Ross Dunham. He explained that he lived in the corner house on the same street as Mrs. Santos.
Yeah, my wife told me you were by the house this morning.
Yes, sir, we were.
Got something that maybe you can use.
What's that, Mr. Dunham?
Well, I noticed it right off. Didn't want to say anything about it to the missus. You know, women get upset. Thought it'd be better not to mention it.
Yes, sir, what is it?
Night before last, Thursday, I saw the car.
What car was that, sir?
The one I want to tell you about. I was going downtown to tell you officers about it. Felt kind of like it was my duty. You know, public spirit.
Yes, sir. How about the car?
Well, it was kind of warm night. The missus and I were sitting out on the porch in the glider, just taking the night air. Then I saw the car go by. Didn't think much about it at first.
I see.
Must have been about 6:30, right after supper. We just sitting there taking the air, having a glass of iced tea. Then I saw the car go by again, slow like he was looking the houses over.
Could you describe the car for us, sir?
Yeah, got written right down here someplace. Car went by the house 2 more times that night. 4 times all told. 4.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think I got it in my wallet. Might have left it in my other pants. I thought... Oh, no, here it is. There it is. Even got the license number.
Yes, sir.
It going to help?
Well, we don't know, sir. We'll check it out.
Can I have that paper, please? I'll call it in. Joe hadn't checked the DMV.
Right.
Sure hope it gives you guys some help. The way the burglars been running around here is terrible. The man isn't safe to leave his house. I've been thinking about having those little bell alarms put on the windows.
Did the officers talk to you last night, sir?
You mean when they came out to see Mrs. Santos?
Yes, sir.
No, they didn't. I saw the police car. I thought about going down to talk to them. But the missus would have wanted to know what was going on. Told her about the car, and it had upset her. She's kind of nervous. Breaks out in a rash whenever anything happens like this.
I see.
Got just about every kind of ointment in the world. Doctor says it's in her mind. Says it's all in her imagination. You believe that?
Well, I wouldn't know, sir.
I don't put much stock in it. I used to get rashes when I'd eat fresh peaches. Don't anymore, though.
See you a minute, Joe.
Yeah, would you excuse me, Mr. Dunham?
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. Did you get anything?
Yeah. Didn't have any trouble making the car. Had a good suspect.
Yeah, who?
A guy named Oakes.
Oakes?
Yeah. What kind of burglary? The police car.
We thank Mr. Dunham for his cooperation in the attempt to help us. As a public-minded citizen, he'd done what he thought was right. During the time we'd been working on the case, we'd turned up dozens of well-meaning citizens who wanted to cooperate. Each of the tips, no matter how remote, we checked out. This meant using additional man-hours and pulling officers off other assignments to investigate the possible leads. But in every event, we appreciated the tips. 3 more days passed. The thief hit once more. In spite of the close surveillance we were keeping on the area, he somehow managed to get into the vicinity, commit the crime, and leave without being observed. The pressure from local citizens' clubs and insurance companies got a little heavier. On Tuesday morning, June 10th, a meeting was held in Chief of Detective Thad Brown's office. The detail and results of our investigation were gone over again. Additional bulletins were gotten out requesting information on the M.O. The area of the rolling stakeout was increased to 96 square blocks. That's 2 square miles. A new plan for surveillance was worked out. Under the new conditions, we were able to keep the entire neighborhood under almost constant watch. Additional teams of men were assigned from Metro Division. To date, the thief had stolen jewelry, money, and other personal property amounting to a little over $8,000. The check on the pawn shops was tightened, but none of the merchandise turned up in the normal outlet. Every night between the hours of 5:30 and midnight, the dragnet of the area was put into effect. During the next week, the theft stopped completely. Apparently, we'd stopped the burglar, but we still hadn't caught him. Wednesday, June 17th, I checked in for work.
Joe?
Yeah?
I think we got something.
What's that?
I was just down the hall with Bates.
Yeah.
I checked out the FI cars that have been filed in the area we're working. Came up with one possible.
Yeah, what do you got on it?
A guy named Boyd Hall. He was stopped 4 times in the last week in different locations in the same general area. Told the officers he was on his way home.
How do you spell it?
B-O-Y-D, Boyd Hall.
You got his address?
Yeah? Better check it out. I ran the name through R&I and came up with 8. 3 of them back in the joint, 1 dead, other 4 have to be checked out. Descriptions don't fit too well. Now, here you are.
You better get right out there.
Yeah, let's go. Might be something, huh?
I don't know. We're due for a break. 15 minutes later, we turned off Vermont Avenue onto Venice Boulevard. 4 blocks to the left, and we turned onto Dewey Street. Another block and a half, and we pulled up in front of the address.
Well, this is 1800. Ought to be right. Here. Well, we're still batting 1,000.
1804 Dewey,
yeah. Vacant lot.
Be June 17th, 8:48 a.m. We canvassed the neighborhood around the vacant lot. None of the people had ever heard of Boyd Hall. We asked about anyone answering the description listed on the FI card. The neighbors couldn't help us there either. 11:17 a.m. We returned to the office and we started to check out the remaining 4 possibles. All of them were able to establish alibis for the time of the burglaries, and they were eliminated as suspects. We got in touch with the officers who'd filed the FI card. They remembered the man. Each of the teams of men who'd stopped him had asked for identification. He produced a driver's license, personal cards, and several letters to himself bearing the Dewey Street address. He told the officers that he'd lived in the neighborhood and that he was returning to his home from a grocery store. The officers had checked the bag of groceries he was carrying and found nothing suspicious and let him proceed on his way. We got in touch with Sergeant Zook at the warrant office and asked him to check and see if there were any outstanding traffic warrants on Boyd Hall. He called back to tell us there were none. APBs and local broadcasts were sent out asking for information on anyone answering the description using the name Boyd Hall. We got in touch with the Department of Motor Vehicles and asked them to give us all the information they could on the suspect carrying California operator's license number Z941511, issued 12/5/52. They checked their files and told us there was no record of a Boyd Hall being issued that particular license number. They also stated that no number had been given out on the Z series. This left little doubt that the license was a forgery and the name was an alias. In the meantime, the rolling stakeout continued. 2 days passed while we followed down leads. Saturday, June 20th, Frank and I were in position for the night surveillance. 8:30 p.m.
Joe, up at the corner getting off the streetcar?
Yeah, maybe.
Description fit.
Carrying a shopping bag. Now, let's take a look.
Right.
Pull up here, Sid.
Right.
Excuse me, fella.
We're going to have to go through this again.
Beg your pardon?
You're police officers, aren't you?
Yes, sir, we are.
And you want to see my identification?
Yes, sir, that's right.
All right. Be glad when you fellas find whatever it is you're looking for. You know, this is the 5th time I've been stopped.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Here, will you hold this shopping bag for me? Sure. Hey, what you got in here? Loaf of bread, groceries. I got my driver's license in my wallet. Here. Could you take it out of your wallet, please? Sure. There. See? Mm-hmm. Boyd Hall. That's your true name? That's what it says. 1804 Dewey Street, and that's where you live? Yeah. Just came back from the store. Mm-hmm. Well, we're sorry we bothered you, Mr. Hall. Perfectly all right. I know you're only doing what we pay you for. I'll tell you what, to make up for causing any inconvenience, let us drive you home, could we? Oh, that's not necessary. It's just a couple of blocks. I don't mind the walk. Don't like to put you fellows out. No, don't worry about it. Get in the back seat, huh? Really, I appreciate the thought, but it's not necessary. Want to get in the back there? All right. Want to take the shopping bag in front, Frank? Yeah. Go ahead, Hall. The way you guys acted, you think there was something wrong. Nothing is it? No, I was just saying the way you guys... Never mind. How long you lived in this neighborhood, Hall? A little while. We just bought the house. About how long would you say? Not long. How long? A couple of months. I think it's right at the next block, Frank. Yeah. Say, I sure appreciate this, but you guys don't have to go out of your way. Just drop me off the corner. I can walk. It's just a little ways down. No, it's no trouble at all. Here we are. Well, I sure want to thank you, officers. It's a real pleasure to know that our taxes are paying for the kind of service you've just given me. Well, it's going to get a little better. Mm-hmm. Never mind. You want to get out of the car, we'll walk up with you. Yeah. That's okay. I'll carry the bags for you. Well, it might be better if I took it. No trouble. Now, which is your house, Hall? This one right here. Mm-hmm. That's 1802. Then that one's 1806. Let's walk down a little further, shall we? Mm-hmm. Just fine. Now, if we figure correctly, 1804 would be right here, wouldn't it? Don't suppose it'd do any good to say somebody stole the house. No, I don't suppose it would. You want to tell us about it? Yeah, I might as well. Now, let's get back in the car. All right. Well, what do you got in this shopping bag? Sure is heavy. Let's see. A box of breakfast cereal. And a loaf of French bread. You ought to take this bread back, Hall. Look here, somebody cut it right in half. See here, Joe? Yeah. All hollowed out. Punching a jimmy inside. Burglary tools. You want to tell us where you got them? How about it, Hall? All right, let's go, Frank. Yes. Suppose you guys think you're pretty smart, don't you? No, not particularly. It took us 8 weeks to catch you. I should have let it go. Should have gotten out while the getting was good. Yeah, should have. How are you going to know? I figured 10 weeks and then quit. Another 2 weeks. That's all I needed. Where's the stuff you took? Hotel room. You shoved any of it yet? No, that's all there. Every bit of it but the money. I lived on that. Figured when I got enough, I'd hit for the border, sell it in Mexico. Let's stop on the way and pick it up, huh? All right. Place over on 6th. I'll show you. This isn't another vacant lot, is it? No. This is in McCoy. You know, I had it all figured, all the way down the line, every angle. Hey, how about it? Answer a question for me? All right. Is there any way to beat it, any way to come out on top? Well, you know the answer to that one better than we do. You tried. What do you think?
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent. On October 15th, trial was held in Department 96, Superior Court of the State of California. In Department 96, Superior Court of the State of California. In Department 96, Superior Court of the State of California. In Department 96.
You've never seen these two great stars together before. Teaming with tempestuous Raquel Welch. It will be years before you see anything so exciting again. Bandolero means action. Bandolero means big star adventure exploding across the big screen.
How does a man become an animal like you?
Just has to put in a lot of hard work, that's all. I can't decide which one of us they hate the most.
Oh, I think it's you.
I think you're right.
I don't care if he is your brother, the son of a...
James Stewart and Dean Martin, brothers, riding into the dead center of hell. Their choices are death on the law's gallows. Death by thirst, or at the torturous hands of the bandoleros.
All right, brothers, where's the bank money?
What bank money?
One move that doesn't set right with me and I'll kill you.
Raquel Welch as Maria. Many men knew her, but only one saw her smile.
Mr. Carter, I was a whore at 13, and my family of 12 never went hungry.
We'd make a perfect pair, you and me. I'm broke without a woman, and you're rich without a man.
George Kennedy as July, the sheriff, who wanted her any way he could get her.
How far are we going, July? I mean, are we gonna just keep following them no matter how far they go?
Find them. Find their bones. But I won't lose them.
From here to south is the territorio bandolero, bandit country. They kill every gringo they can find.
Bandolero country, where the rifle, the machete, and the silent dead rule. Where it is better for a beautiful woman to be dead than desirable.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where do you eat meat to eat? Archie, the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Sidney Greenstreet. Yeah, from them spy pictures. Yeah, that's right. Sort of like a Matter Harry. Only this is a much fatter matter. Yeah, you've seen the guy, Duffy. You know, sort of a Herbert Marshall accent, a Peter Lorre personality, and a Turin Bay window. Huh? How's business here tonight? Well, it's a very small crowd. You know, the stores are open till 9 o'clock this week, so the shoplifting crowd ain't arrived yet. Well, I'll call you back later, Duffy. So long. Do you think if I asked Mr. Duffy, he would lend me some money?
Duffy, Eddie, why not be more practical? Ask Santa Claus. Duffy, asking Duffy for money. Have you blew your premium?
Yeah, I guess it is kind of crazy. Yeah, it must be these strange cigarettes. You never know what they sell you these days.
Yeah, you don't realize how cheap that Duffy is, you know. With him, it's a sickness.
Yeah, Duffy's disease.
Poor circulation of the bankroll. I can't understand it. What good does his money do him?
Huh?
Well, you know, Eddie, money can't buy happiness. So he's got the dough and we ain't. But, Eddie, we're happy.
Yeah, we're happy.
Sure, we're happy.
Sure.
Sure.
You start laughing, Mr. Archie. I'll be right behind you.
Eddie, I guess you just ain't a philosopher.
Well, I hope that Sonia Jones ain't a philosopher.
Huh?
My girlfriend, you know.
So you'll break the promise.
Mr. Archie, that's a promise that would kill me to break. And so would she.
Eddie, you mean she would inflict you physical injury? I thought she was in love with you.
You'd be surprised how fast Sonia's tender embrace can turn into a half Nelson.
Yeah, huh? Well, why do you take it? Why don't you leave her?
I guess it's love. She beats me and wipes up the floor with me, kicks me down the stairs. But then when she takes me in her arms and says, I love you, you brute, I'm a goner.
Well, Eddie, I guess we're all immune to flattery at times.
What?
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
What's going on?
Well, Eddie here wants to buy a mink coat. I'm trying to talk him out of it.
Archie's right, Eddie. Don't get one. A mink coat looks too flashy on a man.
Oh, Finnegan, you see, Eddie is, like the French say, in amour.
Where?
He's in love.
Oh.
This dame.
Oh, I get it. And she's a gold digger.
Well, this one's more of a fur trapper. You see, I promised her a mink coat.
Oh, you did? Well, you don't catch me buying presents. Believe me, when a guy spends a lot of dough on dames, they think he's a judge.
Well, what do they think you are?
But it don't cost me no dough.
Finnegan, where did you get this skeptical attitude toward dames?
Oh, from me father. He tipped me off about dames. You know, he married one. He always says to me, he's got a funny way of talking.
Yeah. He probably inherited it.
Clifton, he says all women is gold diggers.
All women? That's rather a generalization on your father's part, ain't it?
Oh, yeah? Look what happened with him with me mother. He thought me mother was marrying him for love, and what happens? The first thing after the wedding, bing, she quits her job. Boy, you're not going to catch me getting married.
Well, don't worry, Finnegan. The dame that marries you will still be single anyway.
Oh, is that so?
Say, Archie.
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
What size neck does a man have?
Well, that varies as the man varies.
Well, what size is your neck?
You mean normal or expanded?
I mean skinny, like it is now.
Miss Duffy, it happens me neck looks a little skinny now because this collar is the wrong size for me. It's too large.
What's your regular size?
12 and a half. Look, why are you so anxious to know about guys' neck sizes?
I'm buying a fella a tie.
Oh. Well, why don't you buy him a rubber one, then he can stretch it to suit himself? Who is the fella?
My old boyfriend, Breckenridge Hartenfelder, the battleship painter.
Oh, that Gangplank Gauguin. Is he in again? He's certainly been avoiding you for a long time, ain't he?
That's not true, Archie. I thought he'd been avoiding me, too. But I forgave him when I found out that he had a perfectly legitimate reason for keeping away.
What was the reason?
He was engaged to a girl in Brooklyn.
Well, that's very legitimate. Then you are taking him back?
Yes.
Jiminy Christmas.
That had nothing to do with it.
Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, me.
Eddie, why don't you grab the horn by the dilemmas? Call up Sonia and tell her you can't buy her the coat.
Not me.
Eddie, where is your spirit?
If I tell her I ain't gonna buy the coat, my spirit will be asking where's my body. I've got to raise that money. The high luck, Arch. Why do minks cost so much?
Well, mainly because they're so scarce.
Well, why are they so scarce?
Because of their rarity.
Oh, I see.
And another thing, it costs quite a bit to convoy them from Russia. They come from merminks.
Yes. Are you sure they all come from Russia?
Oh, certainly. They were originally known as minks. Yeah, that's their native habitat.
I wish Sonia Jones knew as little about minks as you do.
Oh, yeah? I'll prove it to you. Leave us ask Bob Graham here. He's a college guy. Hey, Bob.
Yeah?
Bob, I say that all minks come from Russia, right?
Wrong.
Go ahead and sing. What, this guy don't know about botany. He'd fill a hole in the ground.
What a difference a day made, 24 little hours brought the sun and the flowers where there used to be rain. My yesterday was blue, dear. Today I'm part of you, dear. My lonely nights are through, dear, since you said you were mine. What a difference a day made. There's a rainbow before me. Skies above can't be stormy. Since that moment of bliss, that thrilling kiss, it's heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day made, and the difference is you. It's heaven when you find romance on your menu. What a difference a day made, and the difference is you. When you find romance on your menu, what a difference a day made, and the difference is you.
Well, come on, Eddie. Now get on that phone and call Sonia.
Oh, some a diddle, man. Well, okay. Now, Sonia? Yeah, this is Snookum. Do you still love me? That's fine. Now about that mink coat. I don't see how I... Huh? Massacre, huh? Teeth all over this thing. What's that with the skull? Oh, fracture. Neck too. Well, son, I'll see what I can do. Yeah, goodbye. Well, she's got a point there.
Eddie, what are you, a man or a jellyfish?
I'm a man who's about to be pounded into a jellyfish.
Well, Eddie, if you want to dance, you got to pie the piper.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, Oh, that dirty crook, Dave Hossinger, here again.
Yep, it's me, Art.
Look, Hossinger, you crook, I told you to keep out of this place. Every time you come down here, you have swindled me, robbed me. Time after time, you made a sucker out of me. And here you are again. Hossinger, ain't you got no pride?
Oh, now, Archie, you know very well that if I stopped coming around here, you'd miss me.
Look, Dave, if I ever feel that I miss you, I can always go and look at your picture in the post office.
Archie, why don't you look at it sensibly? If I didn't swindle you, some stranger would.
Dave, I don't think that's a valid argument.
Oh, you're just sensitive. Now let me open this suitcase, Arch. I have here one of the biggest bargains.
Dave! Think you even gonna talk to me first?
Oh, I'm sorry. How have you been, Arch?
Fine, Dave.
Good. Now, as I was saying, I have here a real bargain. Here, take a look at it.
Oh, Eddie, look here, a mink coat.
Yep, a genuine mink coat worth $2,000. I know you haven't got $2,000, Eddie, but I'm your friend. Take it for $50.
But I ain't got 50.
Take it for $25.
Just a second, Hossinger. Is this real mink?
Well, of course, huh?
Then how can you afford to come down from 50 to 25?
Well, the answer is very simple, Arch. I've got my own mink ranch. And through feeding them specially enriched food, I have produced a species of mink which is today known far and wide in the fur trade as the Hossinger Vitamink.
Vitamink, huh?
Mm-hmm. And that's why I can sell the coat so cheap, you see. The Vitamink is a giant mink. So long that one mink makes a coat.
Well, sounds logical, all right. But somehow or other, I still got a feeling that...
Archie, there's a gentleman here to see you.
Oh, I'll be right back, fellas. Eddie, come here.
Yeah.
Eddie, don't give him a quarter until I see you. I still got a feeling there's something Danish in Denmark. I'll see you in a minute. Well, good evening, Mr. Greenstreet. Well, Mr. Greenstreet, as one says to the prodigal guest, welcome to your fatted kid. And furthermore, please feel constrained to accept our behoovle.
As a citizen of an allied country, I demand an interpreter.
It won't be necessary. Just talk slow and we'll understand you. Here, have a chair. No, not that one. Take this one here. Charlie Lawton used this one last week, and it's about on its last legs anyhow. By the way, do you know Lawton?
Yes.
Yeah, huh? You seen him since he was here last week?
No, he can't have visitors for 3 more days.
Oh. What's wrong with him?
The doctors are puzzled, but they think it's asphyxiation.
Oh. Well, he couldn't have got it here. He didn't eat a thing. Well, anyways, I'm glad you rolled in on us.
Say, oh, hello, Mrs. Duffy. Huh? Oh, excuse me, mister. I thought you was Mrs. Duffy wearing slacks.
Oh, Sidney, this is Clifton Finnegan.
How do you do? By George. I wish Peter Lorre could see you. You would scare the pants off him. Oh, hey. I know who you are. I always see you with Peter Lorre and Humphrey Bogart. You're very good, too. You always steal a picture from him. Thank you, sir. Of course, it's easy for you. All you got to do is stand in front of him.
Finnegan, please, no remarks about Mr. Greenstreet's obeseliness.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Greenstreet. That's all right. Your suggestion about standing in front of Bogart isn't bad.
You don't have to do that. You'll be great even if he stood in front of you. You're a terrific actor. Malted Falcon.
In Hollywood, we called it the Maltese Falcon.
Maltese? All I hope is you never walk into a Hollywood drugstore and ask for a chocolate Maltese. But you're a great villain, you know, very believable.
Hey, Archie, I don't have too much time, and I... Hey, Bud, don't I know you from someplace?
Do you?
I've seen that face before. You, wanted for anything?
Well, they may use me in Forever Amber.
Oh, now, look, pal. You don't have to be cagey with me. I know you from someplace. Ever been in Sing Sing?
No.
No, I've seen you in connection with some crooked... I mean, I know you're in my business. Was you ever in Alcatraz?
No.
San Quentin?
Mm-hmm.
Joliet? Dannemora? Leavenworth? See, what do? Go to some small, exclusive place?
Well, look, old boy.
Dave, please. I'm talking to this gentleman right now. Excuse us, will you? Miss, Sidney. Look, this guy Hossinger thinks that you're a real crook.
Is that so? Well, it happens quite often, and I consider it rather a tribute to my...
Green Street, please. Don't be such a ham. You see, the point is that this guy Hossinger is offering to sell Eddie the waiter a $2,000 mink coat for $25.
Sounds like a philanthropist.
Right. Crooked as a corkscrew. He's got some kind of a racket with this mink coat, and maybe you can help me find out what it is.
What do I do?
Well, just go into a little act with me. We're going to indulge in a little skullduggery.
It's all right, as long as it isn't my skull that's being dugged.
Well, come on. It ain't for me. It's to help Eddie Green, you know. You don't want to see that poor little guy get just out of $25, do you?
Oh, all right, as long as it won't be you doing good.
Eddie, we'll find out what that Hossinger's racket is. Watch me and Green Street go into this act. Scram, Eddie. Here he comes now.
Say, Archie, tell me something. That fat guy, who is he? I know I've seen him somewhere.
Dave, I can't talk.
He is a crook, isn't he?
Is he? Hossinger, compared with him, you're just a petty Lossinger. This guy only happens to be the biggest criminal in the international underground. You know, the IRT.
You don't say. What's his specialty?
Everything. Diamond smuggling, assassination, espionage, jewel thievery. He's the biggest thing since Lizzie Borden.
Well, what's he doing here with you, Arch?
Well, you see, Duffy's is his New York hideout, and I,
Arch, you don't mean that you're mixed up with...
Dave, I suppose you gotta know sometime. You see, I wasn't making much dough, being honest, and, well, I know crime don't pay, but neither does Duffy.
Can't believe it. Archie, a crook.
Please, Dave, not Archie. In international crime circles, I'm known as X-41.
X-41, huh? And what's the fat guy's name?
B-29. Very brilliant crook. Why don't you listen to us while we talk things over, Dave? Maybe you can learn a thing or two. Oh, B-29,
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Did that cargo of emeralds come in from India?
Emeralds?
Yeah, the ones that was robbed from the Taj Motel.
Oh, yes. Those emeralds, yes. They came in all right.
Yeah, huh? Any of them broken?
No, the emeralds are perfect. Just turned a little green from the trip.
Well, that's natural. By the way, did you get the dough for shooting that guy in Bucharest? You know, the Baron?
Yes, I got $500.
$500 for an arson job? B-29, that job was worth at least $1,000. Just one other thing. Did V-16 steal them plans for that 88-inch millimeter?
I don't know until I hear from Lisbon.
What's that?
I don't know until I hear from Lisbon.
Lisbon? From who?
Lisbon in Portugal.
Oh, him. Oh, yes, very...
You got it.
Yeah, very dependable man, Lisbon. Leave us send him an extra $100,000. You hear that, Dave? You think maybe you would like to get in on this thing?
Oh, gee, Arch. It'd be wonderful to be a big-shot crook like you guys.
Sure, Dave. You'll get longer sentences and everything. What do you say, B-29? Can we use him?
Well, I don't know. Is he an embezzler?
Never touches a drop. Say, we might be able to use him in our smuggling department. He's very good with furs. Dave, tell the boss here how you're working that fur racket on Eddie Green.
Oh, that? Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's just child's play. You see, this coat here is a genuine mink. I show this one, then I switch it for a phony rabbit one worth about $10.
Very clever. Okay, Hossinger, you're through.
What do you mean?
You tried to rook Eddie, one of our mob. You violated the code, Hossinger, and now you're gonna pay.
What do you mean?
You're gonna be rubbed off. Okay, B-29, what do you want to use on him, the Tommy gun or the Giletto?
I think I'm in mood for an axe.
The axe, huh? Hall was the artist. Well, here's the axe.
All right, Mr. Hossinger, if you'll please remove your hat.
No, you can't do this. You can't kill me like a rat.
Up off your knees, Hossinger. Take it like a man.
No, I don't want to die. Do anything. Kill me, but I don't want to die. I'll do anything.
Well, all right, Hossinger, we're businessmen. We'll let you go if you'll sell a real mink coat to the boss here for $25.
I'll do it. Here's the coat.
Give him the $25.
All right, here you are.
Thanks. And thanks for letting me live. 22, 23, 24. Thank you. Well, good night, Archie.
Good night, Dave.
Good night, Eddie. Good night, Mr. Greenstreet.
Well, that's one time we put it over on Hossinger. Good night, Mr. Greenstreet. That dirty crook, he knew you all the time.
Say, Archie, this coat, it seems to be turning white.
Yeah. You mean the mink is coming off already?
I bet if a greyhound come in here, this coat would get up and start running round in circles.
Holy cat, a rabbit coat. That Hossinger did it again.
Well, too bad. Here's your coat. I'll take my $25, please.
Pay you $25. B-29, this is X-41 you're talking to. Don't be trying to stick me with no phony coat.
But I've laid out $25.
You make a mistake, you pay for it. That's the code of the underworld.
Mm-hmm. How is it that I'm always so smart in movies?
Well, Eddie, old man, I'm sorry it came out like this.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Archer. You saved me $25. Well, see you later.
Where you going?
I'm going down to tell that Sonia Jones off. I'm going to tell her that she ain't going to get nothing. And what's she going to do about it?
Oh, wait a minute, Eddie. You still got that $25.
Oh, that? Well, that I'm going to use for hospital expenses.
Time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening. Sidney Greenstreet can now be seen in Warner Brothers' new picture, Hollywood Canteen. Let's meet here again next week when our guest will be Monty Woolley.
is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
You really are one.
I told you I was.
I've never known a girl with a temper.
I want to tell you about a friend of mine. I love him so he drives me out of my mind. He's my fly boy.
Now, Bonnie, listen,
You listen. Here we are, all alone, way up high. Just the two of us. You don't get all your kicks from surfing, do you?
Hey, you're doing all right.
Yeah, so are you.
You mean? Oh, lay off, will you? Edie, I love you.
Don't you, I love you, me.
A beach blanket bingo. That's the name of the game. Beach blanket bingo. Beach blanket bingo. Beach blanket bingo.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Denis Day Show. Yes, it's Denis Day with Robert Armbruster in the orchestra, and Denis' special guest, Patty Andrews, and Universal International Pictures' bright new star, Race Gentry. And now here he is, the star of our show, Denis Day.
Wunderbar, wunderbar, what a perfect night for love. Here am I, here you are, why it's truly wunderbar, wunderbar, wunderbar. We're alone and hand in glove, not a cloud near or far. Why, it's more than wunderbar. Oh, I care, dear, for you madly, and I long, dear, for your kiss. I would die, dear, for you gladly. You're divine, dear, and you're mine, dear. Wunderbar, wunderbar. There's a favorite star above. What a bright, shining star, like our love, it's wunderbar.
Thank you, folks. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's all right. You deserve it.
Well, it's Jimmy Wallington. Hey, what a big hand.
Well, that's all right. I deserve it. Say, Dennis, that Wunderbar is a beautiful song.
Yeah, it's from Cole Porter's play Kiss Me, Kate. The show was a smash back in 1948.
Oh, yes, I remember 48. That was the year that saw the subway fare in New York City go up from 5 to 10 cents, too.
Yeah, and it's a day Jack Benny will never forget. Up to that time, the subways used to boast that you could ride all day for a nickel.
Well, what did Jack do?
Well, what could he do? The next morning, he rushed down to the 14th Street station with a nickel and tried to make a deal for a half day.
Leave it to Jack. 1948 is also famous in the musical world. That was the year when the first long-playing record was introduced.
Well, hold it a minute, Jimmy. Hold it. You're slightly off in the fact department.
Well, Bobby Armbruster. Say, what's the idea of bursting in on us and interrupting our pleasant reminiscing?
Well, Jimmy was wrong, and I felt this show should not be accused of fostering any inaccurate information.
Oh?
My next-door neighbor says he heard the first long-playing record back in 1939.
Well, what makes him so sure?
He married her.
Look, you're exaggerating, Bobby. No woman can talk that much.
So how come everybody calls her Paper Maid?
Paper Maid?
Yeah, up to 70,000 words without refilling.
Yes, Bobby, I know. Well, what else is new?
Well, I've just been elected president of the new Denis Day fan club of Pismo Beach.
Hey, I didn't know I had a fan club in Pismo Beach.
Oh, it surprises everybody.
Well, look, I'm anxious to hear about it, Bobby. These fans, are they all music lovers?
Absolutely. Before they can get into the club, they must produce a toothpaste cap from Liberace's medicine chest. Say, Dennis, you haven't told me who our singing guest is tonight.
Well, Bobby, I'll give you a little hint. She's blonde, 5'2". Her first name is Patty, and she used to sing with the Andrews Sisters.
Gee, that's a tough one. Give me another hint.
Well, okay. She has...
Hi, Dennis.
Well, Patty Andrews. I was in Hawaii this summer, Patty, and they were playing your records all over the islands.
Oh, man, that must have been a real Hilo Hattie.
Oh, one night I heard a Japanese disc jockey spin one of your records, and you should have heard what he said.
Oh, what does he say?
Aruka kawaii kanka musume, akai buruso sandore haite. Arigatou gozaimasu. Patty Andrews, arigatou gozaimasu. Real cool. Will it be a smash or a bomb?
Oh, definitely, I know that show. It's called Sukiyaki Sam, the all-night record man. You know, he comes on like King Kamehameha.
You know, Sukiyaki Sam would be a big hit over here. I can just hear him saying, so, good evening, honorable cats. These are Sukiyaki Sam, your overnight record man. Next portion of show are brought to you by that most delicious sake wine, Manischewitz. Manischewitz sake are coming in a dripper's container. Manischewitz sake will not spill, will not drip, not even pour, because Manischewitz is extra dry. Also, this show are coming to you, other sponsor, What Mathias Dog Food. What Mathias Dog Food come in 3 sizes, poodle, curry, and down boy. Mathias Dog Food endorsed by famous canine movie star Rintintin, Rassi, and Bulldog Drummond. For our next number, we bring you Patty Andrews singing that real cool song, Sata Rampata Street Parade. Also,
Do you hear the beat away down the street? Do you hear the neat little rhythm of the happy dancing feet? When I look there, the people are running, and right now we're gonna have a lot of fun. Make way, 'cause everybody's coming and you'll see a big parade. Hey boy, really gonna celebrate, hear that? Let's do clarinet, your feet are really gonna palpitate when you are marching around. Marching around, wonderful sound. I hear the rattle-a-tat. I love to hear the way the drummer does that. Oh, what a glorious day. Out of my way. Make room, give me some air. I got some rhythm to spare. We all swing high, swing low. Everybody rocking to and fro. It ain't fast or it's slow, but oh, that glory, hallelujah, swing. That thing, make the river bottom ring and sing. Hush my mouth, that's the South. Rampart Street Parade. They're doing it, soft shoeing it, they're trying it, untying it, they're jiving it, reviving it. I tell you, they're strutting it, rug-cutting it, they're shaking it and breaking a dad. Not bad, I'm glad you dig, hey boy, that band is grand. Everybody playing mighty fine as they march along, and I never get enough of that Creole song. Here now, it's loud and clear now. I really get a thrill. I know I always will. Whenever I can hear the rhythm of a band way down yonder in the canebrake. You can hear the music they make, ringing out until the daybreak. Louisiana band, gotta give a hand. Oh, yeah, South Rampart Street
oh, that was real George. You know, I understand the arrangement on that song was made by your husband, Wally Wexler.
That's right. You know, Walter makes all my arrangements and composes most of my material.
Oh, 2 careers in one family.
Mhm.
Well, how does this affect your home life?
Well, Dennis, I'll give you a for instance. You know,
Yeah.
yesterday morning, I made some eggs for Walter's breakfast, and oh, gosh, he hated them.
Yeah, did you have a big fight?
No, when he complained about the eggs, I said, is every song you write a hit? You know something, Dennis? I think the secret of our happy marriage is based on the fact that we're both in show business.
Well, that makes sense, Patty. You know, people who have a lot in common should marry each other. It makes for a happy marriage.
Mhm.
Like the doctor who married his nurse.
Or the artist who married his model.
Or the bass player who married the farmer's daughter.
Dennis, what's the connection between a bass player and a farmer's daughter?
In the winter, he's a traveling salesman.
Oh, Mr. Happy, what's the difference?
You know, Patty, this is the first time I've seen you since we were together in Las Vegas. You playing at the Last Frontier while I was over at the Sahara. Your nightclub act just thrilled me. No, really. You know, you stood up there for an hour and you had that audience spellbound.
Well, thank you, Dennis. You know, but I was, to tell you the truth, pretty nervous standing there by myself. You know, that's the first time I ever worked alone.
Well, I know just how you feel, Patty.
Why don't we team up and be nervous together?
We'd be a great vaudeville act. Denis and Patty, they'll drive you batty.
Dennis, please, ladies first. We'll call the act Andrews and Day. Their murder, oy vey.
We'll open up with something snappy like this. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to be working here this week. Glad to be working anywhere this week.
Hey, I heard you lost your girlfriend. How come?
Incompatibility.
Incompatibility?
Yep, I was kissing her when incompat and he had more ability.
Say, tell me, Dennis, why are sardines such silly fish?
I don't know. Why are sardines such silly fish?
Dig this one. Because they crawl into a can, lock themselves up, and then leave the key outside.
Hey, Patty, what's the difference between a flea and an elephant?
I don't know. What is the difference between a flea and an elephant?
An elephant can have fleas, but a flea can't have elephants. A little, I say, Professor, a little music there. Every morning, every evening, ain't we got fun?
Not much money, oh, but honey, ain't we got fun?
The rent's unpaid, dear, we haven't a car. But anyway, dear, we'll stay as we are.
Even if we owe the grocer, don't we have fun? Wow! The tax collector's getting closer, still we have fun.
There's nothing surer. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer.
In the meantime, in between time, ain't we got fun? I say there, Reggie.
Yes, of course. What is it, Pamela?
Where did you spend your vacation this summer?
In Pennsylvania.
Ooh, top hole. And I say, old boy, what did you think of the Alleghenies?
Loved her, hated him.
Every morning, every evening, ain't we got fun?
Not much money, oh, but honey, ain't we got fun? Hey, Schultz!
What is it, Maya?
In your butcher shop, why is it that venison costs more than mutton?
Oh, that's simple. Venison is deer and mutton is sheep.
Unpaid, dear, we haven't a car. But anyway, dear, we'll stay as we are.
Hello there, Patsy Buckle.
Hello there, Mike, me boy. Sure, and what's new?
We gotta be jabbers and sure and faith, and I'm telling yous.
We gotta be jabbers and sure and faith, and I'm telling yous.
Mike, me boy, is your voice a-changing now?
No, I'm breaking in a new pair of brogues.
There's nothing surer. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. In the meantime, in between time, ain't we got lots and lots of fun? Inaugurating our regular feature of new screen talent, I want to present Race Gentry. Right now, listen to him in our dramatic Scenario in a Nutshell, written especially for this program by Peter Curtis and named Destination Death.
Blinding headlights knife into the inky blackness of the night as the high-powered roar of the backyard-built hot rod thunders through the silence of the countryside. Two kids, deeply in love, on their honeymoon, unknowingly race along on a mission of murder.
It's been exactly 24 minutes and 17 seconds, Eddie.
Since what, Mary?
Since that wonderful man said, I now pronounce you.
Man and wife.
Eddie Colfax, pull over.
Oh, he knows you. Who is it, Eddie?
Another practical joker left over from the wedding, I bet. It's Ralph Wellman, Mary. He and my dad used to be law partners.
Hi, Eddie. Mary, congratulations. I'm sorry I couldn't get to the wedding.
Thanks anyway, Ralph. Hey, do you realize you're interfering with the honeymoon?
I'm sorry, Eddie. I guess you didn't hear about it, did you? It was on the radio and in the papers.
Hear about what?
Mickey Brannigan. They released him from the federal penitentiary.
But how could they? He was sent up for life for killing my father.
Sure, now he's out. You know what he swore to do?
I know.
Well, I don't. What?
Eddie's father was my law partner at the time. He was also the district attorney. And he was prosecuting Brannigan on a bookmaking tie-in.
Brannigan said he'd get Mom, Dad, and me if Dad didn't drop the case. You know what happened to my father.
Oh.
That's why I brought this, Eddie. A wedding present. I believe you can use it. Here.
It's a... Yeah, I can use it. I can and I will.
By the way, congratulations. Good luck in everything.
That package she gave you, Eddie, the wedding present. It's a gun. How long before we get to Centerville, Eddie?
Not before midnight, Mary.
Oh, that long?
We'll make a stop. After midnight's the best time for doing what I've got to do.
Nobody's forcing you to kill Mickey Brannigan.
Nobody's forcing you to go with me. We wouldn't be married now if
Now, don't say it, Eddie. You don't mean it. I don't want you to say it.
But...
No. Listen to me, darling. You're not you, and I'm not me anymore. We're us now. What happens to one happens to the other. That's how it is.
I love you, Mary. I love you.
I'd die for you, Eddie. And no matter what, I'm with you all the way down the line.
Then give me the gun.
All right. Here.
The bullets, too.
Well, I'll keep them until we get to Centerville.
Mary?
Please, let me. It makes me as much a part of this as you are, and that's how I want it.
All right, but if you
I
think...
said it, Eddie, and I meant it. Right down the line. Oh, what is it? Why are you turning off?
We'll stop here off the highway for a couple of hours. Centerville's only about 20 minutes away. The later we get there, the better chance we'll have to get away after Brannigan's dead.
Like the bell tower of a cathedral. The way the moon throws the shadow of this tree over the grove. So peaceful. Beautiful.
It's almost like being in church.
Mm-hmm. Makes you almost want to pray. Maybe cry.
It's time to go, Mary. Let me help you up.
Oh. All right, Eddie. Let's go.
We'll be in Centerville in a few minutes.
Eddie?
Yes?
Please don't be angry, but...
What?
I don't have the bullets.
What did you do with them?
I threw them into the brook, back there into the tree. Something made me. You said yourself it was almost like being in church. I couldn't help it. I had to do it. Are you terribly angry, Eddie?
No, I'm not angry.
Oh. Eddie, what's that? In the road up ahead?
It's a roadblock.
The state police.
All right, pull up.
Oh, Eddie, darling.
Let's see a driver's license.
Here you are, officer.
Eddie, be careful.
You step out of the car, please. Over here, please. We'll have to search you, Eddie. You too, Mrs. Colfax. We got the tip on you kids soon after Brannigan's dead body was found. The bullet came from the gun you're carrying.
What gun? I've got no gun. Search me.
All right, so you're clean. Shake down the car. The gun's got to be there, boys.
Ralph Wellman. He must have killed Brannigan. But, Eddie, the gun. What did you do with it?
Don't worry, darling. If they want to find it, they'll have to search back there near the tree, in the brook.
That was excellent, Race.
Thank you, Denis.
Say, about that name, Race, tell me, that's not really your given name, is it?
It is my given name. It was given to me by the studio.
Well, how did they come to choose a name like Race?
Well, I guess because my hobby was building and racing cars.
It's a good thing your hobby wasn't playing basketball. Could you imagine a marquee with this name in lights? Dribble Gentry.
I just wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed that sketch you did.
Well, thank you, Patty, and I thought your singing was out of this world.
And I want to just...
Race, the way you ran the gamut of emotion.
And, Patty, what you did to the notes of the scale.
Bobby, we better have some music to remind the folks that this is the Denis Day Show.
And don't be afraid of the dark. At the end of the storm is a golden sky and the sweet silver song of a Walk on through the wind, walk on through the rain, all your dreams be tossed and blown. Walk on, with a hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk
Thank you, folks, and tune in next week at the same time when our guests will be lovely Peggy Lee and America's best-known water commissioner, the great Gildersleeve, Willard Waterman. Yeah, Leroy. Join us then, won't you?
This is Patty Andrews.
And Dribble Gentry.
And Denis Ginza Kankan Musame Day saying good night.
Every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and and I hope I can bring you a smile or two.
So long, everyone, and God bless you.
From the director of Pee-wee's Big Adventure, Adam and Barbara are ghosts.
What's the good of being a ghost if you can't frighten people away?
Their house is being haunted by the living.
Maybe the house could use a little remodeling.
And they can't scare them into leaving.
They're dead. It's a little late to be neurotic.
So they're calling on Beetlejuice,
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
who's no ordinary ghost.
You don't want his help.
Can you be scary?
What do you think of this?
Now, the party's over.
You want somebody out of the house? I want to get somebody out of your house.
But the fun has just begun.
It's showtime. Learn to throw your voice, fool your friends, fun and party.
Not bad.
This is amazing.
Want a cigarette?
Oh, no, thank you.
Oh, yeah, here I come, baby.
He's guaranteed to put some life
Attention, Kingward shoppers.
in your afterlife. Michael Keaton is Beetlejuice.
I'm the ghost with the most, babe.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. I'd like to tell you again tonight what I mean by wax housekeeping. It helps explain why, for over 50 years, Johnson's Wax has been increasingly helpful. When you think about it for a moment, you'll realize that that package of wax on your shelf is not just a product, it's a method of housekeeping, a means of protecting all kinds of surfaces throughout your home, a way to save you hours of work all through the year, and still have such beautiful floors, furniture, and woodwork that your friends envy you. When you apply Johnson's Wax to wood, leather, and metal surfaces, you are protecting them with an invisible but tough shield, a shield which guards them against wear and dirt. When you polish that wax shield, your floors and furniture glow with rich, mellow beauty, beauty that increases with each application of Johnson's wax. When you consider the many extra uses for this wax throughout your home, you'll understand what I mean by wax housekeeping. With genuine Johnson's wax, either paste, liquid, or cream. Once upon a time, there was a certain relative named Aunt Sarah. Aunt Sarah was in the chips. She was a Tootsie with a roll. She had bigger diamonds than Wrigley Field and the Polo Grounds, and a greenish complexion from peering into safe deposit boxes. And like lots of people with all that moolah, she was tighter than a bullfighter's pants. She spent her life visiting with relatives. And guess who she plans on staying with now? Right. Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Of all the dirty impositions, why does that skin-wadded old tight flint have to pick on us?
Now, stop grousing, dearie. Heavenly days, I didn't moan and grumble when you wanted to stay in your cousin Roy's house in Oregon, did I?
Well...
I guess we can stand my Aunt Sarah for a few days.
A few days, she says. Mark my words, baby. You let that penny pincher get a toe in the door, and we got a house guest till the termites chew it down.
Well, I'll admit she wouldn't be my choice for a permanent guest, but she's just a lonely old lady, and she's welcome to stay here a while.
Lonely my clavicle. If I had her folding money, I'd have more companions than the Curtis Publishing Company.
People who like you for your money aren't apt to be very good company.
People who are on the make for your dough are the best company in the world. They'll do anything to make you happy.
Well, anyway, she's coming. We can't do a thing about it, except make her feel at home. Now be nice to her.
Oh, I'll be nice. Little Lord Fauntleroy. Pardon me, Mrs. Gutrocks, I'll say. Pardon me, but your deposit slip shows.
Now, Magee, that's enough.
Huh?
Look, she's my aunt.
Yeah.
She can't help it if her husband left her all that money. Forget she's got it and treat her like a human being.
Well, I'll try. But when I think of the junk she sent us at different times, that abalone lamp from San Francisco.
She sent us that beautiful clock for a wedding present, remember?
That marble Venus with the clock in her stomach. Anybody that'd buy a thing like that has got less taste than a tea-room cutlet.
All right, but we have to be nice to her. She's our closest relative, you know.
You never spoke a truer word, baby. She's closer than Scotch tape. Well, what'll we do now? I brought the hand-painted sofa cushions and that hunk of lava from Mount Vesuvius down from the attic.
Well, put the lava on the mantelpiece.
Okay. Yeah?
Yeah, and the bottle of sand from the painted desert on the end table.
Okay.
Did you find the brown sweater she knitted for you?
That mustard-colored horse blanket with the 2-inch pearl buttons?
Yeah, the one that came down to your knees with the elbow-length sleeve?
Yeah.
Couldn't you let her see you wear it for just a little while?
I wouldn't be seen in that Olsen and Johnson costume for all the sea.
Oh, hello, Alice, dear.
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Mr. Magee. Creepers, what have you been doing to the living room? I never saw so much junk.
Junk, my dear girl, is the kindest thing you could say for it. This is all the stuff Molly's Aunt Sarah has given us at different times from different places.
Oh. She's coming tomorrow to stay with us a while, and we want to make her feel at home, Alice, dear.
Yeah. Any of this Rube Goldberg collection you want for your hopeless chest, kid, just speak up.
Maybe Alice would like that little bottle of water Aunt Sarah sent us from Niagara Falls.
Oh, is it hard water or soft water?
What difference does that make?
Well, none to me, but my cousin went over Niagara Falls in a barrel once, and I just wondered if it was bumpy.
I think your cousin must have been a little bumpy after
Magee. Would you like to have this thing, Alice? Aunt Sarah sent us that from the Mammoth Cave.
What is it?
It's a stalemate.
Stalagmite.
What do you mean, stalagmite? Stalagmite means like when water gets stale from not being rained into all summer.
No, Mr. Magee, that's stagnant.
Oh, yeah? Well, then what does stalemate mean?
A stalemate is a husband who never takes you out to dance or anything.
I know exactly what you mean.
Okay. Let it go. I just hope Aunt Sarah won't get on your nerves too much, Alice.
Oh, we'll get along all right, Mr. Magee. Isn't she the aunt with all the money?
She's very well off, I guess, Alice. I think that's why Magee dislikes her. You know how 'tis. The ain't gots always throw rocks at the gots.
That is not why I dislike Aunt Sarah. I dislike her because she talks so much you can't get a word in edgewise. She's a regular filibuster.
Oh, what's a filibuster?
Well, that's when you give somebody the floor and they hit you over the head with it.
That woman is so... What? Hey, what you looking for, Alice?
Well, that picture.
What picture, dear?
Well, didn't she used to have an oil painting of Aunt Sarah hanging right over the piano?
Oh, my gosh.
The oil painting.
Where is it?
We gotta find it. Run up to the attic, Magee.
I looked up there. It isn't there.
Try the garage.
It ain't in the garage. I cleaned that out last week. Oh, this is awful. We gotta find that picture.
I think I know where it is.
Where?
It's right in here in the hall closet. See? Here it is.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play Anitra's Dance.
Gee, I wish I had time to get some artist to touch up this painting of Aunt Sarah before she gets here.
Certainly looks battered.
Mm.
What are all those little holes in it?
Well, we had it in the basement last winter, and Billy Mills and I didn't have any target for our dart game, so...
What? You threw darts at Aunt Sarah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see where I got her? Right here in the beezer? I scored 75 with that.
That's disgraceful.
Sure it is. For a shot like that, a guy ought to get 95.
Poor Aunt Sarah. You might at least have respect for her age, Magee.
The only thing I respect about that gabby old pickle puss is the way bank presidents run and open the door for her. I never saw such a...
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wellington.
Ah, good day, Mrs. Magee. What gives you that happy, youthful expression today? And Magee, what gives?
Hello, Wellington. I'm not under oath, so I don't mind saying it's nice to see you.
Thank you. I see you were about to hang a picture, and what an interesting old painting it is, too. The Hesperus, isn't it?
It is not the Hesperus, Mr. Wellington. That is an oil painting of my Aunt Sarah.
Natural mistake. Quite a natural mistake. You can ring up no sale for either one of them. Was there something we could do for you, Siggy?
On the contrary, old man. There is something I can do for you.
What's that? What's that, Mr. Wellington?
You will perhaps recall that last Saturday evening, when you attended the Bijou Theater, seats 12 and 14, row G, left aisle, that you experienced some difficulty, some small difficulty, with the popcorn machine in the lobby.
If by some small difficulty, Wellington, you mean that pile of junk that grabs your dough and hasn't given up a grain of popcorn since Lloyd Hamilton threw his last pie, you're right.
Magee put a nickel in the machine, held his hat under the spout, and nothing happened, Mr. Wellington.
Yeah, so I swatted it with my hand. I kicked the bajunior out of it with my foot. And then I complained to the usher. And he insulted me. He says I probably put a phone slug into it. The nasty little quisling.
I know. It might please you to hear that we now have a new usher taking his place.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wellington. I'm sure the boy meant well.
Oh, he did indeed. In fact, I have made him assistant manager.
For insulting a patron?
No, for guarding the machine until we could get your phone slug out of it. Permit me to return it.
Well, what do you know?
Just enough to keep an eye on you hereafter. Good afternoon, Mrs. Magee, and the balance of the day to you, Nightcrawler.
If the time ever comes when I let that guy really irk me, I'll box his ears and won't mail him back to him for 3 weeks.
But this is your phone slug.
So what if it is my phone slug? It's just the same as a nickel. Gee whiz, if I... Hey, where'll I hang this picture?
I think right where it used to be, over the piano.
Oh, yeah.
Aunt Sarah's quite musical, you know.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. She's so bow-legged, I'd have said she was studying the cello. This about the right height?
Yes, but quite a bit more to the right, dearie. She's a Republican. That's it.
Okay. Now, up you go, Aunt Sarah. And hanging is much too good for you. How's that, Molly?
Well, how can I tell you? Got her face to the wall.
Well, that's just till she gets here. No use making it any tougher on ourselves than we have to.
Well, that's pretty silly. Though I'll admit Aunt Sarah was never any Miss America.
I'd go further than that and say that America would never miss Aunt Sarah. She's positively the...
Hello, folks. How's every little... Hey, where'd you get all the bric-a-brac? Some museum hold an auction?
No, Mr. Wilcox. These are all things my Aunt Sarah has given us at different times. She's coming to visit us tomorrow.
Well, this Aunt Sarah must be quite a character.
Character? In neon, brother.
That's her picture over the piano, Mr. Wilcox.
Poor old soul. Smallpox?
Dart game.
Oh. Say, the frame looks sort of dull, don't you think?
Come to think of it, it does, Mr. Wilcox. What would you suggest we do about it?
Oh, my gosh, what a question. Ladies and gentlemen, my wife is a sweet girl, but very naive. Oh, well, go ahead, Waxy. Play us one of your unfinished symphonies for four-finger and cash register.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Molly asked me what to do about that picture frame, and I was merely going to suggest some Johnson's wax.
You know, Mr. Wilcox, I was wondering if Johnson's wax wouldn't do something for that frame.
She was wondering. 9 years of this, and she still wonders.
Why, Molly, it would be just the thing. Johnson's wax is great for picture frames and windowsills, lampshades, and dozens of things besides floors and furniture and woodwork.
I guess that picture frame just got out of condition from lying around in a closet all this time, huh?
Here's where we get that seals the pores stuff.
That's probably it, Molly. But Johnson's wax seals the pores of wood surfaces.
What'd I tell you?
And it protects it not only from drying out, but from dampness as well. You try a little Johnson's wax on that frame, Molly, and Aunt Sarah will be so pleased she'll leave you an extra $1 million in her will.
Oh, that never entered my mind, Mr. Wilcox.
It entered mine, baby. It entered, sat down, and smoked a 4-bit cigar.
I take it Aunt Sarah is fairly solvent.
Yes, she is, Mr. Wilcox, I think.
Solvent? That old false face has got a nest egg you could use for a blimp. The only trouble is she's so tight.
Now, Magee, she isn't tight. She's just thrifty.
Oh, yeah? Remember that last car she bought? The salesman said it would stop on a dime, and Aunt Sarah had the brakes wore out in 2 hours?
What are you so bitter about, pal? What did she ever do to you?
She never did a thing to him, Mr. Wilcox.
I just don't like stingy people, that's all, Junior.
Oh, say, that reminds me. How about a little donation for Sam Moore? He's in the hospital with a fractured hand.
Fractured hand?
Yeah, from squeezing the hose at a filling station.
Why should I throw dough away on that guy? I hardly know him. Why didn't he have some insurance?
Okay, pal. I just wanted to suggest it. Well, so long, Molly. My love to Aunt Sarah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, Molly, really, that woman is so tight. You know, she's so tight she has to walk slow or she heats up.
Is this Sam Moore a friend of yours?
Oh, I've known him for several years. You know, one of these days, Aunt Sarah's going to go on a spending spree, and the country's going to be flooded with 30 or 40 Indian pennies.
Look, Magee. If you can stop ranting about how tight Aunt Sarah is, you might realize that you're about as open-handed as Joe Louis in Round One yourself.
What you mean?
I mean, you call other people stingy, but when you're asked to throw a little money on the drum for a sick friend, you cool off like a night watchman's coffee.
Why, Molly, do you mean to say that my refusal to detract from Sam Moore's self-respect by giving him charity might be construed as stinginess?
It will not only be construed as stinginess, dearie, but the word will flash around the cigar stores that Fibber Magee is the back end of an Oxford.
You mean a heel? hand me my checkbook.
Here, and while you do that, I'll run upstairs and look over the spare bedroom so Aunt Sarah will be coming.
Okay. Ah, there goes a good kid. Lots of family loyalty there. Won't listen to a word against Aunt Sarah, even when she knows she's an old miser. Ah, not that Aunt Sarah is unpleasant to be around. She always smells slightly of mint. Even so. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there. Say, how old are you, sis?
6, going on 6.5.
6 years old, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How many years is it you've been dropping in here to visit with us?
9 years. It's a wonderful world we're living in, isn't it, mister?
Yeah, it sure is, sis. Wonderful world. And you realize I don't even know your name?
I know it.
Well, what is it?
Ridiculous.
No. I meant, what is your name?
Oh, Teeny.
Teeny, huh? I says your name is Teeny.
I know it.
Odd name.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. You don't hear it very often, is all. Named after somebody in the family?
No.
Huh? Well, what is it, just a nickname?
I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a little baby, my daddy called me Martini, and then they just started calling me Teeny, I guess.
Oh. Why did your daddy call you Martini? Why'd your daddy call you Martini when you were a baby?
He said I was never dry enough to suit him.
Yes, I see. Never mind. How'd you get your stockings all torn like that?
I fell down.
Mhm.
Mr. Underwood was chasing me and Willie Toops.
Willie Toops and me.
Gee, what was he chasing you for?
He wasn't chasing me. What was he chasing you and Willie for?
We rang his doorbell by mistake.
What do you mean by mistake?
We thought he was upstairs, but he wasn't.
Now, you look here, sis. Mr. Underwood's a fine man. Maybe a little too dignified, but a fine man. You know, he used to be United States Minister to Venezuela.
Oh, I bet you he wasn't. I bet you he wears a necktie.
No. You're thinking of another kind of minister, sis. I mean, he used to represent our country in Venezuela.
Oh?
Now, then you treat him with a little more respect, you understand?
Sure. What'd you say he was, mister?
Our minister to Venezuela. Minister. Just keep that in mind.
Okay, minister.
Yeah, that's it. Now, when you learn a new word like that, Tina, you try to use it till you get used to it, see?
Oh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
After that, the word is a regular part of your constabulary.
Vocabulary.
Yeah. Now, you think you know how to use the word properly?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead and use it.
Okay.
Mhm.
It is now 20 minutes to 3, and I gotta scram home. So long, mister.
The King's Men singing Sure Thing.
Every tip I follow on a pony turns out to be a phony. They don't come in. At bridge, I'm just a dummy. I lose my shirt at rummy. But now I've got a hunch I'll win. Sometime, somehow, I'm sure I found a sure thing in you. Something within tells me we'll win. Somewhere my heart has picked you out of the blue. And since I'm only a beginner, a winner I'll be. But win or lose, whatever comes up, your thumbs up with me. One thing I'm sure of all my life through. If love can figure out a sure thing, that sure thing is you, baby. Sure, baby. When the chips are down, you and I together ought to wow 'em. Zow 'em. I know a sure thing when I see it. Pretty baby. Somehow I'm sure I found a sure thing in you. Something within tells me we'll win. Somewhere my heart has picked you out of the blue. And since I'm only a beginner, a winner I'll be. But win or lose, whatever comes up, your thumbs up with me. One thing I'm sure of all my life through. If love can figure out a sure thing, that sure thing is not the weather. It ain't them bums, the Dodgers. It ain't next quarter's taxes. It's you.
There. Now How's that, Molly?
Looks very nice, dearie, but isn't it a little crooked? Push the bottom of the picture to the left.
It's too far that way now. It needs to go this way.
No, McGee, that's way off.
What do you mean way off? That's perfectly level.
Why, you tips like a counterfeiter in a nightclub.
Well, what'll you bet?
We'll prove it by Beulah.
Okay.
Oh, Beulah.
Somebody bawl for Beulah?
Yeah, take a look at this picture, Beulah. Does it look on the level to you?
No, sir. I think the artist was kidding.
Now, we mean, is it hanging straight, Beulah?
It look okay to me, ma'am. Besides, it don't matter much. Every time a truck go by, every picture in the house go cockeyed anyway.
I guess you're not much of a consultant on dynamic balance, Beulah. You got no sense of symmetry.
No, sir, but that would be a real good place for it.
What would be a good place for what?
The symmetry would be a good place for that picture. I'm telling you, that's the deadest looking picture I ever did see.
Good idea. We'll stick the ace, king, and queen of spades in the frame and bury it with simple honors.
Bury it with simple honors. Look at you, love that man.
Well, that's all we wanted to know, Beulah. Thank you. Incidentally, you knew my Aunt Sarah was coming tomorrow for a visit, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. I overhear Mr. McGee talking to himself about it. Oh, now I know why they call it profanity. It ain't nothing for amateurs to monkey with.
McGee.
Oh, well, shucks.
By the way, Beulah, you don't mind cooking for one extra for a while, do you?
Oh, no, ma'am. I likes to cook. Yeah, in fact, I'd love it if it wasn't so...
If it wasn't so what?
Oh, so daily.
Well, I don't think you'll find Aunt Sarah much trouble, Beulah. She's a very light eater.
She's a very light giver, too, Beulah. So if you're expecting her to slip you a couple of bucks when she leaves, forget it. When it comes to money, Aunt Sarah's clutch grabs.
I don't know. I don't expect anything, sir. How old a lady is she?
Well, now, what would you judge her age was from her portrait, Beulah?
Yeah.
Well, offhand, ma'am, I'd say... Beulah, you fool, keep quiet. Excuse me, ma'am, I gotta get this.
Incidentally, how old is Aunt Sarah?
Well, she claims she was Admiral Dewey's godmother, dearie, so draw your own conclusions.
Probably attended the Boston Tea Party disguised as a slice of lemon. I always...
Oh, dear, Aunt Sarah's picture fell down again.
Well, it's just like the old war horse. You never know when she's going to drop in on you. I think I'll just get a couple of 10-penny nails and put them right...
Come in. Hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Ambitious. Hello, Butcher Boy. What are you wandering around town for? Medical Association finally catch up with you?
No, I'm still fooling them. But I was coming past the telegraph office, and they said there was a telegram for you.
Oh.
Knowing as I do how much those kids can use a 2-bit tip, I thought I'd save them the disappointment of not getting one from you. Here.
That was very nice of you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you ought to give up your medical practice and deliver telegrams all the time, Doc. That way you could give people a lot of bad news without being personally responsible for it.
Medicine is more interesting, McGee. Mm-hmm. You can deliver a telegram whenever you get around to it, but a baby won't wait.
McGee.
Huh?
Look, the telegram is from Aunt Sarah. She's not coming.
Who's Aunt Sarah?
Oh, you wouldn't know her, Doc. She's healthy. Why isn't she coming, Molly?
She says there are some investments she has to keep an eye on, and it's impossible for her to...
Oh, good heavens, what did I step on?
Doggone you, you clumsy oaf. You put your foot right through Aunt Sarah's portrait.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't see it there on the floor.
Oh, forget it, Doctor. It was only
What do you mean you're sorry? You big hayfoot.
Yeah, but
You think you can come busting into people's house and start kicking priceless works of art around and get away with it? By saying I'm sorry?
But, my dear boy, I assure you...
Don't dear boy me, you silly astigmatic ox. My gosh, the only picture we had in the world of Aunt Sarah. And you...
Oh, McGee, for goodness sakes, you know very well.
I know very well that if Aunt Sarah knew we'd done this to her picture, it would break her heart. Poor lonely old soul. Why, I thought of as much of that portrait as I did of Aunt Sarah herself.
All right. I told you I'm sorry. What do you want me to do? Dig up Da Vinci and tell him to fix it?
When I think of those dart games in the basement...
What good does it do to say I'm sorry, you big pachyderm?
No.
Does that restore this valuable work of art? Does that calm the feelings of a dear, sweet old lady who trusted us with the thing she loved most in the world? This priceless painting? Why, gee whiz.
Oh, stop it, will you?
Huh?
Here's $50. Get it restored, but stop moaning about it. If it costs any more, let me know. Good day.
Why, McGee, how could you ever? What's so funny?
$50. Imagine that. We finally got some dough out of Aunt Sarah.
This is ridiculous.
Do you spend much time in your kitchen? You probably realize the importance of well-protected linoleum floors. When they're bright and sparkling, the kitchen is certainly a much pleasanter place to work in. That in itself is a good enough reason for using Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. And yet, that's only a very small part of the Glow Coat story. A more important reason is, of course, the way Glow Coat protects linoleum surfaces against wear and dirt, how it makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer. Another is the way Glow Coat saves you work. Because it's self-polishing, it needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat does the rest. Even on linoleum that's been down for many years, Glow Coat works wonders. And if you're putting down any new linoleum, then be sure that from the very first day, it's protected regularly with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
McGee, you've got to give that $50 back to Dr. Gamble.
Oh, I will after next week. He's giving me a complete physical examination next week, you know.
So what?
Well, a complete physical examination like I'm going to have costs at least $20.
Yes, but...
You think he's going to have the crust to charge me a double sawbuck while he still thinks he's ruined a valuable portrait?
Why, McGee, you're a rascally little opportunist.
Ain't I, though? Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Mr. Wellington heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry, and inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Commissioner Gordon. I want him taken alive. I repeat, any man who opens fire on Dragnet beer will answer to me.
I heard the bat got him.
The bat? Oh, man, give me a break, will you?
5 stories straight down.
Hey, shut up, man. Listen to me. There ain't no bat.
Hi. Bruce Wayne.
Are you sure?
I want you to do me a favor. I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
Every punk in this town is scared stiff. You know what they say? They say he can't be killed. They say he drinks blood.
Terrorizes. Wait till they get a load of me.
Jack.
Jack is dead, my friend. You can call me Joker.
The police have got it wrong. They're looking for one product. The Joker's tainted hundreds of chemicals at the source.
He's been using brand X. Joker brand. I get a gram again and again.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Mexico time with Preston.
Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen. We invite you to enjoy the Jack Haley, our special guest, Jack Haley, Man About Hollywood. The winner of the Texaco College competition, Thomas McIntyre from the University of Alabama, and Al Goodman's Orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we bid farewell to Wednesday night. Starting March 8th, this program will be heard on Sunday nights at the same time over these same stations and also in Canada. And now we bring you the man who is going to make Sunday a weeknight on the radio. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Mr. Wallington, this is our last Wednesday night.
Yes, Fred? Next week at this time, people will be tuning in to hear Junior Miss, starring Shirley Temple.
Yes, sir. Little Shirley. It took a little Shirley to take our place. It sounds odd, doesn't it?
It surely did.
Well, after... It does, huh? Jokes, it surely does. Well, after tonight's broadcast, Jimmy, we're going to have a week and 4 days before our next show. Now, that's 4 extra days off.
Say, what about those 4 days that we don't work? Are they with or without pay?
Well, Jimmy, when I hired you actors, I gave you my word, as you know. And I'm not a man who says one thing today and another thing tomorrow. Now, about those 4 days, I'm keeping my word.
They're without pay?
Yes. And you can spread the word around. You can tell the other actors, if you will.
Oh, no. You tell them. The last fat man that walked in on them, they ate. It could happen to me.
You wouldn't agree with anyone, especially a cannibal, Jimmy. But look, now you have 4 days off. Why don't you relax? Why don't you take a little trip?
With what? Gosh, the wife and I were thinking about taking a second honeymoon. We were going to run out to Akron, Ohio, and look at some tires.
Well, I wouldn't go near Akron if I were you, Jimmy. With your stomach, I'd go to Pottsville.
I could sure use a trip, Fred.
Well, Jimmy, if it'll pep you up any, I tell you what I'll do. I'll pay your bus fare out to Yellowstone Park.
Gee, that's what... Hey, wait a minute. If I go to Yellowstone Park, I'll be off the program for a couple of months.
Well, I'm putting up the money, Jimmy. At least I'm entitled to get some pleasure out of it. After all.
But, Fred, I'm the announcer. What will happen to the show?
Oh, nothing, James. We'll just skip all of your announcements and open the program with the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Red, white, and blue posters announcing that New York City's water shortage is acute and urging conservation are put on display in 10,000 subway cars this week. Trivia shows how public-spirited citizens around town are cutting down on the use of aqua pura. Now, first, Thomas Charles John, a concert singer, says...
I used to take 20 encores singing Old Man River. Today, Let the House Fall Down, I only sing one chorus. At every concert, I am saving 200 gallons of water. It's vocal, but it helps.
Thank you very much. At the 58th Street Firehouse, the chief reports...
I've stopped using water at all fires, so don't even bring my hose.
Well, how do you put the fires out, Chief?
Well, when I drive up to a fire, I've got 40 radio comedians on the hook and ladder.
Well, how can 40 radio...
Mister, if you've got enough drips, you can put out any fire.
An uptown florist says...
To help conservation, I have stopped watering my flowers.
Has it had any effect on your florist business?
Plants down.
And now the March of Trivia interviews a select group who have been affected by the water shortage. First, Professor Falby Fickett. I understand, Professor Fickett, that you have been busy experimenting to relieve the water shortage.
Yes. First, I tried transplanting camel glands into a man.
Why?
Well, to see if the man could go without water.
What happened, Professor?
The man went without water, but 2 humps came out on his back.
Oh.
Yes, then I tried condensing the steam in factory whistles.
Was this successful?
Well, the steam made water. Only one thing was wrong.
Well, what, Professor?
At 7 o'clock every morning, the water whistled. Woke everybody up.
Oh, I see. Well, you kept on experimenting?
Until my problem was solved. Today, I am ready to relieve New York's water shortage.
Well, how, Professor?
Well, the reason New York's reservoirs are empty today is because we've had no rain.
And you?
I am going to make rain.
You are, really? How, Professor Fickett?
Well, the Great Lakes are filled with water. It's lying there useless.
I see.
The sky over New York is cluttered with clouds, hanging there, not cooperating.
Yes?
I am going to tow a string of those clouds out to the Great Lakes.
Yes?
I'll load up the clouds with rain and tow them back to New York.
But how will you tow the clouds back and forth, Professor? Hitch them onto an airplane?
No, I shall hitch them onto myself.
Well, how will you get up in the air?
Oh, didn't I
Up in the air.
Oh, didn't I tell you? I fly.
Professor, you are not...
You guessed it. I'm Superman.
No kidding.
You mind if I leave through the ceiling?
Not at all. Not at all.
Well, I'm off.
You certainly are. And now an uptown housewife, Mrs. Lena Rappaport.
Thank you.
I notice you have 3 victory pins on, Mrs. Rappaport.
3 V's I am wearing, but this is not the reason.
Well, what do your 3 V's stand for?
Why waste water?
Very appropriate, I must say. You have been conserving water, Mrs. R.
Yes, sir. I am watching all forceps. It should not be leaky.
Oh, the forceps. Good.
Tea 3 times a day I am having without water.
Well, how can you make tea with no water?
The tea bag I am putting in my mouth and drooling.
Oh. Well, how does it taste?
Like cotton. But with pico.
Oh, cotton and pico. Now, well, you don't even miss water then, do you?
Only Sylvester I am missing.
Sylvester? Who is Sylvester?
Mine goldfish.
Well, what happened to Sylvester?
Well, to cutting down on water, I am emptying out the goldfish bowl.
You left the little goldfish in an empty bowl?
Oh, no. Sylvester I am laying on a damp cloth. The little darling is happy.
Happy, huh? Well, how could you tell he was happy?
Sylvester is making wag with the tail.
Making wag with his tail, huh? You mean that your goldfish got along without water entirely?
For 3 weeks. Then it is happening.
What, Mrs. Rappaport?
One day in the kitchen I am making blintzes.
Uh-huh.
Sylvester is flipping in the flour, flopping on the pot cheese, frisking.
Uh-huh.
I'm opening suddenly a quart milk. My back is turning. Yay.
What happened?
Sylvester is jumping down the milk bottle, and he is forgetting how to swim.
Well, don't tell me your goldfish drowned.
Almost. Sylvester in the milk is flipping with flopping.
Yes?
Finally, the milk is becoming butter.
And?
Sylvester is slipping off the top into the frying pan.
And how did he come out?
Delicious.
Well, thank you. A man who coped with the water shortage, a businessman, is Baruch Brindle. What business are you in, Baruch?
I run an orange juice stand.
And you were using water in your orange juice?
Are you kidding?
Well, after all...
I got a real orange hanging in the window, but it's the old razzle-dazzle, the chump bake.
Oh, the real orange.
Yeah.
Well, how do you make your orange juice, Baruch?
Well, I got an old beer vat in the cellar.
I see.
I put in 4 drops of orange extract, 2 spoons of sugar, and 800 gallons of water.
What does it taste like?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Well, if you've cut down on your water, Baruch, how are you making your orange juice today?
Oh, I ain't using drinking water no more.
Oh.
I'm using ocean water. Yeah, it's dated.
Oh, dated ocean water?
Yeah, fresh from the East River every hour.
Gad, salt water in orange juice and people drink it?
Yeah, it's tripled me business.
How do you mean?
The minute you take a drink of it, you're thirsty again.
Oh. Well, not using oranges, you're helping naval relief. And thank you, Baruch Brindle. Well, I guess that about...
Harry, friend, here am I. In no time now will the jinx be high.
Now, look, Falstaff.
I've just had Longfellow on my Ouija board.
Well, no one is interested, Frank.
Thanks to the occult, I have written some new poems.
Well, look, take your
Have you heard she was humming Rigoletto as our eyes met in the ghetto?
No, I haven't heard that.
I knew the ballpark was haunted when that old bat spoke to me.
No, I haven't heard that.
No wonder you look like a flour bag, Mother. You've sure been through the mill.
Now, wait. That's done it, Falstaff. Tonight, we are discussing the water shortage.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your water faux pas called?
Why any man needs water, I'll never, never know.
Well, how does it go?
Why any man needs water, I'll never, never know. It's all right under bridges or to make a flower grow. Water's fine as dew or rain, as hail or slush or snow. But why any man needs water, I'll never, never know.
Well, thank you very much.
Water's swell for waterfalls. It's a must for making dams. It's home for little beavers, for sharks and crabs and clams. Water's good for ducks and whales, unless the tide is low. I'll never, never know.
Well, thank you very much.
I don't need no water. I never take a tub. I never plunge or shower or give myself a scrub. I'm allergic to all water for ablution or as drink. I've never touched or tasted water. Perhaps that's why I...
Thank you very much. Thank you. And as Falstaff steals away, we turn gladly to welcome Kenny Baker. Ably supported by Al Goodman and Orchestra, Kenny sings Sometime.
Shadows I'm with someone's heart while I'm through with all I'm dreaming of days
now
sometimes I get to times when I think of you, arms about you, so alone and about you. Sometimes I get to dream of days brings me sometimes. I always think of you. I get to wondering when blue shadows fall. I think of you with someone's arms about you while I'm so alone and blue without you. I get to dreaming of days we once knew and wondering of me sometimes the way I always think of you.
Say, that was swell. That was swell, Kenny. You know, for such a young boy, I don't see how you get so much power in your voice. How do you do it?
Oh, it's nothing. I just open my mouth and throw myself into it.
I know, I realize that. But look, one week you sing high C, and then the next week you sing a low B flat.
Sure. Larry Elliott says my voice has flexible power. It's like Sky Chief gasoline.
Is that right, Larry? Is it really, as he says?
Just as he says, Fred, yes. The power of Texaco's Sky Chief gasoline is like a live force that's waiting, pent up, and eager to be released. Just get in your car, touch the starter, and feel that engine take hold. Then feel how strongly Sky Chief power lifts you up to driving pace, how smoothly it idles down in traffic. That's a demonstration of flexible power, a thrilling response to your every command. It's driving luxury to challenge winter cold. With flexible, Sky Chief is a luxury gasoline. Sky Chief Performance saves your back. Sky Chief Performance saves your back. Sky Chief Performance start. That Sky Chief's flexible power means long mileage per gallon on the road. For winter economy as well as with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline, for those who want the best.
Mr. Goodman's number is Mr. Goodman's time. Gentlemen,
Mr. Allen!
Say, what are you doing with all of those boxes and bundles, Portland?
Teddy and I have been packing everything.
Well, that's good. It's nice to be ready. You know, how do you feel about changing over to Sunday nights?
I feel sorry for you.
Oh, don't worry about me.
But it isn't going to be the same working on this program without you.
Without me? Well, I'm not leaving the program.
Well, I heard Kenny say he's changing the whole program around for Sunday nights, and he's getting a new comedian.
Oh, he is. Getting a new comedian.
I'm sorry, Mr. Allen.
Don't be sorry. Kenny Baker thinks he's going to fire me, does he?
Hi, Forty.
Hello, Kenny.
Listen,
I've
Junior.
got your new Sunday night contact, Forty, right here.
Mr. Baker.
Oh. Are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here. What is this I hear about Sunday nights?
Well,
Tell Mr. Allen, Kenny.
oh, I can't, Forty. Look at the trust in those big blue baggy eyes.
Come on, out with it, Baker.
Well, time marches on, F.A. A program that's going on Sunday needs a comedian that's young, peppy. It needs new blood.
Well, couldn't Mr. Allen get a transfusion, Kenny?
I give you the best years of my life, and now you want to throw me out like one of your old wedgies. You don't think I'm washed up, do you?
You've never won the New York World Telegram poll.
What's that?
It's a popularity poll. You never see Alton Cook on this program dropping an award.
Who is Alton Cook?
He's the radio editor of the World Telegram, Mr. Allen.
You mean that Alton Cook thinks I'm washed up?
His poll does, and I can prove it.
You get Alton Cook on the phone.
He's right here, F.A. Alton.
Yes, Kenny?
F.A., this is Alton Cook, the radio editor of the World Telegram.
So, you're Alton Cook, huh?
Yes, Fred, I've been visiting programs lately to bring glad tidings, to congratulate the performer on behalf of 200 radio editors for having been voted the most popular artist in his field.
You generally congratulate the performer.
Yes, but tonight I bring no award, no congratulatory message.
Then what are you doing here?
I sent for Alton. Did you bring your files, Alton?
Yes, Kenny.
All right. Now, F.A., how long have you been on the air Wednesday night?
Well, almost 8 years. Let me see, since 1935.
All right. Alton, what comedian won your popularity poll in 1935?
Jack Benny.
1936.
Jack Benny.
1937.
Jack Benny.
1938.
Jack Benny.
1939, 40, and 41.
Jack Benny.
1942.
Bob Hope.
America wakes up! America wakes up, and it's about time.
Did Mr. Allen ever win your World Telegram poll, Alton?
No, Kenny.
That's all I wanted to know. Thanks a lot, Alton.
You're welcome, Kenny.
See? Now, are you satisfied, F.A.?
Well, it's only
Going on Sunday nights, I've got to have a comedian with me who's got a name. I'm trying out Jack Haley.
Jack Haley? Why, Jack Haley and I are old friends from Boston. You can't get Jack Haley to steal my job out from under me.
Oh, no? He's waiting to audition now. Ladies and gentlemen, meet a real comedian, Jack Haley.
Thank you, folks. A very funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. Funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. Funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. Funny thing
Anything yet.
Who is that guy with the long puss, Kenny? His face looks familiar.
Oh, he's some old guy. He used to be on the program.
Oh, an old broken-down actor, hey? Here's a buck, brother.
Jack, you remember me, Fred Allen from Boston.
Oh, yeah. Here's another buck.
They want youth on the show. This guy was jilted by May Robeson.
You heard what Jack Benny said about you last Sunday, Allen.
Was it funny, Mr. Haley?
Benny said he'd like to have muscles as hard as Allen's arteries.
Mr. Haley, you sure scream.
Oh, that's nothing. I get yacked.
They need new blood on the show. This guy is 4 years older than the old Oaken Bucket.
Oh, yeah? Show him your teeth, Mr. Haley. Open your mouth. Go ahead.
What am I auditioning for, the Kentucky Derby?
Oh, you're comical, Mr. Haley.
Well, what am I up here for?
Well, I'm looking for a new partner, Mr. Haley. You and I ought to make a funny team.
I don't know, Kenny. You know, when two comedians... It's every man for himself.
With you, I'll have a chance. With you. And don't forget, I'm hiring you, Mr. Haley.
So what?
So you know who gets the laughs.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, here we go. I'll take the first line. How would you like to be a halfwit, Jack?
I don't know, Kenny.
Hey, look. You got the laugh. Something went wrong. What was it?
You took the first line. I think that's what did it.
Well, okay. Now, you take the first line this time, and I'll get the laugh.
All right. What's the difference between an elephant and a flea?
I don't know. What is the difference between an elephant and a flea?
An elephant can have fleas, but a flea can't have an elephant.
Hey, again I didn't get the laugh. Perhaps I didn't get the laugh.
Perhaps it was the way you read the line, Kenny.
Well, look, try another one. I'll take the first line again.
Okay.
Line again.
Okay.
Do you think silk stockings are extinct, Jack?
No, but they're on their last legs. Darn it, I went and got the laugh again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. How am I doing, Kenny?
Frankly, Mr. Haley, I'm disappointed.
You mean I don't get the job?
If I'm not going to get any laughs anyway, I might as well keep Mr. Allen.
And I hope this will teach you a lesson, hey, Jack?
Yes, Kenny, you're a dope.
Hey, what is this? Did you guys frame me?
You don't think I'd take my pal's job, do you, Kenny?
Well, it's the old saying, I guess. Ham is thicker than water every time.
That little squirt thought he could pull a fast one, Jack. He didn't know that we were old friends from Boston, huh?
Yeah, Fred. I remember the first time you went on amateur night.
Ah, yes, at the old Grand Opera House.
That's right. I was there that night, Fred.
Were you?
Sitting in the theater with my mother and a pound of tomatoes.
You had a box, eh? Well, how did you like my act?
You had it timed just right, Fred.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, you finished your act as I was throwing my last tomato.
Remember those, after you got rid of the tomatoes, I played that can later, 2 years later with the well, remember those theaters we used to play around Boston?
Yeah, remember Austin and Stone's? The actors had to do 18 shows and then wash the manager's laundry.
Ah, those were the days.
May they never come back.
Say, remember the Daisy restaurant up 3 steps on Howard Street, the Daisy?
Yeah, beans, pie, and coffee for a dime.
Yeah.
That was the only restaurant in the world that served a hamburger with built-in bicarbonate.
Say, remember that boarding house on the corner, the boarding house on Bullfinch Street?
Mother Shapiro's?
Mother Shapiro.
Yeah, sure. The rooms were 50 cents a night. With a door on the room, it was 75.
Remember how cramped those rooms were?
I'll say, my room was so small, if anybody opened the doorknob got into bed with me.
I had a room there one time. It was so small the mice couldn't even get in. The mice used to send a flea into the room to see if there was anything to eat in there.
Several acts we used to know around Boston. Say, do you remember LaRue, the sword swallower?
Raymond LaRue. He was a little round-shouldered guy from swallowing sickles. I remember he used to...
You know, LaRue borrowed my suit one time to play a benefit.
Yeah?
He swallowed a sword, and somebody applauded. LaRue took a bow and tore the back right out of my tuxedo coat.
Well, you've come a long way since then, Jack.
Oh, not so far, Fred. New York is only 200 miles from Boston.
Well, I mean that today you're a Hollywood star.
You're a star on the radio, Fred.
But look, you meet all those glamorous people out there while you're making pictures. Have you made any pictures lately?
Yes, I just finished Beyond the Blue Horizon with...
Next picture, Jack. Bosco?
You remember? The horse show.
Bosco. At the finish of the... Bosco. At the finish of the...
Bosco used to do Fink would throw him a lump of sugar.
Uh-huh.
Well, Bosco never ate that sugar, Fred.
No?
For 20 years, Bosco saved that sugar.
And today?
Fink is working for Bosco.
Good. Well, is there any moral...
Moral is, save your sugar. So long, Fred.
Thanks a lot, Jack Haley. Jack Haley, Mexico Workshop players later in the to sing the eternal favorite Make Believe.
And it's for New Rochelle who are listening. Make believe I love you. Only make that you love me. Others find peace of mind in pretending. Couldn't you, couldn't I, couldn't we make believe our lives are blending in here, or two or three, might as well make believe. I love you, I love you, I here, or here, or here, or three, two or three, might as well make believe, I love you, for the truth, we do. The game of just supposing is the sweetest game I know. Our dreams are more romantic than the romantic we dream about don't happen to be so. That's just an unicality. We could really believe, love you, believe. All of mind is pretending. Couldn't.
And tires. Mexico dealers in all fun tires in every way possible. Trained to fight wear. They're ready to help you conserve your car and tires in every way possible. Drive in. You're welcome. Fred Allen returns after a brief pause for station identification to present the most talented undergraduate of the University of Alabama, followed by a special surprise feature starring Jack Haley. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. W-A. 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 Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the spotlight is tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the spotlight young performer recruited from the campus of performer recruited on a talented young Texaco star from the spotlight is tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the spotlight is tonight, ladies and gentlemen, theater. Once again, focus on the spotlight young performer recruited institution presenter is a young Alabama. Cash award of $200. Welcoming committee ready?
No, gentlemen. I am happy to present the talented young baritone, Thomas.
Fred is our...
Harry, but I'll fill in. Ladies and gentlemen, this time, the pride of Alabama, the talented young baritone, Thomas... Thomas. Takanari is an odd name, Thomas.
Irish. There's a little about a jigger.
Just a jigger. Well...
A glee club for the Alabama...
In 1939, Alabama 6.
Yes, we had a pretty good team.
You know, there was one who spent so much time in Fordham's backfield that Fordham awarded him a letter, I believe, at the end of the game. But your school has had some really fine football teams, Tom.
Yes, sir. Alabama's played in the Rose Bowl 5 different seasons.
Well, Yale, of course, has played in the Sugar Bowl every season. They get their lumps every Saturday. Tell me, Tom, what are you studying down there at Alabama?
Well, I'm majoring in political science and preparing for law.
Are you planning a career in public life?
Yes, Mr. Allen. Our university now has 1 justice on the Supreme Court bench and 4 graduates in the United States Senate.
And you hope to add to this record, huh?
Well, I'm going to do my best.
In other words, you take law seriously. Your singing and glee club participation is just a hobby.
Yes, sir. I've had 5 years of voice, and before that, 5 years of saxophone.
Well, that's the way Rudy Valley started out, Tom, with a saxophone.
Mr. Valley went to Yale, didn't he?
Yes, they say when Rudy left New Haven, he had a Yale sticker on every bag and a Yale lock on every pocket. The years have worn the stickers off of Rudy's bags, Tom. But they tell me those Yale locks are still in place and as good as new. Well, enough about the seal test Shylock. Tom, I understand that down at the University of Alabama, you have quite a radio department.
Well, we think it's the best in the country, Mr. Allen. Professor John Carlisle, our director, was production manager of the Columbia Network before he came down to school.
Well, what equipment do you have there at school?
We have our own radio studios and complete courses of microphone technique to radio.
In other words, you have everything but a sponsor down there.
That's right.
Well, I wish I'd gone to Alabama, Tom. You know, I learned radio the hard way. The first time I went on the air, I had Mike fried so badly, 2 fellows had to hold me up while I was broadcasting. Those 2 fellows are still working. And do you know, Tom? And 2 fellows had to hold me up while I was broadcasting. And do you know, Tom? Fellows are still working. And do you know, Tom, in radio today,
On this program?
they hold up John Barrymore.
Still have Mike Frank?
Well, I don't know what it is. Now, Thomas, the Sentry, when you came in tonight, your bundle.
Yes, Mr. Allen. Students at the university.
Oh, swell.
Alabama cotton.
It comes complete with... Well, thank you, Tom. In the top of my aspirin bottle. Bottles of aspirin we'll need. The rest of the bale I can use. I have 200 more this suit. And hang it up as a decoy. A long, slender package, Tom.
Alabama sugar cane.
Oh, boy, look at that Alabama sugar cane. This is it, huh? Oh, these are the stalks here. Oh, these are the stalks here. Oh, these are the size for my safety deposit. Lay in there. I want to thank you. Well, I want to thank Alabama and the boys and girls at Alabama and the boys and girls. And I think, Thomas, now what about your song?
Waiting for the sun. Sing, the world is waiting for the sun. Sing, the world is waiting for the sunrise.
Well, Michaelman, the most talented undergrammer, Thomas University of Alabama, sings for you, The World for the Sunrise.
sleepy may
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks to the sending you to... And Thomas, we future law career and the most talented of Holy Cross. After listening to the Massachusetts.
Say, Fred.
Oh, yes, Jimmy, I'm busy.
Seeing you with all these college boys reminds me, did you go through college?
No, Jimmy. In my youth, I was a fugitive from a brain gag. I didn't get a Ph.D. I had to go out and get a J.O.B.
Do you ever regret skipping college, Fred?
Yes, Jimmy, I do. You know, as time goes on,
Well, this winter, no car owner had any idea of how valuable his car would be to him today.
Well, time has certainly changed that picture, hasn't it?
Yes. So bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, even if your car did get its winter conditioning at the start of the season, it may well need extra attention now. So see your Texaco dealer. Ask him to check your oil. If it's worn, let him renew the protection of your engine with the proper grade of insulated Haviland, his premium oil, or insulated Texaco motor oil. If gears shift hard, grind together, it's time you put special Texaco lubricants on the job. And if you hear squeaks that warn of friction in the chassis, there's need, too, for the protection of a Marfac job, Texaco's famous chassis lubrication service. Your Texaco dealer knows what to do in winter weather to protect that personal and national asset, your car. Care for your car, for your country. Prolong its life and help America win. And
now the Texaco Workshop players. Tonight they star Jack Haley in a desert tragedy. It's called Mayhem at King Tut's Tomb, or My Mummy Done Told Me. Music, Pharaoh Goodman. Just a minute, put down. Don't raise your baton, Mr. Goodman. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
Come right in, Mr. Archer.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Archer.
Yes, sir.
What is this?
This is my assistant, Mr. Archer.
How do you do?
Now, look. I'm just starting
Well, whatever you're starting, stop it.
Now, just a minute, brother. Who are you?
I am Mr. Funt, a vice president of this broadcasting company.
Well, what is that?
This is the last Wednesday you'll be on at this hour, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Starting March 8th, this program will be on the air Sunday nights. But what's that?
It is customary when a comedian leaves the studio to take inventory.
Shall I frisk him now, Mr. Font?
Now, look, gentlemen. We're just starting a sketch here. Now, can't you take your inventory after the program?
It is customary to take inventory while the artists, so-called, are still on the premises.
Yes, you can't trust actors, and I have no watch to prove it.
Are you insinuating, you little waste of skin?
I ought to part your hair.
Well, that's more than you can do with your own. And I ought to put some pleats in your face.
Oh, go dill your face.
Oh, yeah.
Language. You go right on with your program, Mr.
You
Allen.
bet I will.
Yes, and we'll get on with our inventory. Come, Mr. Archer.
Take my hand, Mr. Font.
Everything happens to me. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, I guess where everything is quieted down, we present our desert sketch starring Jack Haley. Music, Pharaoh.
Here I am, frail Rufus Smythe, the great explorer, alone dying in the desert. Water.
Are you ready, Mr. Archer?
I'm ready, Mr. Font.
Water.
Music stands, 27.
Music stands, 14.
Water.
Chairs, 32.
Chairs, 6.
Water.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute, Jack.
All I want is a little water.
Look, I know. I'll straighten this thing out, Jack. Mr. Funt.
Yes?
What is coming? You're holding back. You don't want to answer me now, Funt. As man to man, I demand that you answer me when I speak to you. What is coming off here?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. There are 13 music stands, 26 stools, and 5 microphones missing.
Well, you don't think that
Shall I frisk him, Mr. Font?
Here. Take your hand out from under my coat, or I'll push your head so far down your spine you'll have 3 tongues hanging out of your shoes.
Language.
You'll hear worse than that now if you pests don't get out of here. Mr. Haley, a great dramatic actor, is trying to do a sketch here.
Very well, Mr. Allen. Mr. Archer and I will go.
Yes, that's final.
Come, Mr. Archer.
Take my hand, Mr.
Now we can get back to your sketch, Jack.
Where was I?
You were lost on the desert.
Oh, yes, the drums were beating. Water.
Hold it, Jack. Come in.
Excuse me. Has Mr. Sobel come yet?
Mr. Sobel.
I have an appointment with Mr. Sobel.
Look, lady, Mr. Sobel isn't here, and we're right in the middle of a sketch.
Are you sure, Mr.
Only one in the sketch.
Oh.
And my water.
I'll wait for Mr. Sobel outside.
Yes, do that.
Outside.
Yes, do that. Now, Jack, let's go. Drums?
Water. Now, look, how long can a man live without water?
You may find out
I'm
tonight,
as
Jack.
dry as an Arab's instep.
I'm sorry, Jack. I'll put a stop to this. Come in.
Come right in, Mr. Sobel.
Thank you, Mr. Font.
Now, listen, you. This is the 3rd interruption.
Now, please, Mr. Allen, Mr. Sobel is pressed for time.
I'm a busy man, Alan.
Now, listen, Sobel.
Mr. Sobel to you, ham.
Why, you...
Language. Mr. Sobel is the president of Sobel Sanitary Soup.
Yes, my program is taking over this studio next Wednesday night.
Mr. Sobel is here tonight to test the acoustics.
Oh.
I want to be sure my soup commercials can be heard in the balcony.
Get away from that microphone, Mr. Allen, please.
Yes, I need plenty of room. I wave my arms when I read.
Fine.
Who is this other man, this man with the round head? Who are you?
I'm just trying to get some water.
The cooler is out in the hall. Step aside.
I got better treatment the night I was on the Goodwill Court.
And I can prove it. I was with him.
Quiet, please. We're on the air. Take it away, Mr. Sobel.
Okay. Folks, have you tried Sobel's Sanitary Soup? The new lickin' good triple duty soup? Sobel's is the only soup that contains ether, energene, and rhondocyte hypophosphate. Sobel's Sanitary Soup cleans your clothes, whitens your teeth, and is licking good to boot.
Now, look.
Here's how Sobel's triple duty sanitary soup works. Now, when you slop any other soup on your vest, what happens? A big greasy blob remains. When Sobel's triple duty sanitary soup spills on your vest, here's all you have to do. Go right on eating. Yes, go right on eating. The energene in the soup cleans the spots. The ether dries your vest instantly. And the rhondocyte hyperphosphate makes your elk's tooth 3 shades whiter.
Mr. Sobel.
So try a can of Sobel's triple duty sanitary gumbo soup. Sobel soup as that stuff I got stuck with last November. Try a can spelled K-A-N tonight.
Well, Mr. Sobel, how are the acoustics? Good for soup?
I can't tell without a conference.
Well, let's tie in.
Yes, let's tie in. You tie into me and I'll tie in.
Boy, I'll be glad to get out of this place. Just a minute, brother. Who are you?
I'm Jack Haley.
Did you come in with Sobel?
I'm your guest star, remember? Water.
Oh, yes. Well, let's finish the sketch. Drums? Hold it, Jack.
I didn't even get started this time.
Come in.
I should have thought of that, son.
Oh, it slipped my mind, too, Mr. Sobel.
Come in, Miss Devereaux, Mr. Llewellyn.
Thank you, Mr. Sobel.
Thank you, Mr. Sobel.
Now, look, Mr. Funt, who woke up the morgue? What is this?
Mr. Sobel has approved the acoustics for his commercial.
Yeah, the word Sobel echoes in this studio. I'll get a double plug.
Divine.
My voice will roll around these walls like a comet in the Wilkins.
Look, if you folks don't mind.
Please, Mr. Allen, Mr. Sobel has to test the acoustics again for his radio serial program.
Oh.
Yes, Miss Devereaux, Mr. Llewellyn, we'll run through an episode.
I'll just throw my mink here.
Will you set the scene, Mr. Sobel?
Yes, I have the script right here.
Quiet, please. We're on the air. Take it away, Mr. Sobel.
Molly Malone, girl steeplejack. Molly Malone is the story of a simple girl who became a steeplejack to support her no-good father and 7 big, strapping, loafing brothers. Yesterday, we left Molly Malone hanging from the steeple of the town hall. Her paint pot and scaffold had blown away, and Molly hung suspended by her charm bracelet. Well, somehow Molly got down during the night. And today we find Molly Malone busy at work painting the steeple on the Masonic Temple. As our story opens, Jeffrey Spavin, Molly's sweetheart, is shinnying up the steeple. Molly speaks.
What are you doing way up this steeple, Jeffrey?
I came to see you, Molly Malone.
But steeplejacking's a woman's work, Jeffrey. You might slip and fall.
I can slip, Molly. I'm wearing corduroy pants. And I have lumpy legs. Molly.
Yes, Jeffrey.
Will you marry me?
Why, Jeffrey.
Help! I'm slipping.
Jeffrey, I must overtake you. Jeffrey, Jeffrey.
And so we leave Molly Malone. As she and Jeffrey Spavin speed down that steeple, she is wed. Tune in tomorrow for the next thrilling adventure in the life of Molly Malone, Girl Steeplejack.
Well, Mr. Cobo.
What do you think, Miss Devereaux, Miss Llewellyn?
The acoustics are divine.
Yes, my voice just rolls around these walls like a comet in the welkin.
Oh, good. This studio will do, Mr. Fun.
Thank you, Mr. Cobo.
Well, I've got to go. I'm a busy man.
Dad, I'll be glad to get out of this joint. Where was I?
Water.
Oh, yes. That's where I was. Now, go ahead, Jack.
Water.
Mr. Allen.
Not now,
But
Portman.
the man in the control room said to tell you there's only a minute and a half left.
Say, we're late. Well, you better step on it, Jack.
Water. Say, Fred.
Yes, later, Jimmy.
Now, you promised me before we finish tonight that I could get in all the Texaco mentions I cut out all year on account of time.
Well, it's too late now.
Say, what about me? I'm speaking for Mr. Goodman.
Look,
You promised Goodman he could play the ends of all the numbers. You never got to finish.
Well, some
I want
other time. Not now,
The
Kenny.
sound man says he's got a lot of big crashes left over. Can I help him catch up with his noise?
We won't have time for anything now.
Just a minute, Alan. I was engaged to do a sketch here.
Now, Jack.
Call an ambulance, somebody. I want to see my lawyer.
Look. Quiet. Please, look, everybody. This is my last Wednesday night program. Now, I only have 20 seconds to get everything cleaned up before we leave the studio. So go ahead. Finish your numbers, do your commercials, play your sketch, crash your sound effects, tear the joint down.
Water.
Texaco.
Water.
Mr. Goodman, music. And now, just a final word from Larry Elliott.
Each defense bond you buy goes into the vital tools of war. The tanks, guns, battleships, and planes. Every single defense stamp helps turn another cog, move another wheel. Line up for victory now at your nearest bank, post office, or retail store. Buy more and more defense bonds and stamps.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. The Texaco Star Theater returns a week from next Sunday. The date, March the 8th. The time, 6 p.m. Sunday night over these same stations. Our first Sunday guest will be Morris Evans, the distinguished Shakespearean actor, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at Holy Cross, Jack McDonald. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again Sunday, March 8th, and to drive in, almost said next Wednesday again after 8 years. But it isn't Wednesday, folks. It's Sunday, March 8th at 6 p.m. And to drive into your Texaco dealers at any time. Remember, you're welcome.
Water.
Good luck, Jack. Good night, folks.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'll wipe you out! Bonjour, messieurs.
Now, you take me. I mean, in my time, I have had everything that crawled, wriggled. Come on.
No, wait! Hey, ain't Cal?
Who's that?
That's me. Happy. You ain't Aunt Cal.
I'll bet you ain't happy. Tell me he got one of them squatters.
I got me a rolling hog. Him for the boat.
I want you to get rolling. I'll do whatever you ask if you do.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
That's far enough, Mr. Williams.
Miss Sager.
Mrs. Sager.
Mrs. Sager. Would you please put that rifle down? I came here without any guns, without any means of force whatsoever.
You come here with force.
Now, Mrs. Sager.
Come here to force me out of my house, off my land.
Mrs. Sager, please.
Nobody shoves me off of my land, Mr. Williams. Nobody. This land is mine. It's free and clear, every inch of it.
I've no doubt.
My husband staked this land 25 years ago. He homesteaded it and raised cattle on it every year till he died. Every year till he died, he raised cattle on this land.
I have every respect
and
for you.
nobody takes me off this land, Mr. Williams, you or your filthy railroad or anybody else. My husband left me this land, and he said, Libby, this is your land, and you keep it. I said, Howard, I swear by everything decent, nobody'll ever take this land away from me. A solemn and holy oath, Mr. Williams, to a dying man.
Mrs. Sager, now, listen to me for just a minute.
Well, I know what you're going to say.
Just a minute. 1 minute, Mrs. Sager.
Said it 100 times if you said it once.
Please, Mrs. Sager, just 1 minute.
Well, go on, talk then. Talk and get it over with. 1 minute.
1 minute.
That's right.
I represent the railroad.
I know that.
And we have reserved from the United States government a right-of-way of land across the United States for our railroad, Transcontinental Railroad, Mrs. Sager, Transcontinental. The United States government...
United States government, I heard you. What do you want to do, scare me or something?
Transcontinental, it's progress, Mrs. Sager. You can't hold back the time.
That's what you always say. You can't hold
Your
back
land. Your land, Mrs. Sager, is directly in the right-of-way. Now, we're willing, more than willing, we're happy to pay you 3 times the worth of this land.
I said I wouldn't sell, Mr. Williams. How many times I got to repeat it?
It's not a matter of... Mrs. Sager, please, I wish you'd lower that carbine. It's making me nervous.
I noticed you shaking. The minute's almost up.
The point is, you've got to sell. You're on public land to be reconverted. Now, we sent you a check and a notice to get off the land. No, not us. The United States government. That makes it mandatory, compulsory.
It's a free country.
Progress, Mrs. Sager, for the common good.
It's a free country. I can live where I want, and this is where I'm living. And let me tell you something, Mr. Williams. I'm staying right here. You could have orders from the president. I'm just as good a citizen as he is. Now you just scoot off on this property.
I'd hate to have to call the United States Marshal. Now, Mrs. Sager, I don't like to use force when reason will do.
Get off this property, Mr. Williams, or I'm going to remember the United States government has a law about trespassing. Did you hear me? Scoot.
You can't hold back the times. That's what I told her, Marshal. She held that rifle on me every second. It seems funny to you, I suppose.
No, I didn't mean to laugh at you, Mr. Williams, but... Well, Libby Sager's quite a woman. I've known her a long time. I knew her husband.
Anybody could be married to that.
Now, what you've got to understand about Libby is, Mr. Williams, that Libby isn't an ordinary woman.
That's sure.
No, Libby is... Well, she's kind of like the West. I mean by that, she's got her ways, and her ways are free. And she's hard to tame.
Well, I'll tell you this, Marshal. In the railroad business, when we come to a mountain, if we can't go around it, we blast right through it.
Yeah, well, I'm not so sure I'd try that with Libby if I were...
Marshal, I've tried talking to her. I've sent her letters. I've tried everything. There's no moving.
Yeah, I know. But you've got to keep in mind that Libby's lived there for almost a quarter of a century.
I've got a job to do.
Look, can't you go around her land?
Oh, fine. A straight line track for a few hundred miles, then all of a sudden it juts out for a few little acres, and then back to another straight line for another 100 miles.
I would break it up a little, wouldn't it?
Marshal, I want you to get out there with this order. It's an order to vacate. Every time we send her a check, she sends it right back. So here's a check to go with the order.
Look, Mr. Williams, she's not going to move. I know that woman, and she's not going to move.
That's a United States government order, and you're the United States Marshal.
Oh, please, Mr. Williams, don't remind me of my duties. There's some things I don't like about this job. Eviction and seizure. Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Eviction. Federal order.
Libby Sager, yes, sir.
You weren't listening at the door, were you, Chester?
Oh, no, sir. My, absolutely not, Mr. Dillon. It's just I am cursed with wonderful ears. Comes from so many nights out hunting. Why, my whole family got ears.
All right, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, isn't there some way the railroad can go around that property? I purely hate to see that woman.
He's made me a villain when I'm just doing my job.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Williams, I guess we all feel a little like that right now. Come on, Chester.
Listen, this here...
Now, hold it, Libby.
Saw you through the curtains.
Well, I saw you peeking.
Coward little railroad has to bring the marshal.
Mr. Williams
I had to, Mrs. Sager. I told you before that...
Hot-bellied little railroad had to get the marshal.
Now, Libby... Libby, I want you to put that carbine down, and I want you to act like a human being. Huh?
Don't you start anything with me, that kind of talk. Now, Matt Dillon, I knew you too long for that kind of talk.
Libby, what would Howard have said if he could see you standing there holding a carbine on me?
You can say what you got to say right here and right now. Just leave my poor dead husband out of this.
You think he'd stand in the way of progress the way you are?
Progress? That big, loud, steaming, dirty thing a-howling by, black smoke, bringing in the trash from back east? You call that progress?
I'll make a deal with you, Libby. you put down your gun, and I'll send Mr. Williams and Chester back to town, huh?
I got nothing to say to you, Marshal.
Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Here, take my gun, Chester. And this.
What are you doing, Mr. Dillon? You took off your star.
I'll take it back to the office with you and take Mr. Williams with you, too. Libby and I are going to talk.
Yes. Come on, Mr. Williams.
You can't hold back the times, Mrs. Sager.
Get him off here, boy!
You better go, Mr. Williams.
I'll see you back in town, Marshal.
Well, Libby, aren't you going to ask me in?
I told you, Marshal.
The name's still Matt, Libby. No star. See? Now can I come in?
Well, I suppose.
Thank you. Looks just about the same.
Yeah, it's going to stay that way. Nothing's going to come steaming through this sitting room. Sit down, man.
Libby, I'd give anything not to have to give you this order, but... Here.
Well, Howard took me out here to this piece of land. He staked it out here because it had a creek for the cattle and some good grassland. We just got married. Took me out here and stood me right about where you're standing now. And he said, Libby, this is ours. Yours and mine.
Uh-huh.
He built this place, Matt. Every board he split with his own hands. Every board of it, every nail in it.
Yeah, I know.
You don't know. 3 days and 3 nights, just the two of us. Behind that upsot wagon, caught out there in the attack. Oh, they'd have burned the house down. But we held them off. All of them Indians, a-hooping and a-hollering. Wasn't until the second day they got him.
Yeah.
Oh, that arrow must have been terrible inside him. It was like something in my own chest, man. I swear. It couldn't have hurt no more. I held him in my arms. I was crying. I just couldn't help it. And he looked like a little boy. I swear it seemed like he wasn't a man anymore. It's just a little boy in my arms there. He said, Libby, you gotta hang on to the land, Libby. It's all there is. I said, I know it, Howard. He said, don't let nobody drive you off here. I said, Howard, I won't. And I didn't. I stayed there, no food, no water. 2 days more. Still waiting. But they'd gone. And the place was still mine.
Libby.
Now, do you think I'm going to get off of this land now? Just because of a little piece of paper? Matt, you go on back. Tell that railroad I'm here for good. Dead or alive. Next time, you better keep your guns.
Marshal? What'd she say, Marshal? Talk didn't do any good, did it? I knew it wouldn't.
Mr. Williams, you did your job. Now, why don't you go back to the hotel and we'll get in touch with you, huh?
Sure. Marshal.
Yeah?
You sure you don't need me for anything?
I'm sure.
Okay.
Well, hello, Mr. Williams.
Hello, Chester.
Where's he going, Mr. Dillon?
I sent him back to the hotel, Chester. Hand me that chamois there, will you?
Yes, sir. Here.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Dillon?
What?
If she don't leave peaceable, you gonna carry her out?
Well, we'll see what happens, Chester.
I mean, if she don't come out peaceable.
Look, Chester, that railroad's going to be here for a long time. A long time. Now, there are going to be a lot of people dependent on it for beef and for everything else. And Libby's just one person. Just one person.
One person, yes, sir.
That's right.
That's right, Mr. Dillon. Mr. Dillon, I've never seen you like this before.
Chester, I can't do it.
All right. You gave her 10 days to give you an answer, Mr. Dillon. And the order come down almost a month ago. You did everything you could. If you asked me, you oughtn't to feel bad. You just got to do it, that's all.
Never hurt anybody. Paid all her bills. Now we got to run her off her land.
Well, it wasn't nobody's fault that Howard Sager homesteaded on what was going to be a railroad track. Wasn't his fault, nor her fault, nor your fault. Wasn't even the railroad's fault.
I know you're right, Chester. You're right.
And Mr. Dillon, she'll have enough money she can live anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Sure. Anywhere except where she really wants to live.
Well,
Yeah, I know, Chester. Well, it's almost 10:30. We gave her till noon today. I guess we better get packing.
Guess we better.
Oh, fella, boy.
Oh. Well, sir, here's the gate.
Go ahead, Chester.
After you, Mr. Dillon.
Matt Dillon?
Oh, boy.
There she is, Mr. Dillon, on the porch. She's got her carbine.
Yeah, I see her.
Get off my property.
Libby! Now, we gave you plenty of notice.
Get off my property, Marshal, or I'll shoot. Now, you know me, Matt. I don't just talk.
Libby, you got your check. Now, why don't you...
I'm counting 3. You're not starting off this land by the count of 3. I'm going to shoot. I swear it, Matt. You're a perfect target now. I'm warning you.
Libby,
1,
why...
2, 3...
Come on, Mr. Dillon. That big rock over there.
Way over our heads.
Yeah, she meant it that way.
Makes me feel a little silly running cover from a woman.
I got a decent respect for Libby's eye, Chester.
Well, what do we do, Mr. Dillon?
Well...
We can't just stay here forever.
Look, maybe we can sneak up from the other side. You think you could work your way around?
I imagine so.
All right. And Chester...
Now, don't worry, Mr. Dillon. I'm not going to use no gun.
All right. If you can get in the house and get that rifle away from her, I'll just stay out here and try to keep her attention.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good luck. Libby!
I'm going to shoot to kill, Matt. Next man tries to get me out of here, shoot to kill.
Hot.
That's right, Sam. Here's to you, Williams. Sure. I must be getting drunk. Even this stuff tastes good.
Sam?
I can't help but admire that woman. But then I'm always the one to boost the underdog.
We gotta start construction on the 18th to keep the schedule. You haven't even had a chance to start surveying.
One woman standing alone against a whole mess of us.
Spikes, crew, rail.
It's inspiring.
Ties all creosoted. I'll get bounced, sure.
Let me tell you, Williams, she's 1 out of 1,000,000.
Quite a woman.
Quite a woman.
Yeah.
I said then, and I say right now, nobody takes that woman off her land alive. Nobody. She's got more real stuff in her than you and me put together.
You're drunk.
Hanging on to the last breath. Why, it's wonderful.
Woman like that can't hold back the progress of a whole nation.
Absolutely not.
Nobody can hold back the time.
Time and tide wait for no man.
If everybody felt like her, there wouldn't be any railroads. There wouldn't be any progress whatsoever.
You need a drink.
Maybe I do. Sam? I don't think that marshal's doing a thing out there.
Minion of the law.
Strikes me as sentimental, that marshal.
Oh, I don't know.
Point is, there's a job to do. I think we ought to go out there and prod him.
Well, you said he told you to stay in the hotel room.
I know.
No, that's what you said.
Well,
if you want to go down there, it's fine with me, but that's what you told me he said.
Well, how does it look, the railroad representative taking the afternoon off at a time like this, huh? Hand me my holster.
Huh? Well, what do you want guns for?
I'll tell you what I think. I think the woman's a little demented holding herself up that way. Her husband's death, years alone in that house. She's crazy.
Fanatic.
Yeah.
Here.
Thanks. Fully loaded.
She's a wonderful woman, though.
Dead shot with that rifle of hers. I'm not going out there unprotected.
I don't blame you a bit. I think I'll take my holster, too.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
What?
One for the road, huh?
No more.
One for Libby? Oh, what do you say?
All right. One for Libby. To Libby Sager.
The spirit of the Old West.
Right.
Hey, you know they'll write a song about her? How the track was built over her soul? And they'll write a song about us, too.
Oh, stop it. You're drunk. How's it going, Marshal?
Didn't I tell you to stay back at the hotel?
I brought Sam with me. Thought maybe you could use some help. Sam, where's he?
Huh? Hello, Marshal.
You don't mind if we just stick around, do you?
Well, stay back and keep quiet.
Where's your friend?
Trying to sneak in the back. Only trouble
Marshal?
is... Right here, Libby.
I got my eye on that sidekick of yours. You either call him back or I'm going to have to shoot him.
Chester!
Oh, coming, Mr. Dillon. I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon.
No, it's all right, Chester. It just didn't work, that's all.
I declare I can't figure how she spotted me. You don't know how careful
Yeah, I know.
walk.
Looks like there's only one thing to do. Let's go in after her.
Now you're talking.
Fine.
Now, you two just stay right where you are, and no guns, you understand?
Sure.
Libby! Libby, we're coming in! Now put your carbine up, Libby.
Come on, Marshal, just come on. I'm ready.
Now, let's go, Chester, and stay close to the ground.
We can weave over to that rock over there, then behind the barn, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Close, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, all right, run. You all right, Chester?
Just scared, that's all.
Why, that crazy fool.
What's the matter, Mr. Dillon?
That surveyor. Sam, leave that rifle alone.
I'm just covering for you, Marshal.
She hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, he's going to shoot back. Sam!
Mr. Dillon. He got her, Mr. Dillon.
Come on, Chester. Libby?
A good shot, Marshal.
It wasn't him, Miss Sager.
Lift up her head, Chester.
It's better this way, Matt. Much better this way.
Marshal? Oh, I didn't mean to, Marshal.
I told you to put up that gun.
Oh, I was trying to cover for you. When she got me in my shoulder, I didn't think. I just...
Matt.
You just lay quiet, Libby. We'll send for the doc.
Now you let me be. Say, Matt.
Yeah, Libby.
Matt, I bet you people don't forget me so easy.
They won't, Libby.
You know, Matt, I'll bet they'll remember me every time.
Yeah. Every time that train whistle blows.
My gracious.
You know, Chester, sometimes progress is hard to come by.
Tell us, Mr. Wayne. What do you fear? How do you know my name? The world is too small for someone like Bruce Wayne to disappear. Your parents' death was not your fault. My parents deserve justice. I cannot let that pass. If you make yourself more than just a man, then you become something else entirely. Which is? A legend, Mr. Wayne.
Master Wayne, are you coming back for long, sir?
As long as it takes to show the people of Gotham their city doesn't belong to the criminals and the corrupt.
Bruce?
Rachel?
You were gone a long time.
I know.
Things are worse than ever down here. What chance does Gotham have when the good people do nothing?
Nomex survival suit for advanced infantry. Kevlar utility harness, gas-powered magnetic grapple gun. What's that? On the tumbler? Oh, you wouldn't be interested in that.
I spent a lot of time being scared for you. I heard you were back.
He's here. Who? The Batman. Gotham must be destroyed. Gotham isn't beyond saving. Just hold on.
Guy dresses up like a bat. Clearly has issues.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Let's All Sing Together. When you were a youngster, did this ever happen to you? The family would sit down to some special dessert, but you weren't allowed to have any. Remember how hurt you felt? Well, that never happens when there's Jell-O for dessert. For Jell-O is marvelously light and wholesome, and the whole family can enjoy it, from Grandpop on down to Junior. And believe me, the whole family does enjoy it. For Jell-O is the perfect ending to any meal. Those 6 delicious flavors are as delightful and refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. And those 6 gay colors, as cheerful as a rainbow, make a radiant success of your dessert course. Make it something truly special every time. So treat the family to some Jell-O tomorrow. If you haven't enjoyed it recently, you'll find it even better than you remember. More delicious and inviting, more downright swell. Try it and see. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells an all-family treat. That was Let's All Sing Together, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the last installment of our recent journey to Yosemite National Park and Jack's Maxwell. The trip will go down in history with the adventures of Marco Polo, the exploits of Admiral Byrd, the voyage of Christopher Columbus.
Don't forget the Rover Boys.
Quiet, Mary.
As you remember, last week's episode ended with Jack skiing down a steep hill and crashing into the ski house, with the result that he suffered a sprained ligament in his leg and several assorted abrasions.
Oh, it's a miracle I'm alive. I must be made of iron. Continue, Don.
It is now several days later, and we take you to Jack's room at the Ahwahnee Hotel in Yosemite, where he is convalescing.
It's my birthday, too, folks.
Jack is propped up in bed, and as the scene opens, we find Rochester reading to him from a magazine.
It was past midnight, and the moon was shining brightly through the magnolia trees as Ronald walked into the garden. Carlotta heard his footsteps approaching and looked up like a frightened gazelle.
That's Gazelle. That's frightened Gazelle.
Don't be alarmed, darling, cried the young American engineer. It is I. I have come back for you.
I knew he would.
Carlotta's dark Mexican eyes flashed. Her lips quivered. Kiss me, she said. Kiss me.
All right, never mind the dialect. Go ahead.
The smile on Ronald's face suddenly turned to a sneer. It's no use, Carlotta, he said. I only come back to say goodbye. This is the end.
The darn fool. Doesn't he know she loves him?
But Ronald, cried Carlotta, you can't go. We're married. And what about the baby?
The baby? What baby?
That was last month, boss. We missed that.
Oh. Well, that changes everything. Go ahead.
Ronald turned and started toward the gate. Carlotta clung to him, and the tears came to her eyes. But Ronald laughed bitterly and struck her to the ground.
Brute.
She quickly arose and ran toward him. His back was turned, so she could not see the long, thin dagger flashing in his hand.
A dagger?
She crept closer and closer. Ronald's back was still turned.
Yes, yes?
Please, Ronald, she cried. He did not answer.
Oh.
So she clutched the dagger and raised it higher and higher and higher.
Oh, my goodness, he better run.
No hurry. Continued next month.
What? It's a fine ending. They always leave you in suspense like that.
It's a great story, though.
Yes, and you know Rochester would make a swell picture. Can't you just see me as the young American engineer that spurns the love of this beautiful senorita?
Uh-uh.
It's no use, Carlotta. I only came back to say goodbye. This is the end. And then when she tries to kiss me, I'd knock her to the ground. Ha ha! What I could do to a part like that.
Uh-huh.
I wonder who the right girl would be to play opposite me. Of course, Hetty Lamar might be the type. She's dark and she's got those flashing eyes.
She's too healthy. You'd never knock her down.
Well, I still think we'd make a very romantic couple. Come in.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Oh, hello, Mary. Thanks. I'm having a fine birthday this year, flat on my back in bed.
Don't feel so sorry for yourself. Your leg hurts a little, that's all.
Is that so? Well, if you want to know something, young lady, I had a pretty bad accident. And it's a serious case.
Oh, everything is serious with you.
It is, eh?
Last month you got a sliver in your finger and you wanted to go to the Mayo Brothers to have it taken out.
Now, wait a minute, Mary Livingston. That sliver wasn't in my finger. It was in my tongue. And it was painful.
Well, I told you not to eat those good humors so close to the stick.
Mary, did you come in here to sympathize with me or aggravate me?
I came in to bring you a birthday present. Here it is.
Ouch, my leg. I got a sore leg. That's why I'm in bed. Didn't have to throw the package.
I'm sorry, Jack. I forgot.
What's the present? I'll open it later.
It's a bottle of rubbing alcohol for your back.
Oh.
Well, you like it, don't you?
Yes, thanks. It's just what I need. Rubbing alcohol, a fine birthday present. Anyway, I'm glad you dropped in, Mary. It gets so monotonous lying here in bed.
How about another game of casino, boss?
Okay, how much do I owe you now, Rochester?
Let's see. I got the score right here. 4, carry 2, add 5.
Well, how much is it?
$8,000.
Let's see that. That's $80. You're supposed to put a decimal point in there.
You put in the money, I'll put in the point.
$80, eh?
Why, Jack Benny, you mean to say you lost $80 to Rochester playing casino?
Not only that, I was teaching him the game. Oh, well, we were only playing for fun. Hey, Roch?
You ain't gonna Roch me out of it.
All right, Mr. Van Jones, I'll add it to your check next week. Wish my nurse would get here. She's supposed to be here at 8 o'clock, and it's 11:30.
I saw her a little while ago.
Where?
She was out skiing with Phil Harris.
Oh, fine. I pay a nurse $7 a day so she can slide down a hill with Harris. Can never find her when I want her.
Well, I think you went too far yesterday when you hung that cowbell around her neck.
Well, I had to do something. Gee, my leg's throbbing, and I got a fever and everything. Maybe that's her now. Come in.
Hello, Jack. Happy birthday.
Oh, thanks, Don.
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny. Are you feeling better?
Oh, a little, Denis, but I'm still not myself. My leg hurts, and I ache all over.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, anyway, Jack, you're a year older today.
That doesn't help any either.
Now, listen, Mary, I wouldn't say anything if I were you after that birthday present you gave me. You know, fellas, I just received a lovely bottle of rubbing alcohol from Miss Livingston.
No kidding.
Yeah, what a present. Suppose if I had a cold, she'd have bought me Kleenex. If I had a headache, she'd have bought me a box of aspirin.
As long as you stay under $1, you're safe.
Just what I was getting at. I wouldn't mind that so much, Mary, but after the beautiful birthday presents I always give you. Remember that mink jacket 3 years ago?
Some mink jacket. Every spring it comes out to look at its shadow.
Oh, you always have to run and get things appraised. Gee, I wish my nurse would get here, or my doctor, or somebody. I'm tired of lying here in bed.
You want to teach me some more casino, boss?
No, I lost $80. That's enough. And incidentally, Rochester, inasmuch as I was teaching you the game, I'm charging you $60 for lessons. So I only owe you $20. And if I recall correctly, I recently gave you my old blue suit, which is worth at least $20, so I really don't owe you anything.
I knew we'd arrive there, but I didn't know just how.
Well, that's how, and the meeting is closed. I wish the doctor'd show up. I want to get back to Hollywood in time for our broadcast Sunday.
Oh, you'll make it all right, Jack.
Sure, there's nothing the matter with you.
There's plenty the matter with me. I just don't complain, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, what song do you want me to sing next Sunday?
Well, Denis, what's popular right now?
There's a new number out called The Isle of May. It's a ballad type. Would that be all right?
I don't know. Does it fit you, Denis?
I think so. It goes something like this.
so lovely, I was lonely. It was springtime, and we fell in love. We strolled along through the heather, and it was June, June on the Isle of May. Your lips were sweet as the heather. Love was in bloom there on the Isle of May. Close in your arms, heaven opened its door. Then, like a fool, I sailed away. But our love will bring us together when it is June, June on the Isle of May. Close in your arms, heaven opened its doors. Then, like a fool, I sailed away. But our love will bring us together when it is June, June on the Isle of
Well, that was swell, Denis. That song's going to be all right for the program.
I think I ought to brush up on it, though.
Maybe so.
Oh, Jack, speaking of Sunday's show, I have a problem that's been bothering me.
You have, Don?
Yes, it's been on my mind all day, and I just can't seem to arrive at a definite solution.
My goodness, what is it?
Well, on next Sunday's show, I don't know whether to say, go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O, or run to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O.
Oh, well, that is a problem there.
I like go.
I like run.
Yes, either one is good, Don.
No, Jack, no. I don't think they convey the idea of enough speed.
Oh. Well, how about hasten, Don? Listen to this. Hasten to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O. How's that for the customers?
Well, I don't know.
How about shooting him out of a cannon?
Out of a cannon?
That's it. Shoot yourself out of a cannon to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O. Thanks, Mary. That's terrific.
You're welcome.
See?
Well, see you later, Jack.
Dog, Don.
Wow, cannon. Yippee!
Gee.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Me too. Well, if my nurse doesn't get here pretty soon, I'll say, Rochester, give me a spoonful of that iron tonic.
Uh-oh, was there iron in that, boss?
Why, certainly, iron and alcohol.
My, that's the first time I ever had a metallic martini.
You lay off my medicine. Gee, my leg hurts again. I get those shooting pains. Come in.
Oh, Jack, it's Dr. Nelson.
It's about time. So it's you, Doctor.
Yes. Well, quite a little party we're having here. How are you today, Miss Livingston?
I'm just fine, Doctor.
That's good. And you, Mr. Day, how's your health?
I feel marvelous.
Fine, fine. And Rochester, how are you feeling?
Okay, Doc, I'm okay.
Good. Well, I'll be running along now. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm the patient here. What about me?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. Yes. How is your arm today? Still bothering you?
It's my leg, my left leg. My arms are all right. I just lost $80 playing cards with them.
Oh, certainly it's your leg. You fell off a horse.
A horse? Look, Doc, I never fell off a horse on my leg in my life. Now, Doc, here's the whole story. Don't you remember? I hurt my leg skiing. I went down the mountain at Badger Pass and crashed through the ski house. Then we phoned for you and you came to examine me, remember?
Oh, yes, and I'll never forget how you called me Daddy.
Well, I was delirious, that's why. I was delirious.
Well, just the same, it was embarrassing. I'm a bachelor, you know.
I know. Now, look, Doctor, I want to know if I can get out of here today and go home.
You see, Doctor, Mr. Benny's anxious to get up because it's his birthday today.
Well, congratulations, young man. How old are you?
It's none of your business. I'm old enough to vote.
For Lincoln.
Marry. I'm trying to get some information here. Now, Doctor, when am... Oh, come in.
Well, Jack, your nurse finally arrived.
So I see. Awfully glad you dropped in, nurse.
How's my little patient today?
As if you cared. And take off those skis. My goodness.
Well, I'm only going to be here for a minute.
Did you hear that, Doctor? Fine nurse you recommended. Supposed to be taking care of me. She's out skiing with Phil Harris all day.
You're a naughty girl, Miss Kelly.
I'm sorry, kid.
Later, Miss Kelly.
Now, look, Doc, I want to find out if I can
Miss Kelly, will you please take Mr. Benny's pulse?
Okay, Doctor. Let me have your wrist, Mr. Benny.
Here. Well, you going to come here? You want me to throw it over? Now, come here.
All right.
Here. Here's my wrist. Nothing but screwballs in this room. I'll bet $10 Olson and Johnson are under the bed. Well, Miss Kelly, what about it?
Oh, Doctor, Mr. Benny has no pulse. I can't feel a thing.
Of course not. You're wearing mittens. No pulse. Why, the blood just leaps through my veins.
It can't be that happy.
That's all. Now, Doctor, for the last time, I want to find out if I can get... Oh, for heaven's sake, come in.
Hiya, Jackson. How's your leg?
You're certainly worried about that, Phil Harris.
Hello, Phil.
Oh, there you are, Miss Kelly. Hiding from me, huh?
Hiding from you? She works here. And incidentally, Phil, when you came in, you might at least have wished me a happy birthday.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Jackson.
Keep it. Happy birthday.
Oh, is this your birthday, Mr. Benny?
Yes.
Well, if I'd have known that, I'd have put a candle on your poached egg.
Oh, that would have been lovely.
You know, Jackson, I forgot all about this being your birthday, and I feel terrible about not bringing you a gift.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I don't want you to think I'm a heel.
Believe me, Phil, one little present won't influence me one way or the other. So don't worry about it.
Well, I think I'll be running along now, Mr. Benny.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor. You haven't told me if I can leave here today and go home.
Oh, my goodness. You could have gone home 4 days ago.
I could? Then why keep me in bed? Why didn't you tell me then? I'm going to pack and get out of here. What's my bill, Doctor?
$35.
$35?
Make it $37.50. I saw a suit I like today.
You'll get $35. Rochester, take care of that, will you?
Okay, boss. Do you play casino, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
Follow me.
Keep your fingers crossed, Mary. What do I owe you, nurse?
$42. That's 6 days at $7 a day.
Now, wait a minute. You only dropped in for lunch. The rest of the time you were skiing with Phil Harris.
Well, I'm the outdoor type.
Well, then get out of here. Here's your money.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on, Philsy.
Right with you, baby. So long, Jackson. See you in Hollywood.
I'm going to get dressed. Hand me my robe, Mary.
Here you are. About time you took that emblem off the back of it.
Never mind that.
Look at that. Golden Gloves, 1898.
My father's robe. Now, Mary, call downstairs and have the room clerk make up the bill. Tell him I'm paying for everybody's room but my nurse's boyfriend.
Okay.
Oh, Dennis, help me get my things packed, will you?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Hello, the room clerk, please.
Dennis, take all my shirts and socks out of the top drawer.
Hello, room clerk. Will you please make up Mr. Benny's bill? We're checking out today.
Dennis, hand me that suitcase, the larger one.
Yes, everybody except Phil Harris.
Where'll I put the sweaters?
Right in there and keep them together.
How much does that amount to?
And don't forget my skates.
$198?
And put them in my... $198?
We'll have it itemized. Thank you.
$198? I've been in bed since the first day here. Come on, Dennis, get going. Pack, for heaven's sake.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary.
Okay.
Where do you want these pieces of skis put, Mr. Benny?
Throw them in the fireplace. Who's the wire from, Mary?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? What does he say? All right, what does he say?
He says, Dear Jack, as long as you made it, happy birthday.
Well, you can throw that in the fireplace, too. Denis, not my underwear. I meant the telegram. Give me the poker, quick. Give me the poker. Oh, what a kid. I wonder if I hope I didn't forget anything. That was quick, Mary. You all packed?
Yeah, how does your leg feel?
Well, I can't put much weight on it yet, but it's all right. Rochester, did you get all the stuff out of the bathroom? My razor and everything?
Yeah. Say, boss, do you want that old tube of shaving cream, too?
Of course I want it.
There isn't enough there to shave the fuzz off a peach.
I have a very light beard, so get it. Now, let's see. The bellboy took the other 4 grips. Rochester, grab those 2. Mary, help me with this big one, will you?
Okay.
Oh, now what? Come in.
Well, well, how's my little patient today?
You were here already, Doctor.
Oh, that's right. Goodbye.
What a cluck. How'd you make out with him in that casino game, Rochester?
Okay. What can I do with a stethoscope?
You didn't have to go that far. I just wanted to square the bill, that's all.
I got enough pills to last me for the rest of my life.
All right, now grab those 2 bags and let's get moving. Come on, Mary. Is Denis packed?
Yeah, he's downstairs in the lobby.
Then let's get on our way. You go ahead, Rochester. Come on, Mary. We'll stop at the cashier's desk and take care of the bill. Oh, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Help everybody get their things in the car so we can get started.
Okay, and by the way, Jack, I think that cannon idea is going to work out all right.
What cannon idea?
Well, you know, shoot yourself out of a cannon to your neighborhood
Oh,
grocer and ask
yes,
him
yes.
for a
Congratulations, Don. See you in the car. Oh, cashier, give me my bill, please.
Here you are, sir. It's $198.40.
40 cents? Well, you just told Miss Livingston on the phone that the bill was $198. What's the extra 40 cents for?
There's a towel sticking out of your suitcase.
I brought that with me. It's mine.
Certainly. It says Bluebell Auto Court on it.
Of course. I'll make out a check, young man, for $198. Now, let's see. The Ahwahnee Hotel. How do you spell Ahwahnee?
Ahwahnee? Hey, Eddie, how do you spell Ahwahnee?
Ahwahnee? Hey, Bill, how do you spell Ahwahnee?
Ahwahnee? Hey, Sam!
Never mind. I'll just make it out the cash. That's good enough.
You know, Ahwahnee is an Indian word.
Yes, yes, I heard all about it.
In fact, I'm an Indian myself.
I know, I can see where you were scalped. Now, here's your check.
Thank you, sir, and a happy birthday.
Fine birthday. Come on, Mary.
Oh, Jack, here comes your doctor.
Oh, yes, I might as well be nice to him and say goodbye. Oh, Doctor.
Yes?
I'm checking out, and I just want to say goodbye to you.
Goodbye, and I hope you've enjoyed your stay here.
Oh, I have. It was very pleasant.
I'd like to walk out to the car with you, but I've got to rush upstairs and see Jack Benny. He hurt his leg.
Oh. Well, listen, Doctor, if you knock on Mr. Benny's door and he says, come in, drop the conversation. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come on, Jack, we're waiting for you.
Yeah, hurry up, Mr. Benny.
I'm coming. Be right with you.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes?
You're wanted on the telephone. You can take it right here.
Thank you. Who would be calling me here? Hello?
Hello, is this Jack Benny?
Yes.
This is Western Union. We have a singing telegram for you from your father in Miami Beach. It's a birthday greeting.
Oh, a singing telegram from Dad, eh? Well, that's cute. Go ahead.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Oh, 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 oh.
Look, that was very...
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you very much. That was swell, really. Look, I've got to get away now.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
The car is waiting for me.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Jack Benny. Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday to you.
Well, that was awfully sweet of you, really.
What a happy day, 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 what a happy day. Happy birthday, Buck Benny.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome, yes, you're welcome very well. Happy birthday to
Well, I'll be darned.
Come on, Jack, hurry up.
I'm coming.
Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks ago, when we told you about Jell-O Orange Vanilla Whip, we really started something. Letters have been coming in every day telling us how much folks have enjoyed this new Jell-O dessert. In fact, it's proved such a big hit that we've decided to give you this swell, easy recipe again for those of you who may have missed it the first time. Here's how it goes. Take 1 package each of orange Jell-O and Jell-O vanilla pudding and make them up as you usually do. Then chill the orange Jell-O and whip it as directed on the box. Next, chill the Jell-O vanilla pudding and add to the whipped Jell-O, beating constantly until blended. Then mold and you have a grand, inexpensive treat, simply ideal for parties and special occasions. So, friends, be sure to try this intriguing new combination of golden orange Jell-O and creamy Jell-O vanilla pudding. It's really different, really delicious, really tops.
Well, folks, we're on our way home now. This is the last number of the 21st program in the current Jell-O series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time from Hollywood, California. You know, Mary, it was thrilling being up in Yosemite, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was swell.
What are you laughing at?
I'll never forget the expression on your face when you crashed through the ski house.
Boy, that was fun.
Quiet, Denis. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L.
And here's more fun and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jell-O entertainment. The famous Jell-O Aldrich family. See your local paper for time and station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
smoking funky beats. They used to hang out all night and just gang fight, leaving bodies all over the street. But now it's hip hop, break dance and pop, electric boogie just won't stop. Everything in the town is built around that cutting, scratching, and hip hop sound on Beat Street. Beat Street. Kenny is a DJ known as Double K, and he says he's gonna make it someday on Beat Street. Beat Street. A creative innovator to his heart. His name is Raymond, and his specialty is art on Beat Street. Beat Street. Henry is a drummer and an ex-Marine. As a strange singer patient to the Beat Street scene on Beat Street. Beat Street. Music is a language understood, and the goal is to make it to Hollywood. Some tape it, play it, dance or spray it on the walls, on the halls, and some just say it on Beat Street. On Beat Street. Spinning on the sidewalk, trying to make a buck. Little brother Lee's gonna need a little luck. He's a breakdance spinner, contest winner, but just like the rest, he's looking for a break on Beat Street. Beat Street. If you don't know what hip hop is about, then stop, look, and listen and check this out. Beat Street. 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 Play that beat. Funky beat.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Frank Sinatra in Wake Up and Live with Bob Crosby, Jimmy Gleason, Marilyn Maxwell, and James Dunn. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's a pot of gold at the end of the Hollywood rainbow for the right answer to the question, what makes a star? Nobody has found out yet, and I don't think they ever will. No two stars are alike, but each has a certain indefinable power, a power that draws people like a magnet draws bits of metal. I've watched that power at work for 50 years, in a lovely face, in a pair of dancing feet, in a voice. And it has come again this year, in the voice of Frank Sinatra. When a star is born overnight, there are always the cynics who say, he won't last. But he will last if that mysterious power is there. And it is my belief that in Frank's case, it is there. For his first appearance in the dramatic end of radio, we picked a delightful comedy that made a hit on the screen for 20th Century Fox. It's Wake Up and Live. And assisting Frank to Wake Up and Live is a quartet of people from the screen and radio. Bob Crosby, Jimmy Gleason, Marilyn Maxwell, and James Dunn. Every week, our job is just a little bit different. A new adventure for you and for us. And it's all made possible by a product which is having quite a few adventures of its own these days. We've just heard about one woman who made a single box of Lux Flakes last for 2 whole years in a Japanese prison camp. She was among those taken prisoner at Repulse Bay, Hong Kong, and barely had time to get together a few personal belongings before being herded off to a concentration camp. But among those few things, she managed to include a precious box of Lux. And so carefully did she use it that there was still a little bit left when she was exchanged and returned here 2 years later. She sent us the box with directions in Chinese on the label. I can't say Lux Flakes in Chinese, but in any language the suds are the same. But I can say curtain in Chinese. Nienza. And it's going up now on the first act of Wake Up and Live, starring Frank Sinatra as Eddie, with Jimmy Gleason as Marty Hackett, Bob Crosby as Charlie Standish, Marilyn Maxwell as Alice Huntley, and James Dunn as Steve. Anybody who reads a newspaper or listens to the radio knows Marty Hackett. Marty is easily the nation's foremost gossiper and authority in general on the private lives of our prominent people. A harsh word from Monty is as lethal as a blockbuster. A kind word, like money in the bank. Millions read his column, and millions more listen to him on the radio, where right now he is concluding his daily broadcast with, of course, the usual daily poke at his friend, Charlie Standish.
The main reason why Charlie Standish, the alleged orchestra leader, can never be president is that his head is too big to put on a 3-cent stamp. How you feeling, Charlie? And now, ladies and gentlemen, until tomorrow night at the very same time, this is Monty Hackett reminding you that a real friend is one who walks in when everybody else walks out. Good night.
Monty Hackett has come to you through the courtesy of Bleeker's Lumpless Oatmeal. This is the General Broadcasting Company. Okay, Marty, you're off the air.
Nice going, boss. Thanks, Steve. Oh, a telegram for me, Patsy?
One for me for a change.
Who from? Let's see.
It's personal. Oh, well, here.
Tell Hackett that Kane and Roberts, America's cleverest vaudeville team, arrive in New York tomorrow on the Wolverine and will be open to radio office. Love, Eddie. Love, Eddie?
Uh-huh.
Looks like you've got some competition here, Steve.
Come on, sister. Who's Eddie?
Eddie's my brother, sweetheart.
Oh.
He and some girl have been doing a small-time vaudeville act.
Any good?
I don't know. I haven't seen Eddie in 4 years, but it looks like my luck's changing.
Say, Patsy,
Yeah?
that telegram. What do you say we give your little brother a break?
You mean a plug in the column?
That's right.
But, Marty, well, thanks, but really, Eddie's strictly small-time.
So I gather. And every smart, honest agent in town will know that.
I don't get it.
But the phonies, they'll read and believe.
Oh, I see.
Some of those wise guy agents have gotten away with murder, and here's my chance to teach them a lesson. Just relax, Patsy, and watch those 10%ers fight for the chance to put Kane and Roberts to work.
Patsy.
Hi.
Well, sis, aren't you glad to see me?
So you've really come to pay back that $20 you borrowed 4 years ago.
Same old Patsy, always kidding. But I might surprise you, sis.
Believe me.
Say, guess who we just got for an agent, Patsy? Gus Avery.
Oh, that chiseler. Hey, Steve.
Yeah?
My brother Eddie. Steve Crosby, the boyfriend.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Steve.
Why?
Don't mind him. He's always that way, Eddie, except when he's grouchy.
Gee, sis, that was a swell plug you got us in Hackett's column.
Marty ran that himself, Eddie. A gag on those agents.
Yeah, you should have seen what happened at the station. 14 agents knocking themselves out for a privilege of handling us.
And you picked Gus Avery.
It's none of my business, kid, but that Avery's so two-faced the barber's got to shave him twice.
Incidentally, what brought you here? I told you to come up to the apartment.
Well, this is the General Broadcasting Company, isn't it? And Avery's got us an audition. I thought maybe you could show me the audition room. I tried to find it, but I guess I got lost.
Not a bad idea, either. Well, come along. Take Sister's hand. This is it, Eddie. The audition's in there.
Say, how did you know?
Isn't that Avery inside? I just followed my nose.
Oh.
And who's Miss America with him?
That's her, Patsy. That's my partner, Jean.
Holding hands already with Avery.
Oh, he's just probably trying to give her confidence.
In the audition or in him? Well, good luck, Eddie. See you later.
Thanks. Hiya, Jean. Hello, Mr. Avery.
Hiya.
Gee, I'm going to like it here fine.
Oh, wait till after the audition before you send out your laundry.
Sit down, relax. Here, shake hands with Herb Spencer. You play the piano for Jean. And you?
How do you do, Mr. Spencer?
How are you?
Say, Mr. Avery, do we do it in here, in this room?
Get smart, will you? This is just a waiting room. There's the studio there, see? Just look through that window there.
Oh. Say, who's that in there?
Madame Elvani. She's going to audition, too.
But she's an opera singer. We can't sing opera.
Neither can she, so don't worry.
Quiet. It's ready to start.
But I cannot do it. I cannot do it. Danny, darling, it is so simple. You just sing. Water. Get me some water. Then maybe I'll try again.
Hey, what's the matter with her?
Just Mike, Fried.
Imagine anybody being scared of a little gadget like that.
Pipe down. Get a load of Madame.
It is no use. I go home. Just try. Try. There is nothing to be afraid of. Pretend you're at Lescat. Now come, darling. Give out. Give out.
Hey, look, Madame's folded up.
Oh, Madame! Madame!
Turn off the speaker, Jeannie.
Right.
Well, you're next, kids. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Me? Oh, nothing at all.
There goes Elvani, carrying her out.
Yeah, just like first aid.
What are you turning green for? Now, get over there to the piano. I'll speak to the boys in the control room. You hear, Ralph?
Okay, we're all set in here. Start whenever you're ready.
How do you kids want this thing played?
On the piano. 4-bar introduction and then 2 choruses. Can we start, Gus?
Right.
I don't want to walk without you, babe.
Come on, will you sing?
I can't.
Herb, do you mind starting again? I'm awfully sorry. We got the pages mixed. Come on, jerk. Snap out of it.
Oh, I'm fine now. I don't want to walk without you.
Stop it. You jellyfish, you sap. ruining my act while
Get
you
out of
couldn't
here.
sing
Get
it.
out.
Huh? Oh.
Sorry, Ralph. You never know. Hey, Herb, get some water for the bum. He's unconscious.
Yeah? How can you tell?
And now a few notes from my old music book. Charlie Standish is now at the Hi-Hat Club packing the men. Tune him in nightly at 9 o'clock or be smart and just go to bed. Attention, booking agents. A few days ago, I ran an item about Kane and Roberts, and did you fall for it? Mr. Gus Avery, at 10% over the heart of the same proof, quickly got Kane and Roberts an audition. But Kane was not able. And Avery gave Eddie the air. Meantime, he signed up Eddie's pretty partner, Gene Roberts, who is now threshing at the Golden Arrow in Long Island. And Eddie Kane, the crooner, who couldn't, is a tourist guide at the studios at General Broadcasting
Turn
Company.
that off.
Oh, Attention,
yes, sir.
Cleveland,
Yes,
Ohio.
sir.
Those of you who are interested in final word on
Kane, you're a disgrace to the Guide Corps. Just because Marty Hackett got you this job, that doesn't mean you can sneak in here and listen to programs when you should be working.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. In the future, I promise to do everything in my power to be worthy of the uniform that is my privilege to wear, sir.
They to see that you do.
Yes, sir.
What post are you supposed to be at right now?
The Alice Huntley Wake Up and Live program, sir.
Well, get going, Kane. Scram.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Eddie.
Oh, hello, Mr. Standish.
Well, you got any more gags I can use?
Yeah, but let's kind of hide in the corner. See, if they catch me, I could lose my job.
What have they got you doing?
Same thing, showing people around the studios. I just came from the Wake Up and Live show. Gee, that Alice Huntley. Gee, I was just on my way to see her, if she let me.
Oh, forget Alice Huntley and tell me what gags you got.
Well, here's one. The National Marty Hackett Fan Club will hold a bridge tournament tonight if the three of them can find a fourth. How's that?
Oh, that's terrific. Sold. Here you are, kid. $10.
Gee, thanks.
You got any more?
Yeah, listen to this one. The vegetarians refuse to listen in to Marty Hackett anymore.
Why?
Too much ham.
Oh, I'm not too sure about that one, Eddie. Wait a minute. I'll try it out on that guy over here.
Yeah, try it out on him.
I say there, my good fellow.
Who, me?
Yeah, do me a favor, will you?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, listen to this joke and tell me if you think it's funny.
Oh, shoot.
The vegetarians refuse to listen in to Marty Hackett anymore.
Yeah, why?
Too much ham. Okay, Eddie, I guess it's worth another $5.
Thanks, Mr. Standish.
Well, that's nice going. Say, if you get any sudden ideas, you phone me at the Hyatt. I'll be there in about 10 minutes.
Okay, I will.
All right, come across.
Here you are. Here's your $2.
What about tomorrow? You want my brother should come in and laugh tomorrow?
Yeah, same time, same station.
Wake up and live, with Lady Luck is yawning. Up on your toes, the better day is dawning. Don't let up, get up and give. Give yourself a shake-up, mister. Wake up and live. Well, George, how'd we do today?
Went fine, Miss Huntley. Oh, incidentally.
Yes?
You're all through the studio, aren't you?
Oh, yes. And I'll only be a minute more here in the dressing room. Why?
Well, in 5 minutes, we pick up Charlie Standish from the Hi-Hat Club. But as soon as his show's over, we have a cut-in announcement from this studio. So I'm leaving the mic on, save having to warm it up again later.
Be a fine thing if someone should walk in and start talking and something. He'd find himself on the air.
Yeah, accompanied by Charlie Standish's band. Well, there's no danger of that, Miss Huntley. I'm going to lock the door right now. Well, see you tomorrow.
Right. Thanks again.
Miss Huntley.
Oh, hello.
I'm Eddie Kane. I work here.
Yes, I know. I saw you before, guiding those people around.
Yeah. I always hear your broadcast, and I think you're swell. I mean, your programs.
Well, thank you. What can I do for you?
Oh, lots. I mean, wake up and live. Like you say in your program. I thought maybe you could wake me up.
Oh? Well, what is it you want to do?
Get over my mic fright. I'd like to sing in front of a microphone like you do. Gee, you got beautiful eyes. I mean, voice.
Well, have you ever had an audition?
Uh-huh.
What happened? Flop?
Right on my face. I fainted.
Really?
Yeah, see that thing? That thing in there?
You mean the mic in the studio?
Yeah, it's not a mic. It's a monster. It scares me to death.
Well, would you like to try again?
Sure, but I'd faint again. I know it.
Well, look, I'll be free all Wednesday afternoon. And if you can come in, say, at 3 o'clock, we'll practice with a dead microphone.
You mean one that died?
No, I just mean a mic that isn't in use. After all, if nobody can hear you, you have nothing to be frightened of. Now, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Right now, though, I have an appointment with our boss, Mr. B.J. Stratton.
See, you've been wonderful, Miss Huntley.
Forget it.
Oh,
Yes?
Charlie Standish goes on the air in a few minutes. I wonder if I could stay here and listen to him on your radio.
Help yourself. Wish I could stay, too. Goodbye, Eddie.
Goodbye. She likes me. She's going to help me wake up and live. Alice. Alice Kane. Mrs. Eddie Kane. Oh, gosh, I can see it now. Alice scrambling my eggs. sewing my buttons on, and me making good. A big hit. Singing with Charlie Standish's band, maybe.
Well, maybe you could, Eddie.
What?
Maybe you could.
Who are you?
I'm the spirit of the Wake Up and Live program. I give you courage and the will to do.
Yeah, but you sound just like Miss Alice Huntley.
Of course. I'm the spirit of Miss Alice Huntley.
Well, how do you do?
Eddie, you can do anything if you want to badly enough.
Oh,
What's the matter?
I was just looking at that mic in there in the studio.
A wonderful idea. Go in there now and sing. Pretend you're singing on the radio.
The mic's dead. Did you know?
Yeah, too bad about Mike.
I couldn't do that, though. I might get germs on our mic.
She said you should practice so you won't be afraid anymore. Oh, dear, I just remembered.
What?
The studio door's locked.
Let me see. Spirit,
Yes, Eddie?
it's locked, all right.
Too bad.
But I have a key. You see, all guys have to carry keys.
Then what are you waiting for? Just turn on the radio.
Yeah. What am I waiting for?
So long, Eddie.
What do you mean, so long?
Just so long. I'll see you around.
Yeah. Now, where are those keys? Oh, here we are. me. Hello, Mike. Made me faint once, didn't you? Think you're pretty wise, don't you? I'll show you. Nah, just sit back and listen. That's Charlie Standish playing. And I'm going to sing. It seems to me I've heard that song before. It's from an old familiar score. I know it well, that melody. It's funny how a theme recalls a favorite dream, a dream that brought you so close to me.
Hello, Alice. Come in.
Here's the script for tomorrow's broadcast, Mr. Stratton.
Fine, I better turn off the radio.
No, wait a minute.
Huh?
Don't turn it off. Listen.
Yeah, say that boy's good. Wonder why Standish didn't mention he has a new singer.
Why, he's wonderful.
Hey, a singer like that should have a show of his own. Alice, I said a singer like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Nothing. Look here, young lady. I can see if we're going to get any work done, we better shut the radio off right now.
I should say so.
Miss Harblestitch.
Yes, Mrs. Stratton.
Remind me to tell Charlie Standish to use this singer again.
I heard that lovely song
Herb, come here.
Yeah, Charlie?
Well, who was it? Who was that guy singing?
I don't know. It didn't come from the band here.
It must have been a guy in the band. Who else could it have been?
I tell you, Charlie, this radio, wonderful invention. Wonderful.
There's the engineer. Ernie, what goes there?
It's haunted. The whole joint's haunted.
Yeah, but that guy was great.
So was Superman, but he just don't exist.
How can you say he don't exist?
A singing gremlin. That's what it was, a singing gremlin.
Well, what did they say, Patsy? Come on, what did they say?
I spoke to Stratton himself. He says the singing definitely did not come from the studio.
Then it must have come from the Hi-Hat Club. Hello? Yes, this is Hackett. Now, look, Jack, fun is fun. Did that voice come from your club or didn't it? But we just spoke to Stratton. Okay, call me back. Bye. Patsy.
Yeah.
That was Jack McIntyre. He owns the Hi-Hat Club. He swears the voice didn't come from there.
Yeah.
And Stratton swears it didn't come from the studio.
Yeah.
But the voice, whoever he is, whatever he is great. Sensational.
I'll say he is.
And that means Standish is going to knock himself out trying to find him and sign him up.
But not if you can help it.
Right, not if I can help it. Here, Patsy, take this down. It's got to go at the top of tomorrow's column.
Shoot.
A sensational singer was heard last night on the Charlie Standish broadcast. If, capital I, capital F, if Charlie can deliver the same singer on his next broadcast, I, Marty Hackett, will make a public apology for all the true things I've said about Charlie, and furthermore will give $1,000 to any charity Standish should name, excepting, of course, Charlie Standish.
That's a lot of dough, Marty.
I know it. Now, Patsy, let's see him deliver the Phantom Troubadour.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring you Act Two of Wake Up and Live, starring Frank Sinatra, with James Gleason, Bob Crosby, Marilyn Maxwell, and James Dunn.
The other day I was looking over some letters we received from our radio audience 5 years ago. One of them might almost have been written this year. It said, "About a year ago, my daughter was married, and she and her husband left soon after on a business trip, which kept them on the road for many months. I couldn't help feeling that the trousseau lingerie she was so proud of wouldn't last long. They returned about a month ago, and one day she showed me those pretty trousseau things. I was amazed. They still look almost like new. She told me she had her own little traveling laundry kit, so she always washed her things herself, and always in Lux."
These days, wives are traveling to army camps instead of on business trips, but Lux Flakes is still doing the same job of helping them keep their pretty things lovely.
Yes, we had a letter just the other day from Mrs. Marion McCracken, wife of an Army officer. She said,
"When my husband was assigned to an air base in the Mojave Desert, I insisted on accompanying him there. At first, my luggage couldn't be located, and I was left with one overnight bag containing a spare blouse and fresh lingerie. It was exceedingly difficult to remain looking clean and neat because of the constant sandstorms. But my intelligent husband bought a box of Lux Flakes at the Post Exchange for me. And since I was able to borrow an electric iron, I was at least dressed respectably. I rinsed my rayon stockings, lingerie, and blouses with Lux Flakes every night, and they kept everything looking fresh and new."
"Yes, actual tests prove Lux Care keeps undies lovely 3 times longer. Don't risk harsh wash day methods. Remember, your undies will lead a long life if they lead a Lux life."
Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Wake Up and Live, starring Frank Sinatra as Eddie, with Bob Crosby as Charlie Standish, Jimmy Gleason as Marty Hackett, Marilyn Maxwell as Alice Huntley, and James Dunn as Steve.
General Broadcasting Company, I'm sorry, I cannot tell you.
General Broadcasting Company, no, madam, he's not listed on any of our programs.
General Broadcasting Company? Well, I've been trying to find out myself for the last 2 hours, and frankly, madam, it's driving me nuts.
Sorry.
The General Broadcasting Company has been flooded with excited calls. Who is the sensational new singer with the Charlie Standish Band? 2 days have gone by, and the mystery is just as deep as ever. Even Eddie Kane hasn't the slightest idea that the microphone he so bravely faced was the one that sent his voice across the nation. In the office of B.J. Stratton, Charlie Standish glumly listens to the daily broadcast by Marty Hackett.
Extra, extra, extra. Charlie Standish is in hot water, and I don't mean that he's taking a bath. Who is this phantom troubadour? Charlie won't tell because he simply doesn't know. Here's what happened. During Charlie's broadcast, some wires were crossed, and the unknown voice from an unknown source came through accidentally. Meanwhile, the fan mail, the phone calls, the telegrams continue to pour into General Broadcasting, whose worried general
That's enough.
manager,
Turn it
Mr.
off,
J.
Charlie.
Stratton, was-
Good old Marty. There's a man after my own heart with a knife.
There's only one way to get Marty to lay off, Charlie, and you know it.
Yeah, I know.
You've just got to tell us who the singer is.
Well, I can't tell you who he is or where he is, but I'll make you a promise, B.J. Tomorrow night, when I go on the air again from the Hi-Hat Club, I'll have the Phantom Troubadour there.
What?
Yes, sir, it's a promise. I'll have him there in person.
Charlie, that's wonderful. Great little publicity stunt. I figured all along you had something up your sleeve, you sly old fox.
Yeah, man, I'm a fox, and that was the voice of Bugle Ann.
Now, don't forget, Charlie, you promised.
Yeah, I promise. Tomorrow night. There's not a thing to worry about, B.J., not a thing. Holy smoke.
Ladies and gentlemen, after promising that he would deliver the Phantom Troubadour tonight, poor old Charlie Standish did it again. What a fiasco. You who were gullible enough to believe Charlie and tuned in heard a pretty good singer. But was it the Phantom? No, indeedy. The singer was my good friend, the famous impersonator, Bobby Baker. And Bobby has just told me that 3 days ago, when the real Phantom made his now historic broadcast, Bobby was in Detroit. Hold it. 1 second, please. My secretary has just handed me a telegram. It's from Charlie Standish, and let me read it to you. Dear Marty, I am licked, but you can't blame a guy for trying. You put up $1,000. I am now offering $5,000 to anyone for information leading to the positive identification of the real Phantom Troubadour. And as a token of good faith, we'll post the money with you. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. A reward of $5,000 to anyone for information. Hi, Eddie. Still looking for the Phantom?
Gosh, I should say so. $5,000 reward.
You wouldn't know him if you heard him, Bub.
Yeah, just my luck. I wouldn't know the guy if he sang right in my ear. But if I ever collected that reward, gosh, I could even...
What?
Well, ask her for a date, maybe.
Who?
Alice Huntley.
Nice going. But what about that Jean dame, your ex-partner?
No, I can see now that all the time we were in vaudeville, she was just a real part of the act. And she's got a swell job now on Long Island.
And a new boyfriend, Gus Avery.
Yeah, I know. She told me.
Say, too bad about Alice, ain't it? They're taking her show off the air.
No. They can't do that. Why, she's great. She's wonderful.
I know.
Have you ever seen her eyes, Steve? Gosh, and her ears? And her nose?
Maybe they're just saving her for television.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Look, why don't you run down the hall and see her? She's sort of broken up, and she could stand a few words of comfort.
From me?
Why not? Go on, kid. Get going.
Come in. Oh, Eddie.
I just heard about what happened. Gee.
Well, my sponsors decided that my Wake Up and Live programs were only putting people to sleep.
They were not. They were great. Say, you shouldn't give up. Remember your own words. Put doubt and fear upon the shelf and seek the strength that's in yourself.
You do remember, don't you?
Sure. And I remember, wake up and live. Be strong, and keep in mind my little song. Wake up and live. If Lady Luck is yawning, up on your toes.
Well, Eddie, don't stop, Eddie. Why, you've got a wonderful voice.
Thanks. I used to be in vaudeville.
Really?
Sure, just small time, though. Say, what's that thing?
This?
Yeah.
Just a recording machine. I make a recording of my rehearsal, and then if something doesn't sound right, well, I have a chance to correct it before the broadcast.
Oh.
Have you ever made a record?
Gosh, no.
Like to try it?
Yeah, but I'd still have to sing into a microphone, and I couldn't do that.
Yes, but just you and I would hear it, and then if you didn't like the record, well, you could throw it away. Come on, sing something.
Nope, not with a mic.
Well, all right, Eddie. Look, do me a favor.
Anything.
Will you see if the janitor's still out in the hall? He wanted to get in here and clean up.
Oh, I'll find him, Miss Huntley. I do it myself, only I'm supposed to be on duty.
And look, promise me something?
Sure.
Sing one song for me. Anything you want.
Okay, as soon as I find a janitor. But no mic.
Okay, no mic.
Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Papa do. My sweet embrace of you.
Well, Charlie, do you believe me now?
Well, that's the Phantom, all right, but where on earth did you get this record of his voice?
Never you mind.
I gotta know, Alice. You know Marty Hackett. He'd do anything to cross me up on this. Look, let me have the story just so I can protect myself.
Well, the Phantom is scared stiff of microphones. He sang this song for me, but he didn't know I was recording it.
Wonderful.
Oh, but I feel I've cheated him somehow, not letting him know. And so I want him to get the $5,000. I don't want it.
Now, wait a minute, honey. I can't give away $5,000 until he sings on my program again.
And I can arrange that tonight.
Oh, that's swell. Now, who is he and what's his name?
That can wait, Charlie. I've got another surprise. The Phantom will sing on your show, but he can't go to the Hi-Hat Club, and he can't broadcast from the studio.
What's this?
If he knew he was singing over a mic, well, he's liable to drop dead.
Well, then how can you possibly get him on the show?
Listen, you know the engineer who used to work on my show, George Bartlett?
Yeah?
Well, George has rigged up all the apparatus necessary in my apartment.
Yeah, all the apparatus except the Phantom.
Don't worry. The Phantom will be there. And George knows just what to do to cut him in when you're broadcasting. The Phantom will sing from my apartment, but it will sound as if he's singing from the Hi-Hat Club, see?
You sure about this, Alice?
You can't miss. Now, in addition to the reward, the prize will be, shall we say, $2,000 to broadcast?
Shall we say, 1,000?
Shall we settle for $1,500?
It's a deal. Now, when can you deliver the Phantom in person, and how much time can you give me on?
Well,
how about a week?
Oh, all right, 1 week. And as a further guarantee of my good faith, here, you can have this, his record.
Oh, that's swell. Now, look, Alice, at exactly 10:15 tonight, the band will play Dancing in the Dark.
Right, and at exactly 10:15 in my apartment, the Phantom Troubadour will sing it.
Gee, Miss Huntley, it's after 10 o'clock. Don't you think I'd better go home?
Well, of course not, silly.
Well, okay.
Now, let's continue with our lesson.
Yeah, where were we?
Talking about muscles.
But I guess I just don't have any.
Nonsense. You exercise your muscles to make them strong, don't you?
Well, I try.
And you do the same thing with your mind. Now, if you're afraid to do something, well, just say to yourself, stick to the task until it's done, until my fight with fear is won.
Well, that's okay, Miss Huntley, but who wants poetry? It ought to be simple, like make up your mind to do a thing and you'll do it. Look at Columbus. Look at Edison. Papa Dion.
That's great. Now, come on. Let's see you practice what you preach.
Now, wait a minute. What's that thing?
Just a microphone, Eddie.
Dead?
Well, of course it's dead. But if you'd rather not...
Oh, I'm scared, Miss Huntley.
Okay, well, then let's turn on the radio, shall we?
Sure. Say, Charlie Standish is on now.
Is he? Oh, well, that's right. Well, let's get him,
What a band. Gee, it's sure tough he couldn't find that phantom troubadour. Monty Hackett's driving him nuts.
Look, Eddie, this isn't getting you anywhere.
What isn't?
Your fear of a microphone.
I know, I'm just a dope.
Once you said you'd do anything for me, Eddie.
Well, if you'd only give me a chance to,
I am, right now. I want you to make believe that this is a radio studio and that you're on the air singing with Charlie Standish's band. Please, Eddie, for me.
Okay, I'll do it for you.
Wonderful. Now you get set and I'll be right back. I forgot I had to defrost the icebox.
Okay, but hurry. Don't leave me alone with this microphone.
What do you say, Alice? Okay?
Right. Cut him in on the chorus and cut him off as soon as the song's finished.
Right.
Well, Eddie, all ready?
Yep. Dancing in the dark till the tune ends. We're dancing in the dark, and it soon ends. We're waltzing in the wonder of while we're here. Time hurries by, we're here and gone, looking for the light of a new love to brighten up the night. I have you, love, and we can face the music together. Dark with you. Oh, my, what applause Charlie is getting. And think what it would have been if he had the Phantom with him. What are you thinking of, Alice?
Oh, I'm wondering what Marty Hackett is thinking right now.
I'm thinking about blowing my brains out. Find that Phantom.
But, Marty, I tell you, we looked all over.
You just heard him on the radio, didn't you?
Yeah, but...
And again, we know for certain he's not at the High Hat Club.
Definitely.
Then he must be in this building. Steve, go through every room, every studio until you find him. I've got to get him on my program.
But, Marty, there's 70 stories to this building.
And if you don't find him, you get to the roof, jump off.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Frank Sinatra, James Gleason, Bob Crosby, Marilyn Maxwell, and James Dunn. And now, Sally has a Lux Flakes version of an old story.
It's about Cinderella. Why, do you know she might have lost the prince if it hadn't been for something her fairy godmother told her the night she went to the ball?
I'll have to have everything back at midnight, my dear, except the stockings. You may keep those.
Oh, thank you. And could you give me an extra pair? Mine get run so quickly.
Well, now, I wonder how you're washing them. Suppose I give you some of my magic flakes, Lux Flakes. Wash your stockings every night in these, and you'll get twice the wear, just as though I'd given you an extra pair.
So that's how Cinderella had such lovely stockings when the prince came to try on the glass slipper. And he knew that a girl with such lovely stockings and so little money would make him a very thrifty wife.
That's a very pretty fairy tale, Sally. But it's no fairy tale that nightly Lux Care makes stockings last twice as long. Strain tests proved that stockings washed with Lux didn't go into runs nearly so quickly as those rubbed with cake soap or washed with a strong soap. Get extra wear from every pair of your stockings by Luxing them nightly. If you've been having trouble getting Lux Flakes, please be patient. There's more on the way. Lux is worth waiting for. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll have a backstage chat with the man of the hour. But now the curtain rises on the third act of Wake Up and Live, starring Frank Sinatra, Bob Crosby, Jimmy Gleason, Marilyn Maxwell, and James Dunn. Charlie Standish has pulled a rabbit out of his hat. For the second time, the Phantom Troubadour has appeared on his program. But the rabbit, Mr. Eddie Kane, is still completely unaware that he is the voice of the century. It's the following night, and Eddie is again in Alice Huntley's apartment, getting ready to sing into what he thinks is a dead microphone. Meanwhile, in his desperate search for the Phantom, Marty has stumbled on a clue.
I did like you told me, boss, and it looks great.
Well, come on, what happened?
I found a trucking company what said they delivered a lot of radio equipment the day before yesterday to an apartment house on East 77th. Apartment 2B. Microphones and everything.
Who did they deliver it to?
Alice Huntley. You know the dame we used to be...
Yeah, I know. Alice Huntley. No, Steve, sounds like a baddie.
Why? What do you mean?
Alice at least has some excuse for getting radio equipment. It's her business, isn't it? If it had only been someone else.
Yeah, that's right, maybe.
Well, I'm going to take a walk, Steve. Maybe I'll just wander up to East 77th Street. You never can tell. I may just happen to stumble over something.
That was the best yet. You sang as if you had all the confidence in the world.
Right now, I feel like I could sing in front of an army of microphones.
And you could. All you've got to do is concentrate and say, I will, I will.
Do that again.
I will,
I did.
Eddie, you kissed me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Stop being sorry, Eddie. I'm not.
You're not? Gee, Alice. Gosh, you're wonderful. You sure did wake me up. I'll be awake all night now.
You better not be. You and I have a heavy date tomorrow night.
What's tomorrow night?
A big secret. But how would you like to go with me to the High Hat Club?
Well, that's terrific. Are you sure it's okay if you bring me along?
I'm sure if I didn't, Charlie Standish would be awfully, awfully mad.
Nobody could be mad at you, Alice.
Well, just be sure to be here tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Well, good night, Eddie.
Gee. Good night, Alice.
Hello, Eddie.
Hi, Mr. Hackett. Say, what are you doing up here?
Oh, just visiting a sick friend, Eddie. Say, what were you doing in Alice Huntley's apartment?
Well, she knows all about radio. Like you, I mean, and she's been showing me how to get over my mic fright.
Oh, that was you I heard singing.
You mean you heard me?
Sure. Fine, powerful voice, Eddie.
Well, you see, Alice has got a phony microphone in her apartment, and I've been going up there every night to rehearse.
And she's cured you?
I sure have more confidence. She's making a self-made man out of me.
Think you could sing on a live microphone now?
I think so.
Tell me, how would you like to sing on my program?
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not. Put you on tomorrow night.
Tomorrow? Oh, that's much too soon.
Now, listen, Eddie, listen now. Here's Alice, a girl with a great radio idea, and she gets bounced off the air. She runs into a guy who's scared to death. Puts her ideas into practice on him, cures him of mic fright, and I put him on the air to prove it. It's a break for you and a terrific plug for Alice. You'd like to help Alice now, wouldn't you?
You bet I would. But I can't do it tomorrow night. I got a date with her. She's taking me to the High Hat Club.
Now, Eddie, is that more important to you and to her?
Yeah, I guess maybe you're right.
Good. Now, don't tell her so. Be at my office at 12 tomorrow. We'll have lunch.
Okay, Mr. Hackett.
Yippee!
Hey, wake up, Eddie. There's a phone call for you. Eddie!
Oh, what do you say?
Telephone.
Oh, say, what time is it?
Only 2 o'clock in the morning. Hurry up.
Gee, thanks. Who can it be?
The Phantom Troubadour. How do I know?
Hello?
This Eddie Kane?
Yeah?
Eddie, this is Gus Avery. Remember? Gene's agent?
Oh, sure, Mr. Avery.
Eddie, something's awful's happened. Gene's been in an accident. She's calling for you. She's begging you to come.
You mean she's hurt? Serious?
Well, the doctor just don't know, Eddie. Would you come?
Sure. Where is she?
Long Island, Greenville, Long Island, 507 Melrose Street. You'll come right away, Eddie? She needs you. Please, Eddie.
Oh, sure, right away. I'll get a cab right away.
Hiya, Eddie. Boy, am I glad to see you.
Gene, but I thought you were dying or something.
Dying to see you, kid. Come on in.
Yeah, but Gus told me that you were in an accident.
Sorry, Eddie, but we had to see you.
Well, now that you've seen me, I guess I'll go back. Say, what's the matter with you two?
Eddie, you great big sensation, you.
makes a terrific hit on the air, and forgets all about me.
Oh, Jean, you must be crazy. Maybe someday I will make good once I do get on the air.
What do you mean once you do get on the air? I know you, Eddie, so don't try pulling any of that phantom troubadour stuff on me.
Me?
What an actor.
Now, look, stop playing dumb, Eddie. Didn't I hear that voice of yours twice a day for 4 years? Don't tell me I can't recognize it anymore.
Honest, I don't know what you're talking about.
I gotta hand it to you, kid. What publicity? You got Hackett screaming for you got Standy screaming for you, and you just sit back till the right offer comes along. And, baby, I've got it.
Look, if I were the Phantom Troubadour, don't you think I'd give myself up and collect that $5,000 reward?
Chicken feed, laddie. Chicken feed.
What?
Let me handle this, Gus. I know Eddie. Maybe he is telling the truth.
Gene, why would I lie about a thing like this?
Eddie, look, do you swear you haven't been near a microphone?
Well, sure I've been near microphones. I'm studying to overcome my fear. Once I sang in Miss Huntley's studio, and twice in her apartment.
Uh-huh. Go on, Eddie.
Yeah, but every time the mic was dead.
Oh, no, Eddie. That's what you thought. Every time the mic was live enough to change your name from Eddie Kane to the Phantom Troubadour.
Well, Gene, maybe you're right. What'll I do? What'll I...
Get some water, Gus. But first get that contract. We've just found a gold mine.
Well, I guess my goose is cooked. It's not your fault, Alice. Eddie's just a heel, I guess.
I won't let you say that. He's wonderful. And don't worry, he's bound to show up.
No, honey, Marty must have him. It was in his column this morning. He promised to have the Phantom Troubadour on his program tonight at 6 o'clock.
Eddie wouldn't do such a thing.
He wouldn't. We just saw Eddie Forth.
Yeah, and he didn't show up for work, so they canned him.
Well, search the city. Try the Missing Persons Bureau. Call his boarding house. Just get Eddie in here.
Look, I'm his sister. I know Eddie. He'll show up as soon as he's broke.
Charlie Standish has got him. He's got him hidden away somewhere.
Marty, are you sure you haven't got a fever? Why are you so worked up about Eddie?
I should break this gently, but I just haven't got the time. Brace yourself, kids. Eddie Kane is the Phantom Troubadour.
Well, Eddie, you feeling better now?
Oh, sure. Kind of silly of me fainting.
My boy, you'll never regret signing that contract. It'll make you and Gene the biggest thing in radio.
Sure sounds great. But really, I got to get back to town now. Marty a friend of mine is going to be awfully sore if I don't. And then later, I got a date.
Well, what are you waiting for? Come on, I'll be happy to drive you to town in my car.
Well, I don't want to rush off like this.
Well, not at all, my boy, not at all. Come on.
Okay, stick 'em up. Hey, what's the meaning of this? Pipe down and do what we tell you. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, Pete?
Take the dame and that guy upstairs. Tie him up good.
This is an outrage.
I'll take the kid in the kitchen. When you're through up there, come on down.
You can't get away with this.
Okay, Pete. And find a deck of cards. As long as we got to stay here, might as well play some gin.
Help! Help!
Good work, Mike. Here's your dough. Now treat the punk nice, but see if he stays put till I let you know.
Right.
All right, Mastermind. What goes now?
You just watch. First, I telephone Mr. Marty Hackett. Hello. Hello, operator. I want to call New York City. Person-to-person call to Marty Hackett at General Broadcast.
Hey, Marty, I'm back. Look what I got.
What is it?
A little present for you. I just happened to take a walk, and before I knew it, I found myself right in Mr. Charlie Standish's house. Of course, I haven't any idea how I got in.
Oh, no, of course not.
So I hurried right out, and what do you suppose I found under my arm?
Tell me, Stevie.
This, a record. A recording made by the Phantom Troubadour.
Give me that thing. Steve, this is great. Wonderful. Hello?
Hello, Marty. This is your old pal, Gus Avery. I'm terribly sorry the Phantom can't appear on your broadcast tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, wise guy. You've been taking cracks at me for months, and now I'm paying off. You haven't got the Phantom, and Standish hasn't got him either, but I have, and under contract to me. And if Standish comes across with enough dough, he gets them.
What makes you think he's the Phantom?
Stop stalling, Marty. Stop it. I just want you to know that anybody who wants him is going to pay plenty.
Okay, Gus, now you listen. You may have somebody out there, but you've got the wrong bird. Just listen into my show tonight at 6 o'clock and get a load of the real Phantom. So long, Gus.
Marty, you mean...
Yes, I mean. Keep all visitors out of the studio tonight. We're putting the Phantom on. But only you and I are going to know it's a recording. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the nationwide search for the Phantom Troubadour is over. My uncomfortable friend, Charlie Standish, thought he'd have the Phantom on his own broadcast at 9 o'clock tonight. But this little pig got up very, very early. I promised to bring him to you, and now here he is, the Phantom Troubadour. Okay, Fant.
Embrace me, my sweet embrace of all you. Embrace me, my silk and lace of blue. I'm in love with you, I am, and verily so. But you're much too shy, unnecessarily so. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Papa do. My sweet embrace of you.
Gus, there's some mistake. It's ridiculous.
Don't tell me, sister. I heard the Phantom before. And that was the Phantom just now on Hackett's program. You dizzy dame, you. I could have you pinched for impersonating a brain.
Don't you talk to me like that, you conniving
Shut up.
chiseler.
You see this contract? $3,000 a week for Kane and Roberts, eh? Well, watch, sister, watch.
You can't do that. You can't.
Now, I just did, didn't I? That's what I think of Kane and Roberts. Hey, Mike, come in here.
Yeah, Gus.
Untie that bum you got in there and kick him out. Throw him out of here.
Oh, boss, you mean now?
Yeah, now.
Oh, gee, I got Pete in there on a blitz.
Gee, it sure is swell of you to give me a lift, mister.
Nah, that's okay, buddy.
Say, how long before we get to New York?
Oh, another half hour, I guess.
Do you mind if I turn on the radio?
Nah, go ahead. Maybe you can get the symphony. Ah, gee, I sure love the symphony.
Well, I was hoping I could hear Charlie Standish at the Hi-Hat Club.
Well, okay, get him if you got him. Me, I like the symphony. You like Standish? I like Stokowski. That's what makes a well go round.
Yeah. Hey, listen.
Well, folks, this is Charlie Standish, and Hitler should have my headache. The Phantom is not here. I bow my weary noggin in defeat and turn the microphone over to Marty Hackett. I've laid an egg, and here he is to crow over it. Marty Hackett.
Hey, there's Marty Hackett.
Me, I like Deems Taylor.
Yes, folks, it looks like poor old Charles has been caught in his own mousetrap. But in all fairness, I want to confess that what you heard on my program early tonight was not the Phantom. It was only a recording of his voice. I only hope you'll all believe me when I tell you I did it with the best intentions. And now, a word from the Wake Up and Lift girl, Miss Alice Huntley.
Alice.
Eddie, wherever you are, if you're listening in, please come over here and sing. At least you've got to try. This is your big chance, Eddie. The chance you've been waiting for. Oh, you can't fail now. It means too much to both of us. I'm going away, Eddie, so please come, if only to say goodbye.
I'm coming, Alice. Don't worry, darling. I'm coming as fast as I can.
Hey, did you say something, buddy?
Yeah, that's Alice. She wants me, Eddie Kane, the Phantom Troubadour.
Turn that thing off. Look, when I picked you up, where'd you say you was?
I was at Greenville.
You sure it wasn't Central Islip?
Sure, I'm sure. What's Central Islip?
That's where they keep the booby hatch.
Oh, no. Like I told you, I was in Greenville. A couple of mugs had me tied up in the kitchen while they played gin rummy.
Well, that's different. What? Brother, let's get out of here.
Leaving us so early, Mr. Hackett?
Yeah, well, I'm ashamed to be seen in public.
Oh, all of us make mistakes now and then.
All of us is right. I did, Charlie Standish did, and that poor little girl in there, Alice Huntley. Well, here you are, Al.
Thanks, Mr. Hackett. Shall I get a cab?
No, I'll walk. Say, if you see anything that looks like a Phantom Troubadour, call me at the office.
Right. Good night.
So long, Phantom. See you in Central Islip.
So long. Thanks a million.
Hey, where do you think you're going? This is the Hi-Hat Club.
Inside. She's waiting for me.
Oh, she is. And how do you think she'll feel when you come in street clothes? Shame on you.
Please, pal. I gotta get in there. There's a girl in there.
There's a lot of girls in there. Go on now, buddy. Scram.
Have a heart, will you, mister? Hey, wait a minute. Who's that? Say, Mr. Hackett. Mr. Hackett.
Yeah?
Eddie!
Mr. Hackett, do you suppose you could get me inside? Alice is in there, and I heard her say that she...
I'll say you're going in, Al.
Yes, sir?
Fling wide those golden gates.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Eddie.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hackett.
Charlie Standish.
You back again, Marty?
Quick, Charlie, a chord and G.
Okay.
Ladies
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Alice Huntley and that old broken-down friend of ours, Charlie Standish, I take great pleasure in presenting at last, finally, and in person, the Phantom Troubadour, Eddie Kane.
Eddie. Oh, Eddie.
Gee, Alice, you're wonderful.
How about a song, Eddie? What do you say?
Say I will, Eddie. Please say I will.
I will, Eddie, I will. I will. Alice, you're not going away, are you?
I'm afraid I am, darling. With you on a honeymoon.
Thanks. The voices you just heard, ladies and gentlemen, were those of Alice Huntley proposing and Mr. Eddie Kane accepting. Leap year, you know. And their advice to you is...
Wake up and live. If Lady Luck is yawning, up on your toes, a better day is dawning.
Before our stars return for a curtain call, let's hear the story of Betty, the bustling housewife. Betty was busy as a bee from morning to night, cooking, what apple pie she could make, cleaning, and her house was neat as a pin, dishwashing, that was the trouble, and worst of all, dishpan hands. At least that's what Betty thought. But one day her grocer was out of her regular dishwashing soap, and he said, "Ma'am, why don't you get a box of Lux Flakes instead? It's what my wife uses for washing dishes." So Betty took the Lux, and was she surprised? Those ugly red dishpan hands soon changed to lovely white Lux hands. Yes, in a very few days, she noticed her hands growing lovelier. Now, that's a true story. And what's more, you can prove it yourself at almost no cost. Start tomorrow morning to change dishpan hands to Lux hands. For less than a penny a day. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
There's always someone new under the Hollywood sun. Right now, it's Frank Sinatra. And here he is for a curtain call with Bob Crosby and Jimmy Gleason.
Yeah, and I'd like to know what Crosby's doing in enemy country.
Maybe Bob came to sing.
No, I came to spy for Bing.
Well, look, you can tell El Bingo we got a new man in the racket.
You mean the Mazzy Dotes King?
Who else? The night Mr. DeMille sang Mazzy Dotes over on my show, the hep cats howled from coast to coast. Say, Mr. DeMille, how's about a fast chorus or two right now?
Well, I'm sorry, Frank, but I have to be very dignified here. You know, producer and everything.
You mean you never sing here?
Well, confidentially, Frank, nobody has ever asked me.
Go ahead and ask him.
Yeah,
Jimmy?
on.
Ask him yourself. You ask.
Well, I about decided to retire as a singer. Perhaps your new son would care to take my place, Frank.
Well, it could be. They tell me that kid has a future. What's the first sound you'd expect him to make after he was born, Mr. DeMille?
Bah.
Ah, that's a sheep. Well, they tell me Frank Sinatra Jr. did nothing like that. The doctor gave him a little spank, and the kid sang, "My heart begins to pound and pound and pound."
Did the doctor faint?
No, but 3 nurses swooned.
Well, unless the nurses were over 60, he can't take my place.
What's the play here next week, Mr. DeMille?
It's one of the finest pictures to come out of the war, Frank. It's the 20th Century Fox dramatic hit, Guadalcanal Diary. And we'll have the same stars you saw in the picture. William Bendix, Preston Foster, and Lloyd Nolan. America's fighting men have gone a long way since Guadalcanal, but that first step will always be one of the most thrilling acts in the drama of the long road to Tokyo. Our hero next week is not one man, it's the United States Marine Corps.
Well, that was a great picture, Mr. DeMille. I want to hear your production. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Wake Up and Live was good advice. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night. when the Lux Radio Theater presents Preston Foster, William Bendix, and Lloyd Nolan in Guadalcanal Diary with Richard Jekyll. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, a majority of American families will have to file an income tax return by March 15th. Withholding payments already made from wages and salaries do not relieve you from the obligation of filing a return. You can help your government by doing this early. Frank Sinatra is currently seen in the RKO picture Higher and Higher. He appeared tonight through the courtesy of the Lucky Strike Hit Parade and Vins. Marilyn Maxwell through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, producers of Madame Curie, one of the pictures just nominated for the Academy Award. And Bob Crosby through the courtesy of the makers of Old Golds. James Gleason was heard through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, producers of The Sullivans. Heard in tonight's play were Charles Seale, Bea Benaderet, John McIntyre, Kathy Lewis, Alice Mock, Leo Cleary, Arthur Q. Bryan, Ed Emerson, Eddie Marr, Stanley Farrar, Norman Field, Truda Marson, Tyler McVeigh, and Verna Felton. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Wake Up and Live, starring Frank Sinatra with Bob Crosby, Jimmy Gleason, Marilyn Maxwell, and James Dunn, has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the tissue-thin soap used by smart housewives everywhere. In the Lux Radio Theater next week, we will have, as usual, our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Preston Foster, Lloyd Nolan, and William Bendix in Guadalcanal Diary with Richard Jekyll.
Attention, Victory Gardeners. Spry offers you Aunt Jenny's Rainbow Victory Garden. 6 kinds of choice vegetable seeds. Marglobe tomatoes, Imperator carrots, famous varieties of Swiss chard, lettuce, beets, radishes, and 5 rainbow gladiolus bulbs in glorious colors. Send name and address with 15 cents in coin to Aunt Jenny, Box 3, New York 8, New York. Offer limited to United States of America. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You found me just in time and changed my lonely life that lovely day.
Believe it or not, Bells Are Ringing is the romance of a telephone answering service.
Suzanne's phone.
Now, what in the world can be romantic about an answering service? You don't know Judy.
Suzanne's phone.
Thought maybe you and I could shoot the breeze, you know, or shoot the old fatteroo.
I'm in love with a voice. Plaza O 4433. What a perfect relationship. I talk to him and he just talks to me.
Yes, sir, our switchboard Cinderella has found her fella. It's Dean Martin. He's always just his shy, retiring self.
You drop into my life like a miracle. You saved me from drowning. You just can't toss me back to the sharks.
Stay out of the lives of the subscribers.
And what subscribers?
Cuckoo!
They're real crazy, man. Like the dentist who composed his song.
But I'm always sensitive to you.
Then there's that live wire who's always getting the busy signal. And once in a while, you get a wrong number.
Good evening, fellow bookie. Who is Handel? Oh, what a sister!
Don't ask who sent you. This
Be so near you is better, better than a dream.
The bells keep ringing. Oh, why, can the rest of daylight?
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
I chuckle every time I think of this story. It was one of the funniest things that ever happened to Grey Wolf. You know that Grey Wolf is usually very quiet and reserved and doesn't have much to say. However, that doesn't mean he's asleep. Far from it. His trained eyes see things that most of us miss. Yes, even Stumpy misses things that Grey Wolf sees. He has a mental alertness. It's the envy of almost everyone that knows him. But in this story, Grey Wolf doesn't have a chance, even with all the excellent qualifications the man possesses. It seems everybody and everything gangs up on him as though they planned to pounce on him at once when he wasn't looking. Oh, boy, does he get it. Well, the story began just after Henry left to do some errands for me in Central City. Well, I suppose Henry will be gone 2 or 3 days. He's got quite a list of things to do in Central City. Besides see Colonel Anders, and he's got some business in Junction City.
Monkey business or real business, Bill?
I was having the same thought, Grey Wolf. Say, maybe I should have given Henry my harmonica while he's gone so he can have some music. He's got a radio in the car for music, Stumpy. Now there's a great A insult if I ever heard one. What do you mean? None of us can play that wind whistle, you know it. I'd gladly give you a fast lesson. Oh, no, not on your life. Besides, I haven't got time. Hey, what did you have for breakfast that makes you so full of pep? Eh? What'd you say? Forget it, as long as you've stopped playing that thing. Thing? You call this harmonica a thing? I'll have you know that this is a genuine, bona fide noisemaker. Noisemaker, huh? When I get a hold of you, there'll be a noisemaker, and its name will be Ranger Bill Jefferson. You'd better take it easy, old-timer. Old-timer, I'll show you who's an old-timer. Hey, look out for that rock, Stumpy. Oh, my back. Oh. Stumpy, you all right? Okay now, Bill. He got me a hitch in my back, and he asked me if I'm all right.
Oh, that teach you to act like you're 20 years old.
Here, better answer the telephone, Bill. Grey Wolf, will you help me get my old bag of busted-down bones into the office?
Oh, I'll help you. Then I'll rub you down with horse liniment.
Horse liniment? What do you think I am, an old mule?
I not answer on grounds it might get me punchin' nose.
Hey, you trying to help me or kill me?
I figure if I rub you down hard enough, it hurts so much you forget about other hurt.
Now, there's about as shrewd a piece of
psychoallergies I've ever heard.
Oh, hey, that where it hurt most?
Oh, it used to be. Now I'm not so sure.
You mean you hurt all over?
Well, ain't that what you're trying to do? Say, you ever get charged with trying to kill a man by massaging him to death?
I let you live a while. I'm done now. How you feel?
Like a rolled off Niagara Falls without a barrel. Say, what's ailing Bill? He's been acting mighty peculiar since that phone call.
Yes, I noticed that. What's going on, Bill?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Whoever that guy was that called must think I'm some kind of an easy mark for a joke.
Well, let's hear the rest of it.
Oh.
He said we should come down to the supermarket right away.
Well, what are they doing? Giving away free food?
No, this character said there's a cougar in the supermarket.
Oh, Bill, somebody really played joke on you.
I'll say they are.
They try to play jokes, but Bill too smart to fall for it.
Well, as Henry says, anybody that would fall for that ought to go to a head doctor for a roof job.
Right.
How could anyone be so dumb as to think we'd fall for that?
Yeah.
That's right.
Cougar, supermarket.
That's probably the same clown calling again. I wonder what his story is this time.
Hey, let phone ring. Answer when I give a signal, okay? I call phone company on other line and have tracer put on it.
Well, now you're thinking.
Oh, okay, Bill. Answer it. We got a tracer on it.
Ranger Headquarters, Bill Jefferson speaking. Hey, slow down. Hey, slow down. I can't understand what you're saying. Hey, take it easy, will you? Slow down.
Okay, hang up, Bill. Operator is tracing call now. Operator, do you find where call come from? It did. Thank you.
Well, is it legitimate?
Yeah, they trace call and say it come from supermarket phone.
Well, then it isn't a joke. Now, what's a cougar doing in the supermarket, Stumpy?
How should I know? We'd better get over there and ask the cat.
It's about time you Rangers got here. I'm Ambrose Peoples, manager of this supermarket. Never in all my years of supermarket work have I had anything like this happen. A wild beast just walks into my store, chases everybody out, and takes over. Oh, this is terrible. What if that monster had eaten somebody alive or clawed them to death? It's a good thing I have a strong heart, or I'd be dead from fright. Why, you fellows aren't even armed. You should have rifles, big rifles like they used to kill elephants with. Well, don't just stand there and look silly. Get that vicious beast out of there so my customers can get back into the store. Think of all the money I'm losing while you men stand there and do nothing. Why don't you...
You better stop talking and sit down before you break blood vessels.
Well, I can see that you don't take your responsibility very seriously at all. I'm losing money every minute you stand there. I want that cat...
That what?
Oh, my sedative pills. I need them again. My nerves are very bad, just very bad indeed. And this isn't doing them any good.
Where are your pills, Mr. Peoples?
Inside the store in that little office right there by the door where it says checks, cash, and manager.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that animal. I'll have to get some more from Dr. Jones right away.
I'll get them for you. I'll be right back, Grey Wolf.
Stop him! He'll be killed by that savage beast!
Ambrose, you better cool down. You're gonna blow a fuse. No cougar will attack a full-grown man except by mistake.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. Besides that, Cat has that whole big store to himself, and Bill ain't gonna crowd him none.
He's going to the drinking fountain with a cup. That wild animal will attack
calm
him.
Down, Ambrose. You need water to take pills, don't you?
Oh, I doubt that the pills will do any good now. My nerves are completely unraveled. Oh, good. Here comes Bill now.
Well, here are your pills and some water, Mr. Peebles.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Thank you again. I think I'll just sit down on the curb for a while.
That's a good idea. You rest yourself for a while until you can calm down.
Yes, I will. I'll do that. You walked right into the jaws of that terrible beast and lived to tell about it. Oh, my boy.
We do something quick before that man has to go to hospital.
I wouldn't worry about him too much. The kind that let it out don't usually crack up. It's the kind that keeps it bottled up that end up in the hospital. Yeah, what do you want to do with that wild beast in there, Bill?
Maybe we get heavy leather gloves and bury it and capture it.
I have a strange feeling about that cougar, fellas.
That's so. You remember him somewhere else, maybe?
Oh, Stumpy, you're impossible. No, I think that's a tame cat.
Hey, you might be right. But we get gloves and rope anyway. Then we go inside and find out for sure.
Look out, you dumb cat. You can't walk on that pile of cans. Well, knucklehead, are you satisfied now? Look at the mess.
Look at him cock his head and listen to Bill, just like he understood.
He's not a wild cougar. That fellow's tame. Look at him. He's not trying to run away or climb the wall. Only a tame cat would come in a place like this.
You know, young feller, I think you're right. That kitty belongs to somebody, sure as I'm a foot high. Look at the collar mark.
Yeah, I didn't notice that before. That's a collar mark, all right.
Here, take my gloves and rope. I try to coax him down from top of shelf alone.
I was hoping you'd let me try it, Grey Wolf.
No, I try. Even though he tame, he still claw plenty bad. He very young cat, not quite full size yet.
Come on, Bill. Let's get back by the door and give Grey Wolf room to work.
All right. Let's not get back too far, though. I want to watch Grey Wolf and see what goes on.
So do 100 other people. Look at them gawking through the store windows.
I'll say. I hope they don't push in that plate glass. And cat's just sitting up on the shelf and looking at Grey Wolf.
Yep. And he ain't spitting or getting nasty neither, which means he ain't afeard of men. Grey Wolf sure playing it smart. He's talking to him.
Yeah, you plenty nice cat, aren't you? You're not afraid of me, are you? Hey, how about you come over here? Show me you like to be my friend. Hey, you're very fine, cat, and very smart. Too bad you're not able to talk. You belong to somebody who would train you and tame you from kitten. Sure, you're a real friendly fellow. Hey, you don't lick my hands. That horse liniment I forgot to wash off when in a big hurry to get here. Hey, you get burning tongue from stuff.
Stumpy, I can't believe it. Do you see what I see?
I'm not sure what I see, Bill, but I'm sure looking at it.
That cat likes Grey Wolf, especially the horse liniment smell on his hands.
Wait till that stuff starts burning his tongue. I know one kitty that'll be looking for a small-sized iceberg to munch on.
Everybody move back. Move back now. They're coming out with a wild lion.
Give him room. Come on.
Move back or I'll send for the police.
Hey, Ambrose.
Look out, that terrible wire line doesn't chew your leg off when he comes out.
Oh, well, you can be as facetious as you want, but I'm not taking any chances with that wild beast.
There, that's good thinking, Ambrose. Why, that's the most savage and vicious line I ever saw. He's even licking Grey Wolf's head. Look there, man alive.
Well, everybody stay back. Here they come. Aren't you gonna put a rope on the cat, Bill?
Why, he's very tame, Mr. Peoples. Besides, he sure likes the way Grey Wolf's hands smell. He's just crazy about horse liniment.
I don't like the way he looks at me. Get him out of here.
Sure, we take him to headquarters in car. Come on, Mr. Cougar, whatever your name is.
So long, Ambrose. You're taking him in the car with you?
Sure. What would you do? Make him run behind?
Oh, this is too much, too much. I'm glad so many people saw this, or I think I'm ready for the rest home. Why, they treat that wild beast like he's somebody's family house cat. Oh, where are my pills? Where are they?
Hey, this is great. He's just as contented as he can be. Does he like to be petted and have his ears scratched? I've read about tame cougars and panthers and never thought I'd be this close to one. Grey Wolf, we can keep him here until we find out who owns him. They can pick him up.
Oh, that's a good idea, Bill. But where else we keep him since he's somebody's pet? I wonder what he eat as tame cougar.
Cat food! You can buy it in the store.
Duffy, you crazy. Why, we have to open 100 cans to feed this big fellow.
You didn't take me seriously, did you?
No, I guess not. Well, I better go to the meat market and get some meat for him, Mr. Cougar. You fellas take care of him, huh?
We'll take real good care of him while you're gone, Grey Wolf. Yeah, Grey Wolf! I think someone else wants to go, too. It looks like you got yourself a real buddy. Yeah, they call dogs at Fibber only one master, one-man dogs. Looks like Grey Wolf has a one-man mountain lion. Ranger Bill Jefferson speaking.
Hello, is Joe there?
Joe? Oh, no, you don't, Henry. You pulled that on me once before, and now I'm awake.
How are all the famous rangers?
We're fine, but what's this famous stuff?
Well, catching a cougar in the supermarket by using horse liniment.
Hey, how'd you find out about that?
I've got a radio in the car, remember?
It's on the radio? Hey, fellas, the story about the cougars on the radio. Well, what do you know about that? We made history. Or I should say, Grey Wolf did.
Everybody think we crazy to like this cat.
Can you hear them, Henry?
Yeah, Bill, I hear them. Can I talk to Grey Wolf?
Sure. Grey Wolf, Henry wants to chin with you.
Oh, good. Hello, Henry.
Hello, genius.
Hey, you not think I genius when I tell you maybe I not be able to get rid of cat.
Well, it isn't everybody that has a cougar for a pal.
Hey, how soon you come back anyway?
I'm glad you mentioned that. I almost forgot to tell you. I'll be delayed, but I should be back by the weekend.
Oh, okay. We see what else we can do for excitement without you to find it.
Oh, cut it out, Grey Wolf. Well, I gotta go along now. Goodbye.
Bye.
That cat sure loves you, Grey Wolf. He won't let you out of his sight. Don't you know the secret, Bill? The horse liniment, Stumpy? Yeah. That cat must have been born on a horse ranch. Oh, no. Grey Wolf just has that wonderful aroma about him. The oil of wintergreen reminds the kitty of the great pine trees in the wide open spaces.
Better wash liniment off hands.
Hey, you're not
not going to wash the liniment off, are you?
Oh, what it look like I do? Wash it on?
Grey Wolf, how can you do that to such a good friend as Mr. Cougar?
Well, I don't know about you, but I not like to sleep with the smell on my hands.
Oh, that reminds me. Here, what's ailing you? Sleep. Well, go right ahead. Don't let us stop you. Not me, the cat. I think Grey Wolf's going to have to take the cat home with him.
I draw a line right here. Cougar not going house with me.
What are you going to do with him? He's got to sleep too, you know.
I tie him outside on porch. Come on, cat, at bedtime.
You think it'll work, young feller?
Of course. I rub horse liniment on porch post to keep him company. See? Nothing to it. Good night.
Good night, Grey Wolf. So long, Grey Wolf. Bill, why is so quiet? The fun ended too soon, Stumpy. I was thinking the same thing. Let's stop here and listen. I suppose I shouldn't wish a man to lose some sleep, but I'd sure like to hear that cat sound off. So would I. Maybe I can give a little imitation that would do the trick. Just coax him along a little. I don't think you'll have to, Stumpy. Listen. Grey Wolf's coming out on the porch now. Looks like he's talking to the cat.
Hey, Grey Wolf, take that critter in the house so we can get some sleep, will ya? Will you take that cat to bed with you so we can get some sleep, huh?
Okay, Sam. I hear without yelling.
Well, it's about time. Why'd you get a small cat like everybody else has? No, you got to get one bigger than the rest. Bigger noise, too.
I'd take him in the house. You go get a glass of hot milk. It'd make you sleep good all night.
All I want is for you to shut that screaming banshee up, and I'll sleep fine. Good night.
If you two don't shut up and go to bed, I'll run you both in for disturbing the peace.
Oh, here comes O'Rourke. Grey Wolf's got the cat in the house. I have a strange feeling that Mr. Cougar ain't going to be happy until he's in bed with Grey Wolf.
Great day in the morning. What are you two characters up to? Looks like it's been plenty from the way you're enjoying yourself. I don't know why I'm laughing, but if I'm going to laugh, I better know what I'm enjoying myself about.
Sit down on the curb, Pat, and rest yourself a bit.
All right. I'll give you laughing hyenas just 2 minutes to tell me what's going on. I'll run you in.
No time for that now. Pat, what's the penalty for peeking in somebody's window at night, huh?
Depends. Whose window?
Grey Wolf's.
Well, no penalty for his window, I guess, but otherwise you might get a lump in your head. Why Grey Wolf's window, anyway?
We want to see if the cat goes to bed with him. He won't tell us if he does, and we want to know for certain. Come along and watch the fun.
Well, now, that's an invitation I'll accept, to be sure. I always wanted to watch a lion tame the tamer.
Watch out for the bushes now.
Cat, you sleep on floor now and be quiet. Hey, get out of bed. Get up. You fine fellow, but not sleep in bed with me. Okay. You sleep in bed. I sleep on floor. Yeah, I cover you with a blanket. Tuck you in. I go to sleep. Good night.
Well, I guess that's all for tonight.
That ain't all. Look, lad, see what's going on?
Huh?
Oh, yeah. Easy does it. Careful you don't make any noise now.
Where's the cat? And where's Grey Wolf?
Hey, look, fellas.
The cat's tugging on Grey Wolf's undershirt. He's trying to get him into the bed.
Quick, hunch against the wall.
Did he see us?
No. He's coming around this side of the bed now to fix the blankets.
The cat's sleeping on the other side of him.
Cougar, let's go to sleep, huh? Once more and out you go. Pet or no pet.
It's the best. Oh, I guess that's all, fellas. Oh, good night, everybody. I gotta get home and get some sleep so I can be in the office before Grey Wolf gets there. I can't wait to see the look on his face. Well, what's that, Stumpy?
Don't ask me, Bill. I never seen it before. Say, that ain't one of them lion tamer fellers, is it?
No, too worn out for that. They've got to be alert. Oh, I recognize him now. Good morning, Grey Wolf. And a friend.
Huh. What good about it?
Senores, oh, senores, I have heard that you... Pepito, there you are! At last I found you! Oh, see, senor, this is my Pepito. About 4 days ago, he jumped off the truck from the back. Pepito and I, we ride in truck with my uncle. I find Pepito is gone, but I do not know where. Then I hear story on radio.
How come it took you so long to get here?
Oh, I have to wait for ride this far, senor. I come all the way from Mexico.
What is your name?
I'm Pablo. And you know, senor, Pepito, he like to ride to sleep in bed with Pablo all the time since he little baby cat.
I learned all about that.
You are Senor Grey Wolf?
I tired.
Thank you, senor, for taking care of Pepito. Thank you very much. Someday, senor, someday I catch baby cat and I send him to you for presents because you take care of Pepito so good.
No, thank you. I like sleep. Cat does not.
I must go now. Thank you again, Senor Grey Wolf.
Goodbye, Pablo. I'm glad you found your pet.
Adios, senores.
Well, Grey Wolf, I guess you can get some sleep now. Yes? Yes, sir. What can we do for you?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm selling the best cure on the market for backaches and
Whoa
sore muscles.
there, mister.
What's the matter?
You see that ranger sound asleep in that chair?
Yeah, I see him, but what's that got to do with me? Does he need some liniment?
Far from it, mister. Here, take this bottle of liniment with you and get while the getting's good.
But what'll you do for backaches from now on?
We soak backs in hot water like we should do in first place.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Goodbye.
Needless to say, that's the last we ever saw of that salesman and also of Pablo and his tame cougar. Grey Wolf got his sleep, and when he woke up, he was once more a quiet and reserved human being. And Stumpy, now he soaks his muscular aches and pains in a tub full of hot water, not liniment. Well, see you next week for more adventure with...
Ranger!
Ranger Bill came to you transcribed from the studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago. In Chicago. In Chicago. In Chicago. In Chicago. In Chicago. In Chicago.
A planet where apes evolved from men? There's got to be an answer.
Don't look for it, Taylor. You may not like what you find.
Damn you all to hell!
The year, 3955. Charlton Heston as Taylor, a 20th century astronaut, space-wrecked in the incredible future. Linda Harrison as Nova, a savage beauty from the enslaved and voiceless human race.
They're marked for target practice.
James Franciscus as astronaut Brent on a reckless mission to rescue Taylor, trapped by the swaggering, brutal master race of apes who dominate the Earth. A planet shattered by the atomic war of a distant, forgotten past.
Where are you going?
Into the Forbidden Zone. Someone or something has outwitted the intelligence of the gorillas. Invade! Invade!
Face the terrifying dangers of the Forbidden Zone with them. Engulfing you in the shattering experiences that await beneath the planet of the apes.
Well, there's an intelligence working in this place. They know we're here.
We are determined to know what the apes want, war or peace.
The superintelligent mutants. Are they human or something else? In their church, an unspeakable God.
The Doomsday Bomb.
Behind their faces, an unbearable secret.
We don't kill our enemies. We get our enemies to kill each other.
The irresistible war machine of the guerrilla army versus the devastating secret mind weapons of the subterranean mutants in civilization's final battle to answer the ultimate question. Can a planet long endure, half human and half ape? Is it the beginning or the end?
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin, speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest, Eddie Cantor, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantet. Now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's early evening, and George is just stopping in at the corner cigar store on his way home from the office.
Evening, Joe. I'll take a half a dozen cigars, please.
Sure thing, Mr. Burns. Usual kind?
Sure, I wouldn't smoke anything but Perfecto Royales. Here's your money, Joe.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Burns, but the price on Perfecto Royales has gone up.
What, again?
I'm afraid so. From now on, you get only 2 for a nickel.
Okay, here's another dime. Great little cigar, this. Got a light, Joe?
Look, Mr. Burns, I've asked you a few times. Please don't smoke them things in here. They smell up the place something awful.
Okay, I kind of like the aroma myself.
Well, George Burns.
Eddie Canada. Hi, Eddie.
Well, George, so this is the place you buy those secret weapons you smoke.
Eddie, please, these happen to be very fine cigars.
Oh, sure. You walk through Los Angeles smoking those things, and a poor innocent rubber factory gets all the blame.
Not true. Here, just try one of them.
No, thanks. I can't smoke that stuff. Let's have my own brand, Joe. There's a quarter.
Thank you, Mr. Cantor. Here's your 10 cigars.
They've gone up again, huh?
Well, so we both smoke Perfecto Royales.
I guess so. What makes them smell like that when you smoke them, Joe?
I use very cheap matches.
Well, how's everything, George? Is Gracie okay?
Oh, sure. How was the sextet from Canada?
Fine. I'm a bachelor these days, you know. Ida took the girls on a little trip to the Mojave Desert.
It's hot and dusty, and there's nothing out there but an army camp. Ida must be crazy to take the girls to the Mojave Desert.
George, Ida knows what she's been doing. Those boys haven't seen a girl for 6 months.
Boy, you're really anxious to get those girls married, aren't you?
Are you kidding? If a man will marry one of them, I'll throw in another one as a cook. Well, I'll see you later, George. I'm starving. I'm going over to the restaurant and get myself some dinner. Huh?
Restaurant? Oh, no, Eddie. You come home and have dinner with me.
Oh, George, I wouldn't think of it. Food is a problem these days.
Don't be silly. Gracie's a wonderful manager. Our icebox is loaded.
No, thanks, George, but I wouldn't dream of it.
Now, Eddie...
No, George, really.
But I'm sure that
Positively no, George.
Well, okay.
George, don't give up like that. Argue with me. Argue with me.
You mean you will come?
Certainly. I can be handled.
Well, swell. Let's go. Gracie will be tickled to see you.
Good, I'll be glad.
Put the packages right on the sofa, Bill.
Okay, Gracie.
Oh, it was awfully sweet of you to give me a lift home from downtown. My goodness, I was surprised when a car drove up and a man whistled at me and it turned out to be you.
Not half as surprised as I was, Gracie, when it turned out to be you.
Well, I'd ask you to stay to dinner, Bill, but I haven't a bit of food in the house.
No food at all?
Mm-mm. But George will probably stop on the way home and pick up something.
Yeah, maybe.
Hello, darling.
Hello, sweetheart.
Well, hiya, George. Well, hi, Eddie.
Look, Gracie, I've got a surprise for you, dear. I brought Eddie Cantor home for dinner.
Oh, George, we couldn't need an old friend.
No. I brought Eddie home to enjoy one of your home-cooked meals.
You did?
Oh, yeah, those restaurants are getting me down. The owner of one place even told me to get out and never come back.
Why do you do that?
I offended the help. You see, the waiter spilled hot soup in my lap, and when I carelessly jumped up, some of it splashed on the busboy.
Well, your worries are over, Eddie. We'll give you a real feed tonight, won't we, Gracie?
Oh, sure. George, can I see you in the kitchen a minute?
Okay, sweetheart.
George Burns, are you out of your mind?
Huh?
There's not a bit of food in this house, and you bring home Eddie Cantor, who eats like a horse.
He doesn't eat so much.
Oh, no, he's so full of food that his eyes pop out.
Now, take it easy, honey. If there's nothing in the house, just slip over to the market and buy something.
Well, I'd be glad to if you'll just slip over to Washington and get some ration stamps from Mrs. Rosell.
Gee, are they all gone?
Well, yes. And even if we had points, our butcher wouldn't have any meat. He's completely out of it.
Well, he must have something.
You think so, huh? Well, what did we eat last night?
Oxtails?
There you are. You've come to the end of the ox.
We must have some canned food. What's in the pantry?
Cobwebs.
Wait, I've got it. Bill Goodwin is a single guy, and he eats out a lot. Maybe he can spare some ration for Stan.
Well, ask him. He's in there talking to Eddie.
No, Eddie, no.
Oh, but Bill.
No, Eddie, I'm sorry.
But they're so beautiful, and you can have your pick of any of the 5.
Bill, can I see you in the kitchen?
Just a minute, George. Now, Bill.
No, Eddie, why don't you talk to Harry Von Zell?
Oh, that Von Zell. I invited him to my house for dinner, left him alone with my daughters, turned the lights down low.
Yeah?
He told them about Ipana.
Oh, that stupid man.
You said it. I'll bet you wouldn't do that, huh, Bill?
Well, of course not. I'd tell him about Swan soap.
Oh, huh?
Well, sure. I'd tell him that Swan's the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, for bathing the baby, for dishes, and for light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Bill, can I see you for a second?
Just a minute, George. Look, Bill. You're alone with a girl. The lights are low. You put your arms around her waist. Draw her close. Pucker up your lips.
Yeah?
Is that any time to tell her about soap?
You know, you're right, Eddie. That's the time for action.
Sure.
So I take her out to the kitchen and show her how Swan works. Yes, sir. I'll show her what a job it does on dishes and how it gives you loads of suds. And I'll remind her that with Swan in the dishpan, you don't have to worry about your hands. Swan helps keep them from getting rough and red.
Bill, please, in the kitchen. It's very important.
Take him. That guy's got so much soap on the brain, he'll wind up marrying a bubble dancer.
No, sir, only if her bubble is from Swan soap.
Oh, scram, get out of here.
Well, gee whiz, Swan is a great wartime buy.
Come on, Bill. Look, Bill, we're in a jam. Have you got any ration stamps?
Well, I'm sorry, George. I'd like to help you, but I'm all out.
Well, that's funny. You never eat at home.
Well, no, Gracie, but you see, I buy a lot of food as an investment.
You make money with it?
Well, who's talking about money? Today, girls fall for my applesauce faster when it's in a can. So long, George.
Well, he was a big help. Now what do we do?
Well, look, Eddie has a large family. He should have some extra stamps.
Yeah, but, gee, he's our guest. We can't ask him for stamps.
No, but I've got an idea. Come on. Oh, well, Eddie, how's Ida?
Oh, she's fine, thanks. She and the girls went down to the desert, you know.
Oh, they took their ration books with them, of course.
No. As a matter of fact, I have them right here in my pocket.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Eddie, it's awfully warm in here. Wouldn't you like to take your coat off?
No, I'm quite comfortable.
Oh, come on. Let George hang it up for you.
Well, if you insist.
All right. Here's his coat, dear. You know what to do. We like people to feel at home here, Eddie. Of course, I wouldn't ask a stranger to take his coat off, but you're different.
You mean I'm more like one of the family?
No, I mean you don't embarrass George. Your shoulders come off with your coat just like his do.
Gracie.
Yes, dear?
Not there.
Oh. Eddie?
Yes?
Are you sure Ida didn't take the books with her?
You mean the ration books?
Yes.
Oh, positive. They're right here in my pants pocket.
Oh. Eddie, it's awfully warm in here. Wouldn't you like to...
Oh, no.
Our young tenor Jimmy Cash and the selection, this lovely ballad that revives memories of the great showboat, Make Believe.
The game of just supposing is the sweetest game I know. Our dreams are more romantic than the world we see. And if the things we dream about don't happen to be so, that's just an unimportant technicality. We could make believe I love you, only make believe that you love me. Others find peace of mind in pretending. Couldn't you, couldn't I, couldn't we make believe our lips are blending in a phantom kiss, or two or three,
George and Gracie found they couldn't get Eddie Cantor's ration books, they went back into the kitchen, where they're now trying desperately to dream up a dinner.
Oh, George, this is terrible. I simply haven't got a thing for him to eat.
Well, don't give up, sweetheart. Isn't there anything cold in the icebox?
Well, yes, there is. But do you think ice cubes are nourishing?
I guess not.
Oh, I know. We'll set the clocks back, give him a glass of orange juice, and tell him we eat a late breakfast.
It wouldn't work even if we had orange juice. Gracie, look around while I go in and keep Eddie from getting suspicious.
All right, dear.
Well, Eddie, the home cooking is on the way. Are you getting hungry?
Hungry? George, under my belt, is the only vacancy in Los Angeles.
We'll take care of that, kid.
George, I know I'm a fool for asking this, a dreamer with my head in the clouds, but is there a candy bar in the house?
Sorry, Eddie.
I knew it. Gee, remember the old days when you could step up to a counter and say to the clerk, give me a candy bar, and he'd say with or without nuts?
Yeah.
Now you say, give me a candy bar, and he just says nuts.
Well, take it easy. We'll be eating soon.
Oh, getting hungry, Eddie?
Yeah. Gracie, there's an awful gnawing in my stomach.
Say, maybe it's your appendix. Oh, instead of having dinner, wouldn't you rather go to a hospital?
Gracie, my appendix is out. I had it taken out 8 years ago.
Oh, really? Well, do you think you should eat a heavy meal so soon after your operation?
There's nothing wrong with me. I could eat nails.
Oh, George, why didn't we think of that?
You know, it's always a kick being with you two at that. It brings back the days when we were in vaudeville together and how different those days were.
Yeah.
Why, there were times where we didn't know where our next meal was coming from.
Seems like old times, doesn't it?
Remember the night when there wasn't any food and we ate the parrot in the bird act?
It was a big green parrot like the one Miss Pringle has next door.
Miss Pringle has a parrot?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Hey, George Burns, come back here.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'll get back to my cooking. You entertain Eddie.
Getting hungry, Eddie?
Look, was there anything left on your breakfast table this morning?
Nothing but the morning newspaper.
Well, let me have it. If there isn't a picture of Hitler in it, I'll eat it.
Eddie, I promise you that...
George, come into the kitchen.
Excuse me. Well?
Well, our troubles are over. I found 2 cans of shrimp in the broom closet.
Gee, that's wonderful. Will it be enough?
Oh, certainly. We'll have shrimp cocktail, cream of shrimp soup, shrimp salad, fried shrimp, and rhubarb pie.
Rhubarb pie?
Yeah, but don't be surprised if it tastes like shrimp.
Okay, I'll get started. I'll run and give Eddie the good news. Well, cheer up, kid. We'll be eating in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Don't shake it, George. Just bring it to me.
Well, you'll be glad you waited when you get that delicious home-cooked food.
I hope Gracie didn't bother with a lot of fancy stuff. You know, I'm the sort of a guy who can eat anything.
Well, good.
In fact, there's only one thing I can't eat.
One thing?
Just one.
Shrimp?
How did you know?
I'll be right back. Hold the shrimp, Gracie. He can't eat it.
Well, you stay here. I've got an idea that can't fail. Eddie, a terrible thing happened.
What, Gracie?
The gas company just turned off our gas.
Turned off your gas? Why?
Well, George gambled away the gas money.
No.
Yes. He's weak, Eddie. Gambling is in his blood. Every month he takes the gas money and either rolls pool or shoots horses.
George does that?
Yes, and the stove is covered with chicken and steaks and chops, all for you. But there's no gas to cook them with.
I don't suppose you serve them raw.
Oh, my goodness, no.
You and your civilization. Well, there's only one thing for me to do.
Go to a restaurant, huh?
No, I'll call the gas company and tell them I'll pay the bill myself.
Oh, you get some pretty clever ideas, don't you?
I'll call them right now.
Never mind. The gas just came on again. I can smell it. Oh, George, my idea didn't work. You go out and stall for a while.
Okay. Getting hungry, Eddie?
You miserable heel.
Huh?
Gracie told me how you gambled away the gas money, and that's why we haven't got any dinner. Oh, is that what Gracie... Yes, shame on you, George. Yeah, I'm just a big louse. Why, gambling is the worst vice a man can have. Gambling is vicious. It's low. It's mean. Yeah, I know. I always lose, too. You lose? Always. You never win? Never. George, it just happens that I have a pair of dice here in my pocket. Let's discuss this further on our knees. Okay. Just get down here for a minute.
For Felix Mills, his orchestra, and the Swantet, with a vivid sketch of that menacing Moll, that bat with the gat known as... Pistol Packin' Mama. Yes.
Listen to the story of a red-haired gal named Peg. She shot a pistol in the air
and hit me in the leg.
I lay that pistol down, babe. I lay that pistol down. A pistol packing mama. I lay that pistol down.
Going to get something to eat. Gracie's girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell, has just arrived with her ration book.
Gracie, I rushed over as soon as you called me. Here's my ration book.
Oh, thank you, Tootsie.
That's all right, Gracie. I'm only sorry there are no points in it.
No points? Well, what happened to them, Tootsie? You had 100 points yesterday.
Well, you know the arrangement I have with my butcher.
Oh, you mean where he gives you a kiss for each extra point you give him?
Yes. Well, this morning I bought some hamburger for 2 points and just kissed Therese goodbye.
Well, now we're really sunk. I better go in and stall Eddie again.
All right, dear.
Getting hungry, Eddie?
Getting, he says. I could eat the black keys right off of that piano.
You could?
Well, not right away. I want to let the white ones digest first.
Gee, I'm sorry about the delay, Eddie. Maybe I shouldn't have invited you up here tonight.
Oh, don't be silly, George. It's a pleasure to eat with you and Gracie. The word eat, of course, I use very, very loosely.
Yes, I understand.
But at least you and Gracie don't want me to put anybody in pictures.
What do you mean?
Well, since I became a movie producer, everywhere I go, they drag out the cook, the dog, the kid, and ask me to give them a job.
And you don't like that?
I hate it. It's the most disgusting. When that happens, I get right up and leave.
Even if you're invited to dinner?
Absolutely.
I'll be right back. Gracie, I've got a wonderful idea.
Now who did you invite to dinner? Edward Arnold?
No. Eddie Cantor is a movie producer now. And it's your chance to get Tootsie here in the pictures.
Me?
Sure.
Sure, that is a wonderful idea. Come on, Tootsie.
Oh, right.
Well, Eddie. Yeah. Eddie, I've got a marvelous surprise for you. This is Miss Tootsie Sagwell.
Well, bring me a knife and fork, huh?
No. She's the new Shirley Temple.
Oh, no.
Oh, she'll be wonderful for your new picture. She's a magnificent dramatic actress. Cry, Tootsie. You see?
Please, I would like a bowl of soup.
Well, look, dinner will be served right after you sign Tootsie for your picture, and not a minute before.
Bring me a fountain pen.
Oh, Mr. Candy, you're wonderful.
Eddie, they're hounding you. Why don't you walk out?
I'm too weak to walk.
Here's the pen.
Wait a minute. Not so fast. I know why you're putting this sweet, innocent girl into pictures. You're a wolf.
I'm a wolf?
You are? Oh, shame on you, Eddie Cantor. And you with 5 puppies.
She's right.
If you hire Tootsie, you have to hire her mother as a chaperone.
She's hired. She's hired. Let's eat.
Oh, I'm going to run home and tell Mother the good news. You won't have to pay Mother a salary, Mr. Cantor. Now and then, just let her squeeze Charles Coburn.
At last. Now for the food.
Well, all right. Sit down, everybody. Hungry, Eddie?
Bring it in. Bring it in.
Oh, wait. First, I'll have to light the candles. Got a match there?
No, dear.
Here's a match.
Oh, no, I couldn't take your matches. You're our guest.
Guest schmest. I'll light it myself. There. Well?
George, bring in the food.
Me? You bring it in.
Oh, we've got company. Blow out the candles.
Oh, no.
Come in.
Well, hiya, folks. Oh, excuse me. You're ready to eat dinner. I'll drop back later.
Oh, no,
come on, Bill.
Bill. We're in no hurry to eat.
No, it's all right.
Say, Bill.
Yes.
Bill, Eddie just signed Tootsie Sagwell to a movie contract.
What? Tootsie and Eddie's picture?
Yeah.
Oh, gee, Eddie, I better send you some Swan soap.
So, what for?
Well, if you're going to be washed up in pictures, I want it to be with Swan. Swan is 4 swell soaps in one. Soap for your dishes, light laundry for bathing the baby, and for your bath or complexion.
Go away. Will you go away?
Well, Eddie, what's the matter? Don't you believe that Swan is 4 soaps in one?
Look, I'll make it 5. Put ketchup on it, and I'll eat it.
Oh, no, I wouldn't advise that, Eddie. But just try Swan for bathing the baby. Swan is pure as fine cast eels. Doctors recommend it because Swan is so mild and gentle, it's kind even to a baby's tender skin. And if Swan is that mild, well, it must be a great complexion soap for grown-ups, too.
Bill, my son, listen to me. I'm not a young man anymore. In fact, I'll never see 30 again. I've lived a long time, and I formed certain habits, some good, some bad, but the habits I can't break. Eating is one of them. Now, will you get out of here?
Well, sure. Why didn't you say you were hungry, Eddie? I'll go.
Oh, Bill, just a minute. Maybe Mr. Cantor will put you in his picture.
Gracie,
picture? Oh, what an idea. Listen, I'll be the new Charles Boyer. Get this, kid.
Ah, Eddie, the Casbah. I used to like the Casbah. Now I like the Swan Bar. Breaks in 2. Use half in the kitchen for the dishes and light laundry, and half in the bathroom for the shower. Eddie, I love.
Well, there's your leading man, Eddie. You can start shooting any time.
If I only had a gun.
Well, listen, we'll sign the contract later. Got to break this news to Luella Parton.
Now? Now can we eat?
Well, I'll light the candles. Got a match there.
No, I haven't.
I'll light them. There. Well?
Oh, it's the telephone. Blow out the candles, George.
It's murder.
Hello? Who? Oh, yes, he's here. Eddie, it's for you.
Carry me over to the telephone.
Here's the phone.
Hello. Oh, hello, Ida. Gee, I'm glad you're back. Yes, I'll be right home. George and Gracie invited me to stay for dinner, but I'd rather have something to eat. See you in a minute, Ida. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Eddie, now that you're going, I might as well tell you the truth. We haven't got a bit of food in the house.
What? That's right, Eddie. You kind of caught us with our points down.
Well, why didn't you tell me? Get your hats and come on home with me. Our icebox is always loaded.
Oh, we couldn't do that.
Come on, Ida'll be tickled to see you. You know Ida. When Ida was... Hello, Ida.
Eddie, darling.
Look who's here.
Why, George Gracie, I'm so glad to see you.
I invited them over here for dinner.
Eddie, I'd like to see you in the kitchen for a minute. Come on, dear. The shrimp is still in the broom closet.
Well, George and Gracie will be back in a second, and I'm just going to stay here long enough to remind you gals that your good lingerie, your best stockings, and your fine woolen things must really last a long time nowadays. So better give them the best care you can. And to me, that means washing them with Swan, the new white floating soap. Swan is so mild and gentle, it'll give your fine things the kind of washing that avoids unnecessary wear and tear. Look, it stands to reason that if Swan's kind to a baby's skin, it's going to be kind to fabrics, too. And incidentally, kind to your hands while you're doing your light laundry. Swan's a swell buy any time, a great buy in wartime. Well, here they are again, America's lovable Mr. and Mrs. George and Gracie.
Hurry up, Gracie. Hurry up and lock the door. I'm hungry for that shrimp.
All right, dear. The key is here in my purse somewhere. There's my compact, my lipstick. Well, look what's here.
What?
A book full of racing stamps. I forgot I had them.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time, when we'll have as our guest Pat O'Brien. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Know what they're all saying?
Your ration points go farther, go further, go farther. Your ration points go farther, further when you're cooking with Fry's.
Yes, ma'am. Spry's the buy.
For fried food, cake, and pie, it's gotta be Spry. It's so easy to remember, and oh, what a buy. Just tell your grocer, I want Fry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 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 Columbia Broadcasting.
Generation after generation of readers have been thrilled by Ben-Hur. No book save the Bible has ever been so widely read. Now, as a motion picture, Ben-Hur has inspired enthusiastic acclaim in every corner of the earth. In New York, in London, in Tokyo, and in Hollywood, the most honored motion picture in Academy Award history. Yes, the spectacle, the color, the excitement, the human drama of Ben-Hur has swept the world. Ben-Hur is many things to many people. It transports you to strange, faraway places, to scenes of pageantry and revelry. Ben-Hur stuns with the impact of its violence and thundering action. Yet, it can lift your spirit to the skies. But with all its spectacle and pageantry, Ben-Hur is a story of people. Their conflicts, their loves. The story of Judah Ben-Hur, the prince who became a slave and dared the evil might of the conqueror.
I tell you, the day Rome falls, there will be a shout of freedom such as the world has never heard before.
Proud Quintus Arrius was a stern enemy.
Why did you save me?
Yet, when Ben-Hur saved his life, he became a staunch and grateful friend. There was the beautiful Esther, for whose love Ben-Hur defied an empire. There was Messala, the power mad, once Ben-Hur's boyhood friend. Now his deadliest enemy.
You kill me and your mother and sister will die today.
And there was the lusty Sheik Ilderin, ruler of a wild, exotic land.
One wife, one God, that I can understand, but one wife that is not civilized. It is not generous.
All that you have read about Ben-Hur all that you have heard about Ben-Hur is surpassed by the actuality.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure When Money Talks. The Green Hornet strikes again. Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, looked up as Michael Axford warily entered the office and sank with a sigh of relief into a chair.
Me poor feet are killing me, that they are, Casey. And they caught me such a cold I can hardly talk.
What on earth have you been doing all afternoon, Axford? What made you so tired?
Oh, walking, Casey. Walking me legs off trying to check up on them 20 neediest families the Daily Sentinel took care of last Christmas. It was Reed's idea that we should find out how they're making out this year.
What did you find out about them?
Well, that's just it, Casey. Would you believe it? I went to 9 of them places. Most of them are better off than I am myself.
What do you mean?
Just that. 6 of the families I visited were living in solid comfort, with the houses fixed up, plenty of food and stuff like that.
Really? Well, that's strange. As I remember, each of those 20 families was in dire need a year ago. Most of them have been on our list for several years.
Sure you're not telling me a thing I don't know, Casey. But some of them seem to have struck it lucky somehow during the past year. So they won't be needing our help any longer.
Well, I'm glad they've been so fortunate, even if I can't understand how it happened.
Yeah. I'm going down to the city room. If Reed wants me, he can let me know.
Oh, wait a minute, Axford.
What do you want?
Do you have a list of the families you visited?
Oh, sure. I got it right here. There you are.
Oh, thanks.
The ones with the little crosses beside them are the families that seem to have plenty of dough to get along on.
Oh, good. I'll give this list to Mr. Reed.
Do what you like with it. But I'm through tramping around. My feet can't take it.
Oh, that's too bad. They're such nice big ones, too.
You and your corny jokes. Did you get that, Casey? Big feet, corny jokes. That's a snappy comeback for you.
You get out of here. Oh, what a guy. Well, I'll take this list into Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
What is it, Miss Kate?
Axford came in and brought this list with him.
A list?
Yes. Mr. Gunnigan sent him out to investigate the 20 neediest families. The ones whom the Sentinel helped last year.
Oh, yes.
And this is a list of the families that Axford visited this afternoon. 9 of them. There's something about that list that's peculiar.
What do you mean?
Well, those names marked with little crosses seem to have struck it rich, according to Axford. At least they're all living in solid comfort.
Really? Let's see. Oh, yeah. There's 6 names marked that way.
That's right.
Well, tell me, do you still have the case histories on these families?
Yes, sir. I have them in my files.
Well, leave them on my desk in the morning. I'll go over them when I get a chance. Oh, by the way, you might as well weed out those Axford found in good condition. They won't be needing our help this Christmas.
All right. You know, it seems strange to me that 6 of the neediest families a year ago managed to come out so well this year.
Well, personally, I'm glad to know they could do it.
Oh, I am, too. I was just surprised, that's all.
Well, they probably had more gumption than the rest. Some of those families have been on our list for several years.
I know. And I'll be interested to find out if any of the Fortunate Six have been on our list for any length of time.
Well, so will I. Well, I'm going to call it a day in this case. I'll see you in the morning.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night. Good morning, Gunnigan. Oxford.
Hi, Chief. Good morning, Reed. What do you think about Spencer? It was in the morning edition.
Ray Spencer, the big shot racketeer? What about him?
Well, you know, the cops picked him up for questioning about that payroll holdup.
I know.
For a while there, it looked like they had the goods on Spencer. There was a witness who took the number and description of the hold-up car as it left the scene, and it was traced to Spencer.
Sure, he claimed his car had been stolen. No one believed that, Chief.
That is, no one believed it till last night, Reed, when the cops were tipped off that some bum was flashing a big roll of dough in a Water Street bar.
That's right, Chief. When they picked up the bum, the cops found some of the payroll checks on him. He confessed to the holdup.
Sure, and that let Spencer in the clear.
After all, if Spencer was innocent...
Innocent ain't the word to use for that guy, Reed. Maybe he didn't pull the hold-up job, but to my way of thinking, he's done a lot he's managed to get out of. He's a smooth one, that Spencer.
He sure is, Mike. He came out of prison with nothing. Yet within a year he buys a big nightclub and seems to have money to burn. Where it all came from is a mystery.
This city could do well without men like Spencer. But there doesn't seem to be anything that we can do with him. He seems to keep within the law.
Well, he'll make a slip someday, mark my words. Well, I'm going on down to cops' headquarters. See you both later. So long.
Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Ray Spencer sat at his desk in the office of his nightclub, talking to one of his henchmen.
Well, Virgil, we put it over again. I must admit you're smart enough at times, even though you do talk like a dope.
Oh, Chief, boss, thanks for the compliment.
Don't mention it.
No, I won't tell nobody if you say so. I never tell nothing you don't want me to.
Skip it, Virgil, skip it. Here, take this over to Maggie Hooker.
Yeah, sure.
Tell her she'll get the same amount this time next week.
Okay.
How about the others? Did you get their dough to them all right?
Yeah. They all meet me like I was Santa Claus or something every time I go with the dough. Hey, do you have to pay out all that moolah every week, boss?
Absolutely, Virgil. If I don't keep my bargain with them, they might squeal, and that would be the end. For both of us.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. That wouldn't be so good, would it?
What do you think? You already did a stretch in the pen, so you ought to know.
Yeah. You know, somehow I didn't like it. I couldn't do what I wanted to. And they wouldn't let me go no place either.
That happens to be the policy of prisons, Virgil. Now, get going before Maggie Hooker thinks we're giving her husband the double cross.
I don't trust dames nohow. I ain't ever had no luck with them.
Really?
Yeah.
I just can't imagine why, Virgil. Go on, get started.
Sure, okay, boss.
Hurry back. I have other things for you to do.
I'll be right back, boss.
I brought in the letters you dictated this morning, Mr. Reed, and if you'll sign them now, I'll get them right out.
All right. I'm glad you finished them. I'd like to have you do something this afternoon.
Well, what is it?
Well, since Axford gave up on those neediest families, I thought perhaps you could visit a few of the ones he didn't get to. Take a cab and turn in an expense account.
Oh, fine. I'd like getting out for a while. Is there anything you want me to do here before I leave?
Well, no. If you see 2 or 3 this afternoon, we'll have someone else finish the visits tomorrow. You'd better leave right away.
Yes, sir. I'll leave right now. And I'll be back before 5 o'clock. Wait for me, please.
Okay, lady. Looking for somebody, lady?
Yes. So Mr. and Mrs. Marty Hooker live in this building?
Yeah, right down them steps. They live in the basement flat. Well, you won't find Marty there.
No?
No, he got picked up for pulling that big payroll hold-up. Spending all the papers. Confessed he done it. I guess his old lady's home, though. Right down them steps like I told you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, go to the bar, will you? Okay. Hey, look, you get the boy, you get down the street, say. And keep going. Keep going. Head the next time.
Well, what can I do for you, dearie? Are you Mrs. Hooker? Who wants to know? I'm from the Daily Sentinel. About the Christmas donation, you know. You were on our list last year. We thought we did...
Oh, that. Come on in, dearie. Things are kind of mussed up a wee bit, but with the baby and all, and me old man being in trouble.
I understand. I'm sorry about your husband. You can count on the Sentinel to do all the...
bless your heart, dearie, but we won't be needing to take your help.
This place is terribly cold, and, well, with the baby and all, I'm sure you'll need...
Things ain't as bad as they look, that they ain't. Before the week's out, I'll be leaving this hovel for a nice flat on the west side. From now on, Maggie Hooker and her baby will be living in comfort. That we will, dearie.
I'm glad to hear it, but I
can see it in your eyes. You think I'm talking a bit of blarney. Saints be praised, 'tis the truth when I say we'll be living better without that no-good Marty than we ever lived with him around.
Someone's offered to help you, then?
Well, 'tis a weekly income that's been arranged. A distant relative who came into plenty of money.
Oh?
Now, don't you worry your pretty head about Maggie Hooker, dearie. And you can tell your newspaper we'll be needing their help no longer, thank heaven.
I see. Well, thanks for seeing me, Mrs. Hooker, and I'm really glad things are going to be better for you.
Sure, and after I get settled in my new place, look me up and drop in for a cup of tea. Thankful I am for what you did last year. Goodbye, dearie.
Goodbye.
Miss Casey, now, Reed.
Hello, Axford. I guess I'm later than I intended to be, Mr. Reed.
We were just beginning to worry about you, Miss Case. It's almost 6 o'clock. How did you make out?
All right. I went to 4 places. 3 of them are in just as bad condition as they were last year. The other one, though, won't need help this year.
Well, that's another one to cross off the list, then. Now, what's the name?
Hooker. The family of Marty Hooker. Mrs. Hooker says she's comfortably fixed from now on, and she intends to move to the west side. Her husband's in jail, I understand.
Marty Hooker, did you say?
Yes.
Say, Reed, come to think of it, 'twas Marty Hooker who confessed to that payroll holdup they tried to pin on Ray Spencer and his gang.
Really?
Marty Hooker's his name, sure as I'm sitting here.
Well, Miss Case, did Mrs. Hooker say where she was getting the money?
Well, she was rather cagey about it. She said a distant relative decided to arrange a weekly income for her and the baby.
Well, let's see that list. Well, according to this, the Hookers have been among the neediest families for the past 3 years. This windfall from that distant relative is rather sudden, it seems to me.
It is that.
Moreover, I've been checking this afternoon on those whom Axford reported as being in comfortable circumstances.
Well, what did you find out, Mr. Reed?
I discovered that in each of those cases, the husband is in prison, each one having confessed to a crime.
You don't say. That's sure a coincidence, isn't it?
Well, it seems mighty funny to me.
Yes. It might not be a coincidence, Axford.
What then?
Well, if I knew, I'd tell you.
Say no. Maybe I'd better tip Sarge off to do a little investigating. To my way of thinking, all them guys that went to jail were in the same gang, and their wives know where they left some hidden stolen money.
Well, there you are. That settles the whole thing.
Well, not exactly. As a matter of fact, though, there may be some connection between all those confessed crooks and some one man or some group on the outside.
You got something there, Reed?
Well, maybe.
Mr. Reed, I was just thinking...
Go on, Miss Case.
Well, wasn't that racketeer Ray Spencer involved in the payroll holdup case before Hooker confessed?
Holy crow. Do you think Spencer's pulling something, Reed?
Well, what I think doesn't matter. The main thing is that the police get proof. And from what I've learned about Ray Spencer, if he is connected with Hooker and the others, getting proof against him is not going to be easy.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now, back to the Green Hornet. After finding out that several men from the neediest families in the city had confessed to crimes and gone to prison, with the result that their families began receiving money, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, waited patiently for the result of the police investigation. It was several days later when Axford phoned from police headquarters.
Hello?
This is Axford.
What's up?
I'm down at Cops Headquarters. I was just talking to Sarge about that investigation.
What's the result?
Reed, they can't get anything out of any of those people. And Ray Spencer laughed in their faces when they questioned him.
Well, Spencer may not be involved, but if he is, as I said before, getting proof will not be easy.
Sarge says he thinks there's something funny about the whole setup, too. But it's all so tight they can't break it.
I see. Well, if they do get any sort of a lead, let me know.
Sure, Reed. That I will. See you later. So long.
Goodbye, actually. Looks like it will take unorthodox methods to... I'll call Cato on the private line.
Miss O'Reilly's apartment?
Cato, I have a job for you to do.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Britt. What I to do?
You know Ray Spencer?
Ray Spencer? I see his picture in paper often. The old Nightingale Club.
Right. And he has his office there. I want you to take the small coupe and go over there, shadow Spencer. Get to know by sight the men close to him. Be careful.
What I try to find out?
Find out if Spencer or one of his men pays a weekly visit to the slum district.
Yes, sir. I watch carefully.
Good. Report to me as soon as you find out anything. Goodbye, Cato.
Goodbye, Mr. Britt.
It was almost 6 o'clock the following afternoon when Britt Reed returned to his office from a board meeting at the Civic Club.
Any messages for me, Miss Case?
Yes, sir. Cato phoned and said to tell you that he had a very special dinner waiting for you tonight and wants you to be sure and come home.
Oh, fine. Anything else?
These letters are to be answered.
But they can wait.
And Axford phoned with a brilliant idea.
Well, let's have it.
Well, he wants money to buy toys and to hire a Santa Claus outfit so he can appear as Santa at the settlement house on Christmas Eve.
That I'd like to see. His way with children will make up for the Irish brogue, though. Tell him to go to it.
And last but not least, Gunnigan's been asking for you. He wants to discuss a new setup for the city page.
Well, tell Gunnigan to work it out to suit himself. I'm tired of going home. I'll see you in the morning, Miss Case.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.
Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
All right, Cato, let's have it. What did you find out?
I find out big men who have flat nose and big ears always with Spencer.
Bodyguard, perhaps?
That's what I think. This afternoon, this man, whom I learn go by name of Virgil, leave office and go to slum area. I follow.
Good. Where did he stop?
He go 2 places. I have names and addresses here. The last place he go is out on west side of city.
Let's see those names. This is Tony Coretta, Water Street. And Mrs. Marty Hooker, West End Avenue. Cato, you really did get something.
You recognize names, Mr. Britt?
Yes. Both of these names were on our neediest families list last year. Both Tony Coretta and Marty Hooker are in prison, and both their families are living comfortably.
What all that mean?
It means Ray Spencer is involved in a deal somewhere. And I have a pretty good idea about the part he plays. The police can't go around the law to force the issue, but the Green Hornet can. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of the closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This building led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Where we go, Mr. Britt?
Cato, I have a list of 7 families. The husbands are all in prison. I'm calling each of their homes. But first, we'll go to Mrs. Coretta's and Mrs. Hooker's.
Well, Mrs. Coretta live in middle of next block.
Now turn off into the back alley. You can wait there for me. Then we'll head for Hooker's. If they react the way I think they will, Ray Spencer will be stopped once and for all. Mrs. Coretta?
Maria Coretta, that's me. It's dark in the hall, but why you ask for me?
I'll come inside.
No. You're not to come in like that. The mask, it's not good. Please, you're not
I won't hurt you if
me.
you do what I say. Give me the money you received this afternoon.
Oh, you're making a mistake. I know to get the money.
Give it to me.
Oh, sure, I give it. It's in my bag. You just not sure, Maria. I get it.
All right, give it here.
Maria, she not having the money for us to live.
If you have any complaints, tell them to the man who sent me. Mr. Ray Spencer.
Spencer? He sent you here?
You heard me. I'll leave now.
That's a pig, Spencer. He pulled the double cross. Double on my Tony. I make him sorry. I go tell him I Tony tonight.
You've got nothing to be crying about this night.
Oh, hush now, hush.
Sure, now. Just that you understand every word I've been saying, I'll be thinking. Glory be. Who can be calling at a time like this? Oh, saints be praised to the devil himself.
Let me in.
Not a cloven foot will you be sitting in me house.
I'm already inside. Close the door.
Sure, and I know you're that Green Hornet, but 'tis Magee Hooky you're backing up against it.
Give me the money you received a while ago.
So that's it, is it? Well, not a penny will I be given to the likes of you, so you can be taking yourself out of here right now.
I'd hate to use this gun on a woman. But if you don't...
Merciful heavens, I believe you would.
I'm waiting.
All right. I'll be giving it to you.
Hurry.
Now, quiet your spalpeen. You can have the money. But if you scare that innocent little babe, I'll be tearing you apart, gun or no gun. Here's the money, you thieving devil.
Thanks. Spencer said it would be easy to get.
Hold on. Did I hear you speak of Mr. Spencer?
Yes, you heard me.
So he sent you here. Oh, 'tis a filthy game to be playing on me poor husband. But 'tis St. Pat who'll bear me witness. I'll turn that Spencer into the law. And you're with him, that I will. I'll call me friend Cassidy at headquarters right now. Do what you will.
Time for me to go. Good night, Mrs. Hooker.
Is that you, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. My plan's working out. Let's get moving.
Where do we go next?
I have a few more places to visit. Tomorrow, Cato, after things quiet down, you can mail the money I'm taking back to each of those women. After that, the Sentinel will see to it that none of them are suffering. Step on it.
Through one dark back street of the city after another, the sleek car of the Green Hornet moved like a great purring shadow. Frequent stops were made until finally, each of the places listed on a paper in Britt Reed's pocket had been visited. Then Britt and Cato returned to the apartment to await results. It was after midnight when Sergeant Burke entered the press room at police headquarters.
What's the news, Sarge? Is there anything to it all?
Plenty, Ashford. You did well to hang around instead of going out with the other stage.
Give it to me, then.
Hold your horses. I got to send a couple of the boys out. Cassidy.
Yes, Sarge?
Take one of the boys with you and pick up Ray Spencer.
Okay, right away.
Ray Spencer? Why are you picking him up?
We got a call from several women who claimed the Hornet came there and took back money Spencer was paying them. It was a bargain he made with their husbands.
What do you mean?
Spencer pulled jobs like that payroll holdup. Then got some poor starving guy with a family to take the rap. In return, he promised to pay a weekly sum to the wife. Get it?
Holy crow.
We got word that several of the guys have already seen the prison warden and retracted their confessions, putting the blame on Spencer.
Wait, I got to call Reed. Wait till he hears this. Why, I've got a scoop this time. So he thinks I don't bring in any news, huh? He'll find out.
I bet he's sleeping.
So what? Reed, this is Axford.
I might have known. Just when I get to sleep, you have to...
Hold on, Reed. The cops are picking up Ray Spencer. He paid a lot of guys to go to jail for him. You know, those poor guys whose families were on our list.
Well, what do you know?
'Twas the Green Hornet working with Spencer who broke things open. He went to take back the dough from the families. The women squawked, And then the cops found out that the guy who...
the story to rewrite.
Well, not yet, but I'm going...
Santa Claus, you're wasting time. Get the story in.
Sure, Reed, but I'm trying to...
Did they pick up the Hornet yet?
The Hornet? Now, hold on, Reed. Don't you know it's a tough time?
Call me when they do. Good night.
Reed, I want to...
Hung up on you, huh?
Did they pick up the Hornet yet, he says. Then call me when they do. Phooey. Sometimes I think Reed's losing what little part of mind he has. That I do.
You'll lose what little job you have if you don't get that story into the Sentinel.
Holy crow. Give me that phone, quick.
Exposed. Green Hornet implicated. Ray Spencer indicted. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set the Lux Theater.
These popular radio dramas, created by George W. Trendle, are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Are fictitious. Are fictitious. Are fictitious. Are fictitious. Are fictitious.
May I borrow your frame?
Before I'd trust you with it, Sonny, you'd have to get 2 co-signers.
I know we've never met, we've never seen each other. But my instinct tells me that you're young and gay and beautiful.
Thanks, Bob.
A gremlin.
I never want to hear Johann Sebastian Bach, and I don't want to listen to Ludwig Beethoven, and I don't give a hoot for old Johannes Brahms. The bees we want are these. The bees we want are these. There's a barrel house, the boogie woogie, and the blues.
Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the early western United States. Rich and poor alike turned to him for help, and Hi-Yo Silver came to be the battle cry of justice on the frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Fuller Ranch. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-Yo Silver! Away! It was Sunday afternoon, and when young Vic Fuller reined in before the new home of banker Lambert in the small western town of Oasis, he was spruced up in all a young rancher's finery. He took the steps of the porch two at a time, and his rap upon the door brought a hearty response.
Come in, Vic, come in.
Afternoon, ma'am. Howdy, Mr. Lambert.
Howdy, young fella.
My, but you surely do look nice, Vic. Here, you sit right down beside me here on the sofa.
Well, that is...
Look at him, Ada. He's dewed it all up like maybe he's going sparking with some girl. Don't seem able to talk very plain, neither.
Ain't you old tease? Vic, don't you pay him any mind. His manners was awful when I married him, and I do declare they've got worse since.
Ada, you mean to say you don't recognize it?
Why, no, I don't see
I reckon you think I got a lot of nerve, don't you, Mr. Lambert?
No. Can't say it's ever struck me that way.
Why, should have said something to you folks first.
Whatever are you talking about? Why,
Reckon you ain't as bright as I always thought you. Shucks, it's writ all over him.
why, Vic, are you really? Today?
Yep. Gonna ask her.
Bet you sent all the way to Chicago for that there ring, didn't you?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Vic, I'm so glad. It's the match me and Pa have always wanted. Ain't it, Nate?
Well, I reckon I can make out to put up with it.
Oh, I think I seen Madge outside just now. Come on, Nate. We'll get out and leave the parlor to the young folks.
Well, run along if you want to, honey. I'm enjoying this.
You recollect what you used to say when my folks kept us company?
I don't recollect nothing of the kind. Say, who's that she rode up with? Ain't that young fellow they call Frosty Kelso?
I do believe it is.
There's a worthless scamp for you.
Look, he's leaving. Now, Pa, don't you scold her. Likely he just forced himself on her.
Well, one of these days I'll do some forcing on him. Why do you stand for it, Vic? I should think you'd...
Here she comes.
Go to it, young fella. Rush her right off her feet.
Oh, hello, Vic.
Hello, Madge.
Honey, I reckon maybe me and your ma had better leave you young folks alone after all. It wouldn't surprise me none at all, Madge, if you found Vic had something special to say to you. Come on, Ma.
Wait.
Huh?
Why, honey, you're white as a sheet. You ain't ailing, are you?
I've got something to say.
Madge.
Wait, Vic. This is something I want all of you to hear.
Daughter, you ain't acting yourself. Out with it.
I'm engaged.
Why, Vic, and I thought you hadn't asked you yet.
I'm engaged to Frosty Kelso.
What?
Madge.
Daughter, did I hear you right?
You did?
Oh, honey, you don't know what you're saying.
I think I do.
I won't have it, you hear me? I won't have it. I don't know where you got such a loco notion. I don't give a darn. Engaged to Frosty Kelso. Young lady, that's something I'm setting my foot down on right now. You're going to marry Vic, you hear me? He's the man for you. Now tell us you didn't mean what you said.
I can't, Father. Vic, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Sure, it's all right. I hope you'll be right happy. Well, good day to you, ma'am. Afternoon, Mr. Lambert.
Vic!
I just happened to think of some work out the place I was forgetting. Goodbye.
Now, look here, young lady.
Let me be. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk about
Young lady, come back here. You and me are gonna... I'll fix that.
No, Pa, no.
But I won't have her.
This is something she'll have to work out for herself, Nate. Ranting and scolding won't help none, I know. I was just like her once myself.
By thunder, we got to do something.
Pa, when she wants to tell us what's wrong, she'll do it so of her own free will. In the meantime, there ain't nothing for you and me to do but wait.
The Fuller Ranch was owned in equal partnership by Vic and his father, Matt Fuller. That evening, Matt was alone in the ranch house. His jaw was set, his eyes worried. And when someone knocked at the door, he rose from his chair with a nervous start.
Who's there?
Frosty Kelso. Open up.
I thought I said you wasn't never to come here.
Don't know how you're going to prevent it. Close the door.
Hey, you...
I said close the door.
What do you want this time?
Ain't you going to ask me to sit down? Thought maybe you'd invite me to share a drink with you.
I don't drink with skunks.
Forgetting yourself, ain't you?
I asked you what you wanted.
Oh, the usual. Only this time, more of it.
I've given you every cent I can afford.
Yeah, well, you're giving me some more, and pronto. It'll be a kind of wedding present.
How much?
Oh, just 10,000.
You're absolutely crazy.
Think so?
In the last month, you've drained me dry. My account in Lambert's bank is gone. I borrowed from friends. I've sold everything I could that wouldn't arouse my son's suspicions. Demand anything you want. You won't get $1.
Well, it's your funeral.
You wouldn't...
Look here, Fuller. I got a confession signed by you that'd send you to jail for plenty long. I got it, and I ain't afraid to use it. Now, make up your mind what you'd rather do. Pay or go to jail.
Good heavens, man. What would I pay you with?
Got a nice spread here.
Which belongs as much to my son as me.
That ain't my problem. That's yours.
I can't do it. It's impossible. I just can't do it.
I reckon you'd better. Me and Madge will be needing a sight of cash when we get hitched.
What was that you said?
I told you it'd be a kind of wedding present.
Madge Lambert is in love with my son. Vic is in love with Madge.
That's interesting.
Why, you... Madge Lambert would never marry a skunk like you.
Then you'd better ask her for yourself. She'll say the same. And go easy on them names you're calling me. I don't cotton to 'em.
Get out.
Oh, sure. But remember, 10,000 it is. I'll give you 3 days. When you get it, you can leave it in the usual place. You should know where that is by now.
Get out.
10,000 or jail, partner. And how would that boy of yours like that?
I'd rather be dead. I'd rather be dead.
Later that night, a man rode slowly toward a bog near the southern boundary of the Fuller Range. When he reached the edge, he brought his mount to a stop and still more slowly dismounted. The moon, gleaming for a moment through a rift in the clouds, highlighted the gun he held in his hand.
I'd rather be dead. There ain't no other way out. That paper'll be no good to him after I die. Maybe he won't show it. Won't let my son know I was a thief. There, old fella, it's all right. You'll find your way back to the corrals alone, won't you, huh? Good boy. Steady, old fella. This should do. Well, there's no use wasting time feeling sorry for myself. We all have to pay for the bad things we do, one way or the other. Now... What?
What's the meaning of this?
Hey?
Stay with the horses, Tonto. Me watch them. You were going to take your life.
You got no right to stop me.
Far more right than you to try a cowardly trick like that. Come on out of here.
Let me go.
Come on.
No, let me go, I say.
We thought you were up to something when we saw you pass our camp and head this way. We knew there's no trail through this marsh.
Blast you for a minute.
Quiet. Now let's have a look at you. Tonto, do you know this fellow?
Him named Matt Fuller.
And you own this ranch.
And what of it?
You have a splendid ranch, a fine son, and you try to destroy yourself. That calls for an explanation.
Which I won't give.
We might be able to help.
I didn't ask for help.
Very well, I'm a stranger. I can't expect you to confide in me. I'd suggest, however, that you talk this over with your son or a trusted friend. Whatever's worrying you isn't worth this.
A friend?
Yes.
Nate Lambert. Why didn't I think of that?
What are you going to do?
Listen, stranger, let me go. I'm not going to try that again. I swear I won't. I'll give you my word. But there's someone I must see.
That's better. Go ahead.
Maybe I was a fool after all, stranger. And for what you did, Well, thanks.
We may meet again.
Come on, boy. Get up. Get up there.
What's the matter, him?
I don't know, but we'll find out. He'll likely tell his troubles to this friend he's riding to see. When he does, we'll be on hand. Come on,
Get up, Scout.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. He's inside that house, Tonto. Come. There's a window at the side.
So that's all of it, Nate. If it hadn't been for that masked man, well, I guess I wouldn't be here to tell you this.
Masked or not, he sounds like a right sensible hombre.
But, Nate, what can I do?
All this trouble goes back to when we was just a couple of young fellas working together in the express office. I guess I'm to blame for it in part, Matt. If I hadn't wrote that confession for you and made you sign it when I caught you stealing, this wouldn't have happened.
I'm not blaming you, Nate.
Well, I reckon you savvy I didn't keep that confession just to have something on you.
I know.
Fact is, I just about forgot I had it. Never even give it a thought the past couple of years, till the house we'd been living in caught fire and burned down.
And it was right after that Frosty started blackmailing me. That's where Frosty got a hold of that confession.
Well, I'll be switched. You know, I poked around in the ashes myself some after that fire, but when I didn't find it, I figured the whole thing must have gone up in smoke.
You had it in a cash box, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what Frosty found. He broke it open on the chance it might hold valuables.
Snooping rat. Wants $10,000, does he?
He does.
Well, I got the cash. Don't worry about it.
Nate, you mean you...
Forget about it. Got so much cash in the bank that ain't working, this'll look like a right good investment. Now, how'd you say you paid Frosty off?
I put the money in a hollow stump near the swamp. Frosty can watch from the hills before he collects to see that no one's nearby.
Well, I'll have the cash for you.
Nate, one friend like you is more than a man deserves in a whole lifetime.
Oh, don't talk about it. But, Matt, when this is finished, you and me got to put our heads together.
Yes?
Somehow, I don't know how, that snake's made Madge promise to marry him. Couldn't talk to her, can't do nothing.
I know.
But you and me are going to find a way to trip that feller up, or by thunder, Matt, the law'll be looking for me for getting my heel on a snake and crushing it.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next thrilling scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, after following Matt Fuller to town, returned to their secret camp near the marsh where Matt had attempted to take his life. There, the masked man tried to unravel the tangled threads that held the Fullers, the Lamberts, and Frosty Kelso together.
It's clear enough what happened to Matt, Kemosabe. Frosty's a blackmailer, and he's been making Matt pay again for a theft he not only repaid years ago, but which he further paid for by leading a fine, honest life ever since. Something was said tonight between Nate and Matt that pointed to a certain possibility. I've got to get a look at that confession.
Oh.
Only Frosty knows where it is.
Oh.
Nate has promised to loan Matt the $10,000. But if Frosty were led to believe Matt wouldn't pay... Tonto, I think we can get Frosty to show us that confession himself.
On the evening set for the payment of the $10,000, Frosty entered the cafe and grinned as he saw Matt nervously gulping a drink at the bar.
I'm celebrating, gents. Got a couple things to celebrate. I'm coming into some cash. Real soon I'm getting hitched to the prettiest girl in the county.
Who is the girl, Frosty?
She's Madge Lambert, gents. Only soon you'll be calling her Mrs. Frosty Kelso. Name your poison, fellas. It's on me, big mouth fool. Huh? Well, if it ain't Vic. You got a drink coming too, Vic. Fact is, I'll buy you a couple drinks. Sort of a consolation prize.
I ain't drinking with you now or any other time. And what's the idea of bringing up Madge's name around these barflies? Is that all the opinion you got of her?
You telling me what to do?
I'm saying it's an insult to Madge to talk about her in a bar.
You're just put out because I beat your time. Ain't a very good loser, are you?
I'll show you.
Boy, you dirty no. Cut it out.
I'll beat the living daylights out of the pole.
No, Frosty, don't get mad. Vic don't know what he's saying.
He's had a licking coming, and now he's getting
No.
it. I'll let loose my arm, Paul.
I'm going to hit him. No, Vic, you can't.
Why can't I?
You just don't understand, Vic.
See? Even your poor savage, it ain't safe to get me mad. You better take his advice and clear out.
Boy, what's the idea of siding with Frosty?
I'm not. I just don't want you fighting.
Better listen to him.
Well, maybe I did forget myself a little, Paul. But you, Frosty.
Yeah?
From now on, when you see me coming, you just stand aside. Because the next time we meet, Paul likely won't be there to save your crooked hide.
It was several hours later that same night. The range, dark and mysterious, seemed deserted. The rolling hills, the isolated clusters of trees, threw black shadows. But the shadows were deepest where the fertile grazing lands met the marsh, a place of death and stagnation. At the edge of the bog was the hollow stump of a tree. A man walked toward it, moving with infinite caution and...
There's the stump. Can't be anybody around this time of night. $10,000. Here we are. There. This has got to be the last time. If he asks me for more, then one of us must... Well, back to the house.
Scarcely had the first man faded away into the shadows than two others silently emerged. One was masked, the other an Indian. Reaching the same stump, they held their voices low.
Money should be in here, Tonto. One moment, I'll see. Here, I have it.
Oh, that's good.
Come, now to see what happens.
A little later, Frosty brought his horse to a clattering halt in front of the Fuller ranch house. Leaping from the saddle, he strode across the porch and thrust open the door without warning.
Where's Vic?
He hasn't come home yet.
So you thought you didn't have to pay, huh? Thought when it came to the point I'd just be bluffing. You fool, I don't bluff. I want that $10,000. You told me to be there. That means you've got it. Hand it over.
What are you talking about?
Give me that cash or the law gets that confession.
I paid.
You're lying.
I left the cash in the stump not over 2 hours ago.
And I suppose you expect me to believe somebody just happened on it before I got there and stole it.
You sure you look good?
It wasn't there.
Then someone must have taken it. They must have.
You think I'm as big a fool as you are?
But
you get that cash.
But I
and
did.
before morning.
Wait.
Or you'll be looking out from behind bars.
I paid, and it's the last time.
Huh?
Do anything you want. Expose me. Take that confession to the sheriff. I don't care anymore. You hear me? I don't care. I couldn't get another dollar for you if my life depended on it.
That's what you said last time.
And this time I mean it.
Not half as much as I mean what I told you. I'm going home. I'll wait there for you. And if you don't show up... No! Hey, put down that gun!
I've come to the end of my rope, Frosty. I'm sorry now I didn't let Vic give you the beating you deserve.
No, wait. Please, man.
Maybe
don't...
I'll hang. But the only cure for a skunk like you is lead. Take it. What the...
You not shoot.
A redskin?
You...
Put down gun. You fella, you leave.
Sure. Keep him covered, Injun. I'm leaving. Tried to kill me, huh? Well, just for that, the sheriff's getting that writing tonight.
Redskin!
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Frosty spurred his horse homeward. At the small cabin where he lived, he left his mount standing while he dashed inside, slamming the door behind him. But as he made for a corner of the cabin, he did not hear the door open a second time, nor did he know that a tall, masked man stood in the doorway.
I'll show him. Fix him. Tried to kill me. Figured he don't have to pay. Wait till the sheriff sees this paper. I ain't giving him no second chance. Here's the board. I put it under this board. Now, where is it? If it's been stolen... Here it is. Now I'll just
You
go...
drop that paper.
What?
And the first move you make for that gun, I'll shoot. Matt Fuller, after his interview with Frosty, had saddled his horse and raced to the home of his old friend, Nate Lambert. There he told him what had happened, and...
You put the cash in that stump, but when Frosty got there, it was gone?
I don't know what to think, Nate. Maybe it was gone when he looked, or maybe he lied to me. Maybe he thought he could collect twice.
Inside with you.
The masked man!
And Vic, what the...
He may be.
You're safer in here.
Who are you?
That doesn't matter. I found Vic hiding outside. I believe he was laying in wait for Frosty to come here. If I hadn't found him, there might have been a killing.
And good enough for him.
That remains to be seen.
Now, look here, stranger.
Wait. I have some papers here. 2 sheets of paper with writing on them. Have you ever seen them before?
Nate, the confession.
Say, you give
There's
them...
nothing for either one of you to worry about. These will be destroyed.
You mean that?
I do.
Nate, I heard noises, and I wonder... A masked man.
Don't be alarmed.
Honey, you'd better go back to sleep. Everything's all right.
You're sure?
We were just talking business. Now, just leave us alone, Ada.
Well,
Go ahead. Go on back to sleep now.
Very well, Nate.
Now then, what's this all about? What are you doing here? And what have them papers got to do with this?
You'll learn very shortly.
Why not now?
Because I'm expecting something to happen. It shouldn't be long. When it does, then it'll be time for explanations.
You're the fellow I met at the marsh when
I am, Matt. But you can take my word for it. Your troubles are over.
Over? Just beginning, you mean?
What I'd like to know is what you...
There.
What's that outside?
What I've been waiting for. Bring them in, Tonto.
You, me get them.
Let's go into
Madge and Frosty. What are you doing with them bags? Where was you two going?
Now, we're going to elope, Nate.
And we will get married. I'm of age. You can't stop us.
Why, you...
Quiet. I think Madge will change her mind in a moment. Madge.
Yes?
You promised to marry Frosty not because you loved him, but because he threatened to expose your father. Isn't that so?
Me? Expose me? What in thunder for?
Frosty tried a clever trick. These 2 sheets of paper contain a confession to a crime committed years ago. You didn't commit the crime, Nate, but you wrote the confession, and when you had it finished, the guilty party signed it.
Oh.
In other words, anyone shown just the first page without the signature, which is on the second page, would believe that you were confessing, Nate. For the person reading it was familiar with your handwriting.
Doggone.
That's how Frosty threatened your daughter. He showed her the first page of the confession, convinced her you were guilty, and threatened exposure if she didn't marry him. When he lost the confession tonight, knew the game was up, he tried to elope with Madge before she learned what had happened.
Why, you dirty blackmailing skunk. That was your game. Recollect when I started to give you what you had coming in the cafe?
Now, wait a minute.
Well, you're getting it right now. You're coming outside with me. Let me go. You yellow coyote. Come on.
Paul, I feel so ashamed. I should have known you could never.
Forget it, honey. It makes me proud to think I raised a daughter that'd forget her own happiness just to save the pa she thought had done something crooked.
But the confession, if it wasn't you, then who...
That's something that had better be kept a secret, Madge. Tonto, a match.
Here, match.
Thank you.
What are you going to do? What? You're burning it.
Yes. That confession will never harm any man again.
Stranger, I don't know who you are, but... Well, all I can say is you're an hombre a fellow could tie to.
Look at it, Nate. Look. Nothing but ashes now.
Which is just as it should be. Madge.
Yes, Paul?
I hope you got some sense now. Vic, well, it was just a couple of days ago. Vic come here to ask you a question. And if I recollect rightly, there was a ring or something of that sort that went along with that there question.
Well, if he still wants to ask me, Paul, I'll wear that ring and be so happy you won't recognize your own daughter.
Madge, I've always wanted you for a daughter-in-law, and I'll thank you for it, stranger, for bringing it about. Hey, the masked man, the redskin. Where'd they get to?
I'll be doggone. Slipped out without my even noticing it. Well, anyhow, if I see them fellows again, I'm inviting them to the biggest wedding who's ever seen this county. Now you got to get hitched to Vic, honey, 'cause that's a promise.
Come on, Silver, old boy! There's adventure on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Eddie Murphy is a Detroit cop on vacation in Beverly Hills.
I just got off the phone with an Inspector Todd in Detroit. He says if you're out here investigating the Tandino murder, you needn't bother coming back.
I don't want to take it anymore.
For a man who claims to be on vacation, you look a lot like you're on a stakeout.
Stakeout? No. I'm picnicking. This is like a picnic area. I have to ask you some questions about Michael Tandino. I've never been to a cell that had a phone in it. Can I stay for a while? Because I ordered some pizza.
We have 6 witnesses that say you broke in and started tearing up the place, then jumped out the window.
May I help you?
Yeah. I'm looking for Victor Maitland.
I have nothing to say to you.
How you doing? You guys don't know nothing about nothing, do you? You just got your badges and your guns and you're on the job, right? Make sure we get the right drinks, because if I drink club soda, I'll throw up. You know, this is the cleanest and nicest police car I've ever been in my life. This thing's nicer than my apartment.
I suspect you are the pride of your department in Detroit.
It seems painfully obvious you haven't the slightest idea who you're dealing with.
I don't know what y'all think I am. Kill you for some kind of food. Hurry up, quicker.
Crawl back to your little stone in Detroit before you get squashed.
Don't move!
Cover me. Police! You're all under arrest! You do that again, I'll shoot you myself.
Eddie Murphy, Beverly Hills Cop.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Let's not go overboard. Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100.
Groucho,
You know that your head is shaped like a duffel bag? That's very nice shape, you know. I mean,
Groucho,
you can say something nasty about me if you want to. And the saying isn't difficult. No, it's all right. We're going to cut your salary anyhow.
Groucho, I'd like you to meet Mamie Massera and Albert Hibbs. So, won't you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Knife. Say the secret word and you divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mamie Mizamashina and Albert Hibbs.
Massera is the name.
What?
Massera.
Massera?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't see very well. My ears need fixing. Where are you from, ma'am?
I'm from Monterey, California, except for the 3 weeks of my early life. I was born in Sacramento.
No. Well, tell us something about Monterey. It's pretty wild country up there, isn't it?
Well, my dad's a commercial fisherman there, and it's a small town between Los Angeles and San Francisco.
Your father is a commercial fisherman?
Yes, he is.
Does he sail into the sunset to be gone for weeks at a time?
No, he's just gone about 4 hours away from home, about a mile out.
You mean he just goes about a mile offshore?
That's right.
What does he catch? Girls in bikinis?
No, he catches fish, rockfish, and other things that get on his line, too.
You mean like girls in bikinis? In other words, you say he catches anything that swims by.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
He's like Zsa Zsa Gabor. Now, your name is Albert Hobbs, huh?
Hibbs.
Hibbs? Hobbs? What's the difference? Not much difference.
Not much difference. Just one letter.
Yeah. Now, where are you from? Albert? Is that what you call yourself, Albert?
Al. I'm from Ohio.
You don't mind if I call you Albert, huh?
No, I don't mind. You can call me Albert if you wish. You can call me Al if you wish, too.
Well, I'll alternate. I'll call you Al one time and Albert the next time.
All right.
And then in between, I'll call you Mr. Hibbs, huh?
Hibbs, Hobbs.
Hibbs, yeah.
How about Al Wobbs and Albert Hobbs and so on?
I'd like that, too, huh?
Okay. I'm from Ohio, anyhow. Akron, Cincinnati, Chillicothe. Ohio.
Chillicothe, isn't that half lima beans and half corn?
No, it's halfway between Columbus and the Ohio River.
Now, why did you come to California? Just to get away from Akron and that rubber smell?
No, I came here to go to school, Groucho. I came to go out to college here in California.
You go to school?
Yes, to Caltech. I went there to study physics, and from there back to Chicago to study math, and then finally returned to Caltech to get a doctor's degree in physics.
What did you do when you got out of school?
Well, when I finished with the math study in Chicago, I figured out a system for beating roulette wheels.
For this, you went to 3 colleges? Where did you go to? Where did you go with this system?
Well, a friend of mine and I went to Reno and tried the system out there.
Now, how'd it work?
It worked pretty well. We found several wheels that had some imperfections in them. We were able to take advantage of these imperfections and...
Well, isn't that dishonest?
No, the wheels are perfectly straight. They just had some imperfections.
Well, how did you know they had imperfections?
We studied for months. We kept track of which numbers came up on the wheels. And after several months of this, we cleared about $12,000. Used this to buy a yacht and sail for about a year and a half around.
Mr. Schlemiel, this fellow here. Al, do you think you could beat any wheel in the country with your system?
No, it
would have a good chance with our wheel tonight.
It has certain imperfections. Of course, I'd have to study it for a while.
Got any? It's just crooked, that's all.
Well, that gives me some possibilities.
Yes, it does.
How is it crooked?
Well, after we play the game, I'll explain it to you.
Too late.
How long have you been married, Mamie? You're a very attractive girl, you know that?
Thank you. I've been married 8.5 years.
Really? Well, you don't look it. What does he do, your husband?
He's a hod carrier.
A hod carrier? What kind is that? I don't understand.
Well,
what does he do? Carries around hots?
No, he carries a mixture of mortar to the brick masons in order to stick their bricks together.
Oh, well, isn't he mortified when he does this?
I guess he might be. I know he's tired.
How'd you meet your husband?
Well,
I can't say husband.
Oh, well, that's all right. Well, I jumped into...
You fell like like a ton of bricks, I'll bet, huh?
No, I jumped in his car by mistake.
That's your story.
That is my story. That's what happened.
You jumped in his car. Now, how can you do that? Do you believe that this is possible? That a woman can jump into a strange car by mistake?
Certainly.
You got a great chance to win money here. You'll find us tougher than Reno, old boy.
No imperfections, I know.
Now, what did this chap say to you when he saw you sitting in his car? Was he in the car?
Yes, he was in the car.
And was the car moving?
No, it wasn't. It was still. See, Mother called at the school. I was still going to high school.
Mother called you at the school? Did she pick you up every day at the school?
No, she didn't. But she wanted me at home. Well, she wanted me home sooner than...
Well, why
than
that
usual.
Particular day did she want you home?
Well, I wouldn't know. It was just important, and she needed me at home.
Well, didn't she tell you?
Well, she told me when I got home.
But you don't remember what she said, huh?
Well, it was important is all I remember, and I had to get home.
Well, if it was important, why have you forgotten it?
It was a long time ago.
I haven't forgotten anything. I know every joke I told when I was 16.
Still telling you.
And yes, and you hear him right here tonight. All right, what did he say when he saw you sitting in his car?
Who's this girl?
Who'd you say this to?
To the girl that was sitting next to him.
Oh, he had a dame in the car beside you, huh?
Uh-huh.
So how did you move her out and you get in there?
Well, I didn't get right in there next to him. I sat in the back. And he took me home.
Well, it must have been quite a shock to him. A pretty girl comes bounding into his car and immediately says, "Take me home."
Mm-hmm.
That's what you say? They don't usually say that until they packed away an expensive dinner. Well, Monterey sounds fairly quiet and peaceful. What do you do for excitement?
Well, nothing much. I go down to the beach and take in the sun and caught a shark.
You caught a shark? What kind? A pool shark? A loan shark or a card shark?
No, a real shark.
A real shark?
Mm-hmm. A blue shark.
How'd you do this? You have fishing equipment with you?
No, I just used my hands.
What? With no implements? No...
Nothing. Just
nothing?
my two hands.
Does this sound possible to you?
Yes.
You've been an enemy of mine ever since the show started. You know, I can learn to hate, too. Well, tell us about this shark. Well, it must have been a little baby shark, huh?
No, he was quite big. He was
What would you say he
tall.
tipped the beams at? You could tell, you know. You could put him on his scales and find out how much he weighed.
Oh, yes, it was an even match.
Did you understand that?
Mm-hmm, an even match.
No, you said you'd take the shark and put him on his scales, and then you'd know how much the shark weighed.
Sure.
How did you like that one?
Well, that was the ripper.
So long as you don't put Jack in front of it. Now, this shark, did he have any teeth?
Oh, yes, he had 5 rows of teeth.
Uh-huh.
As I understand, every so
Were you in the front row?
No, I was on the back end.
Well, you got bad seats. Now, what did your husband say when you told him about this shark and bull story?
Just what you just said. He thought it was a shark and bull story, too.
Well, Mamie, you're an extremely courageous and fearless young woman. And if I were your husband, I'd certainly think twice before starting an argument. Now, Al, let's get back to you, huh? Your name is Albert Hobbs, is that right?
Al Wibbs.
Al Wibbs. Now, besides figuring ways to beat the roulette wheel, what do you do for a living?
I'm a physicist at the Caltech Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
It's very impressive. Well, it doesn't mean anything to me, but what specifically are you working on?
So we work on development of government missile projects. Some of the work is classified.
Isn't everything classified? They don't tell the people anything anymore. Everything is top secret.
What do you want to know, Gotcha?
I want to know how you beat that wheel up in Reno. Well, aside from this mysterious job that you have, what other interests do you have?
Well, for the last few years, I've been working on writing a book.
I've been doing that, too. I hope you find yours less difficult than I do.
Well, how difficult do you find yours?
Well, mine is very difficult because it's all lies. You don't think I dare tell the truth about anything?
This is difficult for you?
Yes, it is. Oh. What is your book about? How to beat the wheel at Reno?
No, it's called Quantum Mechanics and Path Integrals.
Oh, well, that ought to be a terrific seller. Huh? Is it anything like Lolita?
No, I don't think so.
Now, what is the plot of this book? Could you reveal that?
Well, the plot is a mathematical exposition of quantum mechanics using a path integral approach and probability amplitudes. This also has applications in other fields. Put you down for a copy?
Why don't you send me a copy and I'll give it a plug on the Pinky Lee Show. Can't you tell us anything about your work? Hasn't anything exciting ever happened in your job? Did you ever get blown up?
Not yet.
You ever get the end of your nose caught in the book you're writing?
No, not neither, but there are some exciting things in the rocket business, and I think the most exciting one was about January of 1958 when we fired the first Explorer satellite from the pad at Cape Canaveral. I was down there, I watched it take off, and about an hour later we had enough information, enough data so that we were sure it was in orbit.
My congratulations, Al, are belated but sincere. Now tell me something. Why is it necessary for us to spend billions of dollars and devote the brains of thousands of scientists just to get a 30-pound moon in space? What's the matter with the moon we've got? I've had lots of success with this current moon over years.
Well, it's a beautiful moon, Groucho. It doesn't have any instruments on it, so we can't really tell what it's made of, whether or not it's green cheese. We can't tell much about the space around it, and we're curious. We want to find out these things.
It's a dead planet, isn't it?
Yes, it is
a
dead planet. We want to find out what it's made of, really. We want to find out more than we know. We know that there's no atmosphere, there's no life. There's a lot of rock, dust, lava, high mountains.
Why should I want to go to the moon for dust when I can find plenty of it under my bed? Now, what about putting a woman on the moon? I happen to have a few candidates I'd like to suggest.
As a matter of fact...
Not this kid. Don't you think she's cute?
Yes, I certainly do. As a matter of fact,
What do you think of him?
He's a nice-looking man.
Very reserved.
What do you think of him?
Remember, there are women and children out front. Why should we put a man on the moon?
Well, as a matter of fact, the problems in spaceship design make it look like the most likely candidate is a psychotic female midget. You know any?
I went around with one for 4 years. A psychotic female midget, huh?
Probably fit the requirements of space travel very well.
Well, we're going to go through the audience as soon as the show's over. Well, you're a charming couple, and now I want to give you a chance to win some money. Now, you selected Earth, Sea, and Sky, you crook, you. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. What is another name for the Aurora Borealis?
The Northern Lights.
Northern Lights. Isn't that part of a chicken?
The Aurora Borealis or the Northern Lights?
No, the Northern Lights. Doesn't the chicken have lights?
I really have no idea.
Tail lights when they go around the corner or something?
Our category is Earth, Sea, and Sky. It's nothing to do with chicken.
You want to switch it to poultry? You might win a paltry $1,000 that way. All right. What planet is commonly called the evening star?
Venus.
Absolutely right.
You now have 2 right.
No comment. Top secret. What is the popular name for the constellation Ursa Major?
The Big Dipper.
You said it, kid.
You now have 3 right. Get the next one right, you'll have $1,000.
It's also called the Big Bear.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
That's when she goes to bed at night and takes her clothes off.
I thought she came up at night.
What is the general name? You know, if you want my job, you can have it. And don't think they don't approve of this switch. What is the general name for the study of oceans, tides, and currents?
Oceanography.
Give him the money.
You don't have a
Now, Mr. and Mrs. Hobbs, you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $5,000 or $10,000. So go there and sit down and think about it. And thanks for being on the show.
Thank you, Groucho.
You were lovely.
Maybe Miss Sarah and Albert Hibbs, would you come back out, please?
Now, you won $1,000 so far. If you decide to try... Oh, here comes my nemesis. If you decide to try for the big money and you fail, you wind up with a total of $500. Now, what are you going to do?
We'll keep going.
You're going to keep going. You're defying me, is that it?
Oh, I wouldn't think of doing that, but...
Okay, you ready? All right. Take a number for $10,000. One of you take a number.
2.
2? Put up a 2, Joe. You take a number for 5.
9.
2 or 9. Now, if neither number comes up, this question is worth $2,000. Or if neither come up, I should say.
Either way, I understand what you mean.
I wish I did, huh? Well, we'll exploit. Give it a time. This guy's a murderer. You married? Well, it's too bad. After you win this money here tonight, you know, you could take your choice. In a recent visit to the United States, the charming Queen of Greece made a big hit with official Washington. For $5,000, who is this popular and pretty queen?
We're very unsure. We'll guess Helen.
You read it out.
Frederica.
I'm sorry you missed it. Because you were a lot of fun. But you did wind up with $500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Groucho.
From January 19th, 1959, we've presented Groucho Marx' You Bet Your Life. You Bet Your Life. You Bet Your Life. You Bet Your Life. You Bet...
At midnight on New Year's Eve, the SS Poseidon, caught in a violent Mediterranean storm, is struck by a 90-foot tidal wave and capsized. On the morning of the following day, a salvage crew and a special rescue squad board the doomed ship.
The fire must have been started by the last explosion. More could come any time. I'm telling you, it's a floating time bomb.
They discover that she holds 3 secrets. A $1 billion treasure, a deadly cargo of plutonium, and 11 trapped survivors.
That porthole's gonna go at any moment. Gotta find another way out of here. And right now.
Caught between the decks, beneath the ocean, beyond the Poseidon adventure. Michael Caine, Sally Field, Telly Savalas, Peter Boyle, Jack Warden, Shirley Knight, Slim Pickens, Angela Cartwright, Mark Harmon, Shirley Jones, Carl Malden.
You can take whatever you want from this ship. But these people have come a long way. And all they want right now is to get the hell out of here alive.
I'd never intended to harm anyone, Captain. But you must realize, I can't let you go now.
Courage beyond endurance. Suspense beyond belief. And excitement beyond the Poseidon Adventure. Irwin Allen's production of Beyond the Poseidon.